Why are you here?
In here, okay? No one can challenge Malaysia.
Philippines is the best country in the way.
I'm here to prove that Indonesian always on top. Always.
What makes your nation stronger?
We have our flag in our chest, and this is makes us stronger.
Of course, in Malaysia, man, because we are the strongest region. Malaysia, boleh!
Who do you think will win nation clash?
You ask a very good question.
Of course, Malaysia.
Serious? Come on, bro. Of course.
You see this? Yeah.
I think we're gonna win.
Now our team is underdog, and no one see us, no one smell us, and when they see and smell us, it's already too late.
Because Wetrnd is very aggressive, rotations don't even matter. We're gonna everywhere.
Aggression? Cute leh. Because Malaysia, we got discipline.
They call us the comeback king. Ultimate battle, it's nothing new, bro. We always do it all the time.
We play the game how it's supposed to be played.
We different level. We level so high.
So boring, come on.
So high. So high.
Winning is not just part of the game. It's a style.
My team is handsomer than yours.
Indonesian smile is the best, bro. You want some proof? You see this?
Why is everyone talking about the game? No one's talking about the food. You can't call yourself the greatest nation without the greatest food.
Huh? You really ask me that question, ma? Of course, Indonesia food is the best, lah.
Huh? Our Malaysian food is better because we got nasi lemak, roti canai.
Come on, bro. Nasi lemak. Got one word for you. Playboy. You bring the spice? Again.
Chai kway teow, rojak.
Indonesian food, the best, bro.
We have Indomie. All the food is very good.
Indonesian rendang is the best, bro.
Have you even tried sinigang adobo? It's S tier, bro.
Adobo? Nice man.
Filipino food is the best!
Make me! Our Malaysia is better!
Wait.
You are just better.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far. Burning love.
In Southeast Asia, pride begins here. From the very start, we compete. From street games to the court, our pride only grows stronger. Pride fuels our rivalry on the field or in the game. We play to defend our nation.
Badminton is our pride. You can't return this. And you won't return our game either. On this court or in the court. Malaysia never drop the shutter or the towel.
Football is in every street of Indonesia. When we kick, we score in any games.
And when we defend, no one breakthrough, not in here, not in HOK.
Basketball is our blood. We drive, we push. We never stop attacking.
From downtown or from mid lane, we will hit every shot that matters.
Found Crystal Support and welcome Bigetron.
This is it. 3 members from Blacklist International denying another match point.
Tendang belakang pertahanan dan juga dang dihilangkan dan juga dilenyapkan pintunya dan Crystal dipecahkan.
No matter the sport, the pride of carrying your nation is the same. No turning back, no room for error.
From the dawn of yesterday's battles, kingdoms have clashed and heroes have been tested. This gorge does not forgive weakness. Only those with the courage to rise above all will earn their place amongst the kings. The banners have been raised. The nations are ready. Welcome to the Honor of Kings Nation Clash. Good day, Malaysia, and to everyone around the world. I'm your host, Mara Aquino. And today, only those who will conquer their fears and who will conquer their pressure will survive Game 2. And as the battlefield ignites once more, we ask, which flag will rise above all when everything is settled? And it's time to find out. Casters, lead the gorge.
Hello and welcome to Kings Nation Clash day number 2. Yesterday we saw the rise of the Malaysian teams as they went 3-0 undefeated. My name is Holler, and with me to my left is going to be Chantel representing the Philippines or the PKL, and on to my right will be Sagi representing Malaysia and the MKL. Your thoughts on the MKL team's performance yesterday?
Absolutely perfection coming into the first day of a KNC. They had a phenomenal performance, but that was yesterday. Today, we have more of a focus towards the PKL representative with back-to-back full 3 series for them.
That's actually true because for the Filipino team, Blacklist International, they actually won yesterday a game against a Malaysian team. And as what Sagi said, we have 3 matches today featuring Filipino teams. And finally, we get to see Wetrnd playing.
Yeah, and it's going to be the dare I say, the debut of them. They're going to be starting things off. They're going to be going up against Alpha Gaming. This is the last game with a Malaysian team that will be starting against Wetrnd. The second match will be Bigetron by Vitality. They're going to be going up against Blacklist International. And the final one, Alter Ego versus Wetrnd for that secondary game.
You know what? I'm just really looking forward to see Bigetron by Vitality face up against Blacklist International. But definitely, I want to see how Wetrnd prepared for today's matches.
Yeah, I think it's going to be super important for them because there was a lot of expectations going in, but this is the group standings thus far. If we're talking about Group A, this is going to be the champions of their respective leagues. HBSD is going to be on top with 2-0, only dropping that one game, as you alluded to earlier, Chantel. 6-1, though. Blacklist International, second place. They've only lost 1 game. They've only played 1. Bigetron by Vitality is on the bottom, 0-1. But if we're going to look to the Group B side,
well, Group B side is very simple as well. For Malaysian fans, for MKL fans, we are very happy with the current result with APG striking hard on that first series against Alter Ego here. But will Wetrnd Esports from the PKL be able to really change up that factor here coming to Group B will be an interesting point here, Chantel.
Yeah, that's true. And I believe for the Malaysian teams, that's already a statement because, again, for the Nations Clash, whichever nation has the highest points will go straight to the grand final. So just by looking at it, Malaysia is at the top with a 9-1 in terms of a game win-loss.
Yeah, and actually yesterday, you saw on some of the socials, HBSC Jihong was just like, hey, Alpha Gaming, make sure you don't drop the ball on this one. Ensure that you get that undefeated streak so that we're in the grand finals, have a much easier time, don't have to play 2 best-of-7 so far.
And you minimally secure that second place as well, right, if you are already in that grand finals. And then you also get like an off day tomorrow, so you can really look at your opponents, think about their draft, think about their hero picks to really get yourself going for that grand final slot.
Yeah, it's going to give you a lot of intel, right? Being able to just kind of watch out how the other teams are going to not only play, who's going to be playing in terms of teams, but also when it comes to the drafts, it's going to be very important. But let's actually talk a little bit about our official gaming phone. It's going to be the Realme 15 Pro official gaming phone, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
It's the same phone that the players are using for KNC. So again, if this is missing for the next couple of days, don't find it.
No, you're going to be suspect number one. I do think that we need to ensure that we take this one down. I know that it's actually been sealed so that you don't take that one. From us, no, put it down.
Oh,
okay?
sorry.
Your fingerprints are all over it.
My hands
so
are moving on its own.
it'll be very easy to find you at the end of the day, but it's going to be great for them. But again, 3 nations going in. 3 of these teams have been voted in by you, the viewers at home. And going into this one, obviously a bit of a different format in the sense that these teams are playing together essentially.
Essentially, it all comes down to the national pride, the region's pride, and then we look at a PKL, IKL, and MKL sort of standing. But first series, we are definitely going to be welcoming our teams right about now as you can pan over to your stage.
First to step into the arena, the pride of Malaysia, your MKL fan-voted team, Alpha Gaming. Known for their calculated aggression and relentless team chemistry, they embody the spirit of control and precision. And their opponent, from the land of champions and heart, all the way from the Philippines, Wetrnd. Today, they step forward to conquer this tournament. They enter the arena with fire in their veins. Let's welcome the coaches to join their teams on stage and start the battles. 2 nations, 1 mission to bring glory home. Alpha Gaming versus Wetrnd. The stage is set. Malaysia versus Philippines. Let's see who will rise above in the first match on the Nation Clash Day 2. Casters, lead the gorge.
And we're back, and of course, we will be going into this matchup. This is the first matchup of the day, and they will be first, of course, it's going to be Alpha Gaming here.
And Alpha Gaming, the MKL most voted team coming into the Kings Nation Clash. They are currently the top of Group B, and we're talking about amazing players here coming in from the mid, jungle, and roamer perspective. You have Shisan, Saber, and the side of Yulong, really making those markers in that early game. And then Xiang and JD comes in with those solid side lanes. So it's really a much more complete team compared to what we've seen so far, and I'm really eager to see how they play against Wetrnd Esports. That's new, fresh, and really excited for this tournament.
Yeah, this is definitely a team that's really stepped up, but let's check out their opponent here.
Definitely a team that we should look out for. If we say for Wetrnd Esports, relatively new to the international scene, but the thing is that if we say individually, these players has their own experiences internationally, except for their Finn. They had a surprising run from PKL, but there is the potential for the team. It's just that we need to look forward on the heroes that Aaron will play on this game, because I could say that for them, they're really trying to adjust as to how they will help arise in terms of the hero pool.
Yeah, I think they really need to find their footing a little bit. I think consistency, there's some days that they're blazing and everyone thinks they're going to be the next hottest thing in the PKL. And there are other moments where it hasn't been as fruitful for them in terms of those matchups. But going into this one, let's talk a little bit about the head-to-head here in that mid lane.
In the mid-to-mid headshot, you have Shisan and also Era featuring in this matchup here. Shisan, of course, so far he's been having a phenomenal KNC and also MKL playoffs, rocking a 6.4 KDA and 61% win rate. However, hand over to Aaron here. He's been doing a heck of a lot of damage and damage taken in those stats conversions here, Chantel.
The only thing I could say for this player is they have a difference in terms of the hero pool that they use. If I'm not mistaken, for Aaron, he uses a lot of Lady Shens, and it's a very unusual normally for the league. So I kind of feel like for this, it's again Wetrnd adjusting for a better hero composition that will benefit their jungler.
Yeah, and I think if we're looking at this one team head-to-head, I mean, these stats are from the respective leagues. They did play a different number of games, so they might not match up 1-to-1, but the average KDA definitely in favor of Alpha Gaming. 9.6 for Wetrnd, 4.6, but average damage and average damage taken, both of those have skewed towards Wetrnd, but the biggest one to me is that win rate 61% here.
Yeah, definitely. I kind of feel it for Wetrnd. The problem they have is that they have a very strong early game. It's just that they don't know how to finish a game, and it's a big thing because we all know that as much as possible, you don't want to give an opportunity to other team to somehow go for a comeback, and it means that they are a bit struggling in terms of team decision making mid to late game. And we saw the game or performance of APG yesterday, and they were really looking nice on that performance.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing between good teams and really great teams is the ability to close out the game and really just take that W, right? And I think that Alpha Gaming right now, I mean, they got third place in MKL, which is no small feat in and of itself. They've, made it to KIC as well. So this is going to be an interesting one. But, again, what are your thoughts here?
My thoughts after looking through the player stats and head-to-head stats between the teams, you can really come into one thing like Chantal mentioned. For Wetrnd, they're very good at fighting. That's where the damage taken, that's where the hero damage dealt comes into play. That's why in that department, it's much better compared to APG. But that does come to a conclusion. Can they close out those games?
Because I believe for Malaysian teams in general, what they're great about is even though the other team is really on the lead early game, they have these tendencies to stretch the game.
Yeah.
And even though there is a discrepancy in terms of gold for the junglers, they find a way to kind of limit that a gap in terms of a gold. So it's something that for other teams should really look forward or have what's a perfect term for it? Counter it or have a solution to it.
Yeah. Actually, that's actually key. I mean, right now we saw Alpha Gaming going up against Alter Ego, and they were like closing out the games very quickly, right? They had that early game lead and would basically just suffocate the enemy team and just eventually win out. They pretty much did that in style against Alter Ego yesterday.
There was very consistent stuff coming in from Alpha Gaming thus far in those 3 games. Game 1, they were playing that slow, consistent farm base of a hero pool. And then game number 2, it was fast tempo all around coming in from Shisan. Game number 3, it was one of the fastest games we've seen so far, where they really played to that jungle invasion against Sunshine on their Luna.
Yeah, I think going in, the biggest thing is that Wetrnd did not play any games yesterday. They have a bit of intel in terms of like what Alpha Gaming brought yesterday, and are they able to counter it? Do they have that prowess to really just counter draft them, counter execute? Your thoughts, Chantal, here?
I can't really say that I'm confident that they can, but it's just that for Wetrnd, they have tendencies, yes, to start really strong. It's just that the consistency. It's about consistency now in terms of the game, in terms of sustaining that lead as much as possible. Again, a huge difference in terms of the hero pools with regards to these teams. And it feels like for Wetrnd, they have ample time to prepare coming into KNC, but it all boils down to the execution, right?
Yeah, it's got to be key, right? This is the moment. This is that time. You had it. Basically, I mean, it's a day off on day 1. I don't know if you really want to play. I mean, you were an ex-pro, Sagi. Would you rather play every single day, or would you just be like, take a day off, maybe get a little bit scouting intel?
I think playing every day sounds pretty fun, but it does give you a lot of mental fatigue. So for Wetrnd, getting good days off and then playing some basketball, just like we saw, right? And then they really chill coming into KNC day number 2. It is pretty much an advantage for them because you are like looking at APG. Okay, we know what you're gonna play, we know how you play, so there are maybe more factors in for Coach Exosen to really break things down for them.
Yeah, good point. I think they had plenty of time yesterday to study the Malaysian teams, and yeah, but I believe that they have a different strategy coming to this game because one thing that Filipino teams could actually maximize is punishing potential errors in their team. But now we go to the draft. We have Wetrnd on the blue side and APG on the red side. I'm expecting a difference in terms of the hero pool, or let's say sequencing for Wetrnd as compared to how they did it at PKL.
Yeah, and I mean, we kind of saw the players as they were walking around, just lounging before the games were actually starting. It seemed to me like Alpha Gaming were a bit relaxed. Wetrnd, on the other hand, seemed a little bit nervous at times. It didn't seem like they were 100% settled. Of course, the fact that it's in Malaysia, a different place, this is the international stage, there are definitely eyes on you.
Eyes onto you to really showcase the Wetrnd spirit. And then for Wetrnd, they had a interesting year, right? They debuted during the KWC, announcing their team roster during the PKL fall, where they had a bombastic group stage. But they did fell short in that playoffs, but still, relatively new squad we're talking about that has so much potential going into that 2026
Yeah,
year.
that's true, because it's very hard to find that chemistry in a team that has international, or yeah, maybe even a lot of experiences already in a tournament. So Wetrnd did a pretty decent job on a PKL, but I really like this pick, the my Shernui for them. It's more like they're going for the aggressive type of lineup, because normally for Aaron it is Lady Zhen, Yixing. Actually, Mai comes third for that, but U1 and Pei, good trade. I'm surprised that it was the Mai being prioritized versus the Pei.
Yeah, so teams kind of prioritize the Mai if they're definitely feeling comfortable on it. It definitely has a lot of side lane presence, right? Aaron is looking to counter it more the fact that, like Shisan played it yesterday, played it very well. So not only are you taking it for yourselves, but you're taking it away from the enemy team.
Take it away from the enemy team, especially Shisan that you mentioned. He had a phenomenal early game coming into game number 2 of yesterday's APG's game here, but is it a wise choice here, giving one of the best junglers in MKL, Yulong, that Pei?
Yeah, it's another thing, right? Where Pei has kind of been the MKL. So, I mean, a lot of the teams, the high-level teams pick the Pei because they know how much presence it has. If you're able to start fast and just literally end the game, it's very demoralizing.
Yeah, that's true. But now there's an answer for Wetrnd. It's going to be Mayin and Negron. So you'll have the combination of aggressiveness and at the same time sustain for this type of a lineup. So for the side of APG, since they have the U1, I know it's a flex, but most of the time we'll see it as a support, as a roam. So it feels as if they're going for a burst probably coming into this game. It's going to be an RD ban for them. And we will see that for Wetrnd, they need a strong frontliner as much as possible. But if we look at the roam heroes, they also pick the U1. Lian Po could be one for them.
So Chantel, judging from these first 3 picks coming in from Wetrnd Esports, it looks like a PKL draft to me, because we saw Blacklist International, how they got that game 1 against BSE yesterday. This was the exact 2 picks that really made it happen here, the Mayin and Ogren here. With the addition of the Mai Shernui on the hands of Aaron, I think this could just be a big drafting lead for the side of Wetrnd Esports.
Yeah, that's true. It's again, we've mentioned about comfortability all throughout the tournament. So, yup, for this one, it is a nice composition already for Wetrnd. They could adjust depending on how APG will draft next. We have supporters from APG in our crowd. By the way, for those watching our live stream, you can go here, come with us, and enjoy the fun live at Quill City Mall. So we have another ban. It's going to be Motsu for APG. They don't want any hero that could deal a lot of crowd control and at the same time control all throughout the game.
Yeah, and Wetrnd right now, I mean, with that Ogren Maya, not only do you have that control, you have that initiation, you can get to that backline, plus you're thinking, hey, we're going to extend the game as long as possible. Let this Ogren get his farm, and let him carry the game eventually towards that mid to late one.
And I'm very interested on this Ambrosia pick once again coming in from Xiang. Yesterday we saw Guiyu play that, and right now we're looking at once again another MKL team picking up this Ambrosia for that Clash lane role. For Wetrnd Esports, banning out most of these mid laners here, targeting Shisan towards the mid pole, and then finalizing their drop with a strong bottom and roamer composition. I'm telling you, Wetrnd in that early game will be bombastic.
Yeah, that's true, because with the Diadea, they have 100% at the PKL. So we mentioned about confidence, comfortability. Wetrnd definitely has an edge, but it depends. Again, it's against a Malaysian team, and we have Zhang Fei to complete the lineup of APG for this game number 1 draft.
Yeah, it's interesting that they went with the Zhang Fei. This is going to be the Saber special. He's going to be very comfortable on this one, especially since you have that team fight. It's going to be key going into this one. And of course, we know the players that are going to be on their specific heroes that you're seeing right now. Who are you giving the edge to in this game 1 here?
Early game, it will be definitely going over to the side of Wetrnd Esports. They have so much team fight prowess, but on towards the mid to late game side, we are giving it to APG. But ladies and gentlemen of Quill, City Mall, and online broadcast here, we are going to game number 1 between Wetrnd Esports and Alpha Gaming. Let's get to it.
Yeah, and this is going to be a great start. I mean, Aaron just forcing it out. Shisan has to flash away just to start this one out. In 30 seconds, that's a feels bad, man. Yeah, and so we're going to, even in the top lane, if you're seeing this bit of a matchup, Syndicate and Siang, this is something that they need to be careful. The Umbrosa is a little bit on the new side. You might not have gotten enough reps, especially in that lane.
The laning phase coming in from the Umbrosa definitely is very strong in the laning phase here. Good mobility coming in from Siang to dodge out that 1v1 play here. But bottom side focus here, the early game pressure being generated by Aaron and Maze is starting to creep in towards that bottom side of the map here. As we see, Shisan here might be caught out here. No flash!
No flash. It looks like he's going to be giving up first blood here. Aaron sniping him down. And this is a great start for Wetrnd. We saw Blacklist International take it strong to HBSC, and now you're seeing the same thing with Wetrnd.
Beautiful stuff coming in for side Aaron and Maze, but they are not done yet. Kachusen going to the bot side here, catching Saber here. Saber last hit, but he does manage to limp away with a sliver of health.
Yeah, very low. Again, I think that this is great. I mean, you didn't get the kill, which is kind of a little unfortunate, but you pushed him away. Now he has to recall and then make the walk of shame back into the lane. It's going to buy a little bit of time, and now you have a numbers advantage in that bottom lane.
And talking about numbers advantage here towards this top side here, Siang does get level 4, does have the unlock final frenzy here, forcing the side of Wetrnd Esports to back towards the tower here. 3v2 onto the top side here, and the priority falls towards the Spike Tail Beast, stolen away by Yulong.
Yeah, taken away right there. And this is the power of the Yulong Pei. The fact that he's going to be able to invade the enemy jungle, he can be aggressive and take things away. And I mean, he took the Spike Tail right under their noses.
That's going to be adding much more of a piece here coming in for the side of them. But Chantel, welcome back.
Yeah, I'm back. So we picked something. So that anyway, we could see right now, but for Wetrnd, the strength is more on the aggressive plays, early aggression. So I think for APG right now, they are a bit caught off guard, and we could see top lane. Siang is taken down by Syndicate.
The solo kill coming in from Syndicate here. Siang overstaying his welcome here, immediately getting punished by that 1v1 trade here. Good stuff so far coming in from the Marine.
Early 2-0 by Wetrnd, and for Yulong, a good thing is that you've mentioned this earlier, that as long as he's able to take some of the jungle camps, and it's already a good thing for them. A lot of folks coming in at the middle lane. I love the energy from both teams. Everyone is ready to actually answer that aggression, and we also see Shishan.
But Arise here coming in with the ultimate here, does miss it out here. Arise going in so deep, so low over here. Just Shisan here has to force the way to flash to back away towards safety here. 2 members coming in from Wetrnd, dangerously low. That does open this Azure Golem for the taking.
Good thing at that moment the flash was already available, because if I'm not mistaken, it was an early flash for Shisan at that time. So a lot of pressure coming in for majority of the lanes, but I really like that for APG that they're composed. They know how to answer, but if we look at the gold lead, okay, there's a huge lead for a gold laner. I mean, 300 gold leads for a jungle that early is pretty huge. It means that some of the camps are being taken by Yulong.
Very well said there, Chantel. As we see towards the jungle to jungle differential here, it looks more in favor here. But Shisan here, no flash, no ultimate here, might be in danger here. But the ultimate does come back at the most important timing here. But one more thing to take note. This is 4 minutes we're talking about. No ultimate going into this Tyrant.
Yeah, that's true. And that's why there's a lot of pressure at the middle lane, even at the farm lane. So it feels like for both the teams that they're playing the same rotation. And it's very interesting that they play the same. And just like what you've mentioned, there is a Tyrant now. We have APG focused on this, but you have the vision for the side of Wetrnd.
Yeah, Brighter Opus does come through, pushes away Arise from that taking here. Tyrant goes safely towards Yulong. No fight will be continued here, but even with a 2-0 lead, in terms of that score, APG is still coming out on top on that goal lead.
And what's interesting is that APG is able to slow things down, but for Wetrnd, the rotation is still there. Speaking of rotation, they will poke at the bottom lane. And we'll look at the composition. I think there is an edge with Umbrosa pick here, because as long as you can sustain the team fight longer than expected, then you can do it.
Ooh, Mazer having to burn the flash here with the re-entry coming in from JD. He does get the first kill over towards Mazer as Aaron does not find the marker on towards JD. JD with a 1v2 outplay against Wetrnd Esports.
Oh, that's a crucial double kill, and it is JD, the MVP for most games yesterday. So somebody has to stop JD later on. But speaking of stopping, there's no stopping for Yulong.
There's no stopping coming in from Yulong here. Arise coming in with the conductor of souls here, but that is not what you want to be doing here. Another kill in favor of APG. More towers going into their favor as Syndicate coming in with a flash combo here. One knockout. Insane CC chain here, punishing the side of APG's jungler.
Good thing it was Yulong that was taken down, but still the lead is on the side of APG. You can see right now that for Wetrnd that they're trying to act fast on this aggression that APG is doing, but another tower is taken down. And it's a crucial thing for Wetrnd. It's the mid lane and even at the bottom lane. And when we say mid lane, you have better control around the map. But given that we have 3-3 in the hero kills, still, the gold lead is on the side of APG.
I think you make a very good point there, Chantel. Coming in from yesterday's game that we saw between Blacklist and HC, it was always Blacklist getting these kills, but they weren't able to translate to those goal leads here. And exactly the same case happening for APG right now. More of these jungle control, tower controls are going in favor for the side of Wetrnd in these moments.
And it feels like actually that for Malaysian teams, or in particular powerhouse teams, the strength is that they really know how to psych the other team. And it shows in this game that for Wetrnd, they're acting as to how APG rotates in this game. Again, 3-3 is the score. It's just 6 minutes, but look at the map. Look at the control of APG has. All throughout, Wetrnd is a bit struggling just by trying to
a bridal outburst does come through as the first target here lands towards Jagas down. With the final frenzy does get taken down on the first approach here. But for the side of APG, they do indeed get that buff here for the side of Arise. Are you biting too much? You can shield, but you do have to back away here as another victim falls towards the side of APG. 1-for-1 in the favor still.
And what's interesting? Oh wait, another kill. That's gonna be a double kill for Yulong, and go straight on taking out that mid lane tower. It feels like for APG, they're not giving Wetrnd a breather throughout this game. It's just 7 minutes, a kill after another kill. And what's surprising is that even though Wetrnd was able to secure a kill earlier, APG was on the aggressive stance. And if you look at the items, even the lead in terms of the jungle gold, it is 6.4k versus 4.2k. And we don't want that in an Ogren. As much as possible, you need those resources, you need those items. So we could say that APG is totally in control of this game.
Totally in control, and ever since that double kill going in for JD towards that bottom side, it has been looking very in favor here, coming in for the most fan-voted MKL team thus far here. But going into this 8-minute mark here, 5,000 gold already being generated by the side of APG.
And you know what, for APG, aside from being the fan favorites for MKL, we also have to consider that they are the third placers of the league. So indeed a contender for KNC, another potential team fight at the bottom lane.
And Syndicate here does get the 1-1 combo onto his Yulong here. Yulong, you're already using the mobility spell here, does get caught out by the fate by the side of Trend Maze here. But the fight does not stop here for the side of APG. They want to continue pushing this. A Bridal Albus catches on the tree here with more engagement. Xiang with the final frenzy has arrived and is blocking forward here. Soaring to the sky is JD. JD looking for Darfin in that tower here, but Darfin flashing towards safety here. That leaves Arise in no man's land. Triple kill going in towards the farm laner here, coming in from Alpha Gaming.
JD is on fire. Somebody has to stop this Aoyin as much as possible. From behind, we saw him, and there is a lot of damage coming in from this farm lane. I think it's really hard for them to stop. But don't forget, by the way, to claim.
JD flashing in with the fireball, does get the kill on towards Darfin. Another one goes into the young prodigy for the farm laner.
Okay, a lot of pressure coming in. Syndicate goes in against the players of
Syndicate's
APG.
going in, does get towards JD here. The fight never stops here, Chantel, as they are still going for more kills here. Wetrnd are blood hungry for these kills here, but APG coming out more on top in these exchanges here.
Take note that it's just 9 minutes and we saw a tower being taken down. Another kill for the side of APG.
APG, they are not stopping. They're going for the game winning push as Aaron going down as the final member with the crystal falling. 9 minutes, 20 seconds is the timer for this game. Number 1 going over to Alpha Gaming.
What a dominating game by APG on that game number 1. It's as if they didn't play yesterday. for trio.
I mean, very quick, right? And that was kind of what you expected from Alpha Gaming. Very clean. They've been doing it even against Alter Ego in yesterday's matchup and doing it again, continuing on having that consistency. The biggest thing about this guy, they're a macro team. They're willing to fight, but only when they have that lead.
The lead was really generated after that one big fight coming in from the bottom lane where JD got that double kill single-handedly against Aaron, Maze, and also Darvin. Exactly, yeah.
I think for that one, we could say that for APG, they could play with so much pressure in specific lane, even though you're just a single person, a single player on that lane. And it's safe to say that it was a dominating performance by APG. Imagine 9 minutes, given the fact that Wetrnd was able to secure that first blood. We have a 6-1-2 for an Aoyin on this game. Just imagine the damage that he has on that short period of time.
Yeah, just a lot of damage. Way too much. And this is probably a feels bad man in terms of this Mai, right? Because if you're behind, it's really tough to come back from because you're like a very squishy, ranged creep at the end of the day. You don't really have a whole lot of damage. You're not able to provide a lot of presence. But going into this one, I mean, what sticks out to you, Chantal?
Yeah, let's focus on the 50Kers. No, 50Kers from the side of APG. You have a JD, you have a Shang, and even a Yulong. This is pretty huge for a 9-minute game. Just imagine that they have these timers wherein, okay, you have this item, then you go come in for an aggressive play. And it was very effective because there was no breather for Wetrnd all throughout the game, given the fact that they were trying to do some of the plays on other sides of the map.
Yeah, it didn't seem like they really had a whole lot of wave clear. Something to take note of when you're looking at that draft, because again, the creeps are going in, and you know things are just like running amok in that sense. Alpha Gaming just constantly pressuring you down, and you're seeing this gold craft. Everything in favor of Alpha Gaming from the first minute.
Everything started that landslide when we saw that failed dive attempt here coming in for the side of Wetrnd Esports. They had a very good early game where they started 2-0. It was a solo kill coming in from Syndicate against Xiang in that clash lane, and then a counter kill towards the mid lane with Shisan getting caught out as well. But everything changed when they lost that 1v3 attempt against the Aoyin on the hands of JD in that farm lane.
Definitely. And we could see even on the graph that the majority of the big objectives was taken by APG, as to why our MVP for that game is none other than JD. Why am I surprised? No, I'm not surprised that he is the MVP with that Aoyin performance. 612 KDA, you have 23.7% damage dealt all throughout the game, plus the gold 22.3%. If you do the math, then it means for every goal that he takes all throughout the game, there is a conversion against the other team.
Yeah, I mean, the KDA is one thing that really sticks out, but his positioning. The fact that he was only killed once, I mean, he would get on that dragon when he needed to. He even went aggressive at times, and we're going to check this out in terms of the highlights. A lot of these are going to kind of run through JD here.
Because see, towards the early game, 2-0, and JD with this play right here, was storing up the side with the infinite fastness here. First kill landing on the Maze and immediately getting that counter kill on towards Aaron here. Aaron going in with the ultimate here, but gets pulled in too deep into his own favor.
I mean, how brave or bold are you when you're able to fight 1 versus 3 and be like, I actually got this. I'm going to be fine. I'm going to continue to be aggressive and play my style.
I think at that moment it was because of the missed flash from Maze. It was a perfect target at that time, and during that moment, majority of players of APG were just prepared to soak in all the damage in other areas of the map, and it was splendid positioning. As we can see right now in the highlights for APG, there is a control at the back lane with JD's entrance. Comes with a triple kill, and right then and there we could see, or we could say that it was actually APG, or it is APG on the lead.
Yeah, and that last big fight, the tipping point was the fact that like Yulong was down, but they're like actually they're grouped up. We have the perfect umbrella out first. Saber sets it up for the rest of them, and when you have JD, you have enough damage. And when you're looking at the timer, you're like, hey, we lost in like 9 minutes and like 25 seconds. Like, what did we do wrong? It's like, no, sorry, you just ran into a pay.
You ran into a pay, and that pay generated so much lead coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming. And in the end, that Aoyin on hands of JD was just so darn deadly here. What? Below 10 minutes and you already have like 3.5 items? That's just absurd coming in from JD.
And to take note that even though with the items that he has, even Yulong was able to take the items that he needs because the jungle caps of Wetrnd was being taken by him.
Yeah. I mean, look, when you have that Pei, you have that Lung, you have a lot of damage dealers, and plus when you have such a huge lead, they do so much damage that it's very scary to even make an attempt outside of your own base.
That's why it's like very dangerous coming in for the side of Wetrnd, even though they got such a good, clean early game. But in the end, it was that death ball being formed by Alpha Gaming here. But ladies and gentlemen, do follow us on any social media platform, HOK Esports, and comment and hashtag and add your invitational KNC Dark Horse pick to really win it big. You can get tokens, skin boxes, loot boxes there, anything in the game.
Now, okay, let me ask you, gentlemen, who is your dark horse for KNC?
Blacklist International!
Blacklist International.
Actually, I do think so. I mean, actually, no, sorry. I'm going to represent Indonesia. Bigetron by Vitality. Sorry,
Right.
I forgot where I was and what was going on.
We need to balance the representation at the desk, right?
Yeah. No, but I do think that second match, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves because we have still this series to go through. But we are looking forward to that second match. I'm very excited because, again, Blacklist International, Bigetron, it could go either way.
Yeah, that's true. I'm actually expecting a 5-game, but still, it's the second match.
Yeah.
So we'll focus on this first match, but definitely for this the first game, it feels like for Wetrnd, they were caught off guard by the rapid rotation of APG at that game number 1.
I think they were just a little intimidated at the end of the day,
Yeah,
right?
it's as if they were reacting, right?
A little reacting. I mean, the nerves have got to be there. This is your first game, right? You're playing in Malaysia, international stage. Everything is kind of there. And then you're up against Alpha Gaming, who are, let's be honest, very strong. I mean, they're third place in the MKL for a reason. And you saw why when they're able to end the games in about 9 minutes and 25 seconds.
Ooh, it's definitely very scary coming in for the side of Wetrnd Esports, having to just go ahead against such a strong team in your first series, especially. You're coming out of a perspective whereby Wetrnd, this is like your, what, 2 to 3 months in HOK as an official team, so they definitely need more time to grow as an entire lineup coming in for Wetrnd.
Yeah, because chemistry is one thing for a team, and it really matters the most because as much as possible, you want to be confident for every decision that you take or make all throughout the game. But yeah, for this one, we could see right now that we are implementing the GVP, so expect that we won't be seeing the same heroes for both teams.
Yeah, the global ban pick, and that's kind of how they play this one out. All of these were picked in that first game. They're not going to be able to be picked by the same team going in game 2 and beyond. So it's something to take note of. It's, again, that 4D chess match, these drafts, super key.
Super key, but we do need to put our focus on towards the early game coming in from Wetrnd Esports. That's really a very interesting gameplay that they really put up. Their early game always managed to find those first bloods and those 1v1 kills. If they could really reinforce that and push it into a better mid-game, then they could even be a stronger force to be reckoned with coming into the further games or further stages of this tournament.
Definitely, I would agree. I think for Wetrnd, the best way to adjust coming game number 2 is even though that they go for plays at the middle lane, as long as they are able to secure the jungle camps, then they might be able to sustain that lead that they have, because it feels like for them, yes, we do a kill at the middle lane, but for other sides of the map, there's no assurance that the other team won't be able to take that. So something like that for Wetrnd. Again, the story of a KNC is how you will be able to secure majority of the resources early game, because we all know how important it is to secure that early game.
Yeah, it's key. The early game, I mean, it's one of those things where you need to make sure that you have a solid early game, because once you fall behind, it's very difficult to come back against really good teams like Alpha Gaming. There are very small windows of opportunity that you need to be able to do. So, I mean, you were talking about the fact that this team is a newly formed one. They haven't really found their footing. But this is a moment where, hey, they're going to take this experience. They're going to be much better in the long term because of these games.
But to really start off game number 2, first things first, they do need to indeed fix that early part of their game, force lesser mistakes compared to the side of Alpha Gaming, and then Coach Exosen will build them that dream draft that they're looking for to really pace themselves in this game number 2.
Yeah, that's true. So now we head on to the draft. Blue side's going to be Wetrnd, red side's going to be APG. It's the same sides for both teams. They won't be available for this game. You will see a Mai plus the Dolye ban for Wetrnd. We can expect probably a Dharma for Wetrnd, because it's the most picked with 100% at PKL for Wetrnd. So that could be an edge for them, not unless they want to secure a hero for a Rise.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a great opportunity. I mean, they're going to pick first, so we're going to see exactly how this draft wants to go. I like the fact, I mean, you have to ban out the Mai. I think it's a lot of respect towards Shisan, who pilots that hero quite well, very strong, don't want to deal with that pressure. They tried to pick it themselves, tried to get a little cheeky. Unfortunately, it looked like APG just had all the answers in the first.
APG did have all the answers there, and they really systematically disrupted Wetrnd's game plan out of the entire early game we've seen so far, and they really formed a death ball here coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming, really dictate that game into a 9-minute tempo here. But Wetrnd Esports, they're back into their basics here, similar to PKL teams that we talk about, putting that focus in towards that clash lane as the primary playmaker for their team.
Yeah, that's true. The only thing that you want if you're playing against a more or stronger teams is that you want to play your own game. So I really like that they got the Dharma for this, considered to be a priority pick in HOK. But I like the answer from APG. You have the Lady Sun and even a Guan Yu. Just imagine the crowd control that you have. I'm just not really sure about the matchup between Dharma and even Guan Yu in terms of the laning phase, but there's an answer already for Wetrnd. You have the Ao Yin and Yuan. It's as if we switched sides. Okay, it's now Wetrnd playing these two heroes, so probably they'll do the same with how APG played game number. Oh, okay, Ming. We have a Ming. We have a sustained hero for APG. Talk about the longer team fights. Talk about staying on team fights.
Yeah, it's actually a good counter to the Yuan, which wants to sustain as well. The Ming Lady Soon combination's been tried and true. It's been tested. It's been one of those nice little synergies that they have. I mean, yes, they're going to be sticking together, but they're seeing exactly how. There's no Umbrella Outburst to kind of break that one up. There's no, Razor Cavalry because they picked the Guan Yu themselves, so they can largely stick together. This is a good team synergy already.
Wetrnd Esports, all that pressure will be set onto the hands of Dharma. Syndicate will be the key difference maker here. Really capture both JD and Saber with that Lady Swimming combination here. As we go into the second phase of the draft here, 4 jungle bans here coming in from APG against Arise in that jungle department.
Yep, and it's gonna be a Budo ban for APG. I was thinking of a Jing actually for the side of a Wetrnd, but I think it's gonna be too flashy for Wetrnd, depending on the other heroes of APG. So for this one, yep, APG pretty solid and a decent hero composition. So it feels like they need another hero that has sustain. It's gonna be Menki for this one. You have the front line, you have the back lane potential threat with the Guan Yu and high damage per second on Lady Sun.
Yeah, you have that big old body who's actually very cute as well. It's going to kind of, deter Wetrnd from really getting to the back line, which you need to protect this Lady soon. He's your win condition at the end of the day, especially with the accelerated experience of that Ming attached to it. So you're going to have a huge factor. Now, Wetrnd, how do they get to the back line? This is going to be a tough nut to crack because Menki's there, plus you have that Guan Yu.
And more of these counter picks here coming in from Wetrnd has been locked away coming in from APG's draft here. So for Wetrnd, need more assassins, need more tanky front line. Oh, wow. And that Ganemo is a very interesting setup because you are trying to reach further towards the back line, trying to outrange JD in that range 1v1 warfare.
Yeah, that's true. And they don't normally, they use it, but they don't normally choose it in PKL. So for this one, it's going to be tall order for Wetrnd. I really like that they have the Flowboard tank as their jungler. It means that they want to stretch the game as much as possible and have the Ganemo and even the Ao Yin lead that early game to mid game.
Yeah, I think right now it's all about APG protecting this JD Lady soon. If he gets gone on, you're going to mitigate a lot of that damage. Yes, they have a lot of control, they have a lot of stuns, but at the end of the day, the damage dealer is going to run through JD. It's like a 4 protect 1. In terms of this lineup, though, do you think it's going to be enough? We're going to have to find out. Chantal Sagi, take it away.
This is game number 2 again, Wetrnd versus APG. We saw the dominating performance with APG at game number 1. This might be another dominating one, but it depends on the execution of Wetrnd. So it's the same Sagi rotation from Wetrnd that they want as much as possible limit the movements at the middle lane and even on the jungle camp.
And jungle camp here being secured by the hands of Darfin here. Very good steal away here in this early game here. With the mid and roam synergy coming in from Wetrnd, they do in fact clear out almost 2 of these camps coming in from the jungle of the hands of Yulong.
You know what, I'm not really familiar with the matchup between Guan Yu and Dharma. Are we expecting like a specific hero to be on the lead early game, like just for the skill set?
I think it's much more of a 50-50 as long as Young positions well, but hang on a moment though, Darpin already burning that flash towards the bottom lane here as JD looking for the final blow here, does get the execution on towards Darpin here. 1v3 for Trend, farm lane here, nowhere to run, and that is all he wrote.
Successful play again, a successful attempt by the side of APG, taking down the farm lane of Wetrnd. And yes, the U1 or Maze was there, but it was kind of late. And at the same time, you have 3 players for APG at the time. So things are a bit slow. I mean, it is at the Ganimo. Expect that as much as possible, Wetrnd might want to make things a little faster for them.
A little faster, but the primary thing coming into us this bottom lane is how can they really damage this Link, JD, and Saber here. But Shisan being forced in the way by the hands of Arise, that's a 2-minute flash being on cooldown ahead of that Tyrant.
Now let's talk about the C pick of ABG. We've seen this yesterday. A lot of potential coming in from this hero, and at the same time, it's like a security. It's like an insurance for the late game. So who do you think will be sanctified for this game?
Definitely JD on that ladies here, because we're looking at a 4 protect 1 here, but another kill comes in for the side of Aaron here with a superior snipe. But Xiang is already here. Aaron, he has to run away from this pacing here, but Yulong forced out by the members here coming in from Wetrnd. Wetrnd taking much more control of this Crimson Golem here. Looks like a fight is about to break out around this red side here, but members coming in from the bottom side. JD, Saber to the rescue for their jungler.
Okay, at that time, Wetrnd wanted to go for a play, but at the same time, they saw the players of APG being available for a team fight just in case. And for the side of APG, it's again the systematic Malaysian play that we're seeing. Difference is that we don't see Yulong on the jungle camps, probably because it's the Menki that is using. So 1 minute score 3 minutes into the game. Wetrnd has that minimal lead in terms of a gold, but we have to take note that things are pretty fast at the farm lane. That's why Maze is forced to be at that area.
I think a lot of pressure will fall on the hands on the side of Syndicate on that Dharma. If that Dharma could really find JD in all these attempts, that could spell a big of a good news here coming in from Wetrnd Esports in getting this game number 2 here. But bottom side here, Maze takes a bunch of damage towards his face here, going a bit too low for his liking here, but it's still a U1. You can heal up with that passive.
Yeah, as much as possible, there's going to be a sustain for the side of Wetrnd, and there might be a rotation at bottom lane. We see 2 players from Wetrnd trying to do formation, and take note that we already have an objective in 9 seconds for APG. They're finding the tempo. Same goes with Wetrnd. What's really nice for the Filipino team is that they're the first ones to position themselves probably a contest on APG side.
Tyrant already been taken down for the side of Wetrnd Esports here. Very good macro play here thus far coming in from the PKL representatives here. So far, Saber here taking a bunch of damage towards the face here. Flash forward full tempo onto a Saber here. Saber insanely low, but does get to limp away towards safety here. That is so close for comfort.
Yeah, it was a very nice knock up for the side of APG, stopping the players of Wetrnd at that moment. But Wetrnd, you've mentioned about macro plays or a macro thing for this game. I think they're focusing on that right now as to why we're not seeing a lot of skirmishes as much as possible. And even Aaron is slowly having that damage in items.
1v1 here coming in from Xiao. Xiao gets knocked towards the wall by the hands of Syndicate here. Syndicate coming into the rescue for Aaron here, taking the kill for Wetrnd Esports.
It's really important to be ready for a backup, just in case there's gonna be a play. If you look at the items, 3.9k versus 3k. This is a huge lead for a jungle, considering the fact that we don't have really team fights or skirmishes all throughout the game. So it feels like for APG, it's still their game. They're still dictating the rotation for this.
For me, Wetrnd, if they could really find those big engages like what Syndicate found just now, especially on towards JD, this game could really much be in their control. This is such a much better pacing coming in from the fan-voted PKL team.
Yeah, that's true. So we could see right now that even at the middle lane, everything's being covered by APG, but still the lead is on the side of Wetrnd. Every potential resource that they could take, they will take it, even trying to take down this bottom lane turret. But I think for APG, again, the strength of the team is more on team fights. There's going to be a position for them. Even Syndicate is here. Same goes with Maze. This could be a 5v5 anytime soon, but I think it's all about discipline now, whether or not these teams will go for a team fight.
APG here forcing the return route back towards the mid lane here. Does allow JD to really push down that mid turret with all those rolling rage here. Still, Wetrnd with a very slow and concise play, they do put themselves back in towards that mid lane rotation.
You know what? This is the beauty of HOK. If you are more the utility jungle, then expect the game to be a bit slow. And then if it is an assassin,
look at the side of Air Eyes here, going in for the kill onto a Saber. Saber, first one to fall. JD, not long for the wall in this team fight as well. Yulong here, the next few target as we see the Infinite Bastards coming through for the side of Darfin here. Darfin using the right to Wizard, getting 3 back-to-back kills in the hands of Wetrnd Esports. Arise has risen up and getting that big engage on towards the dual lane.
And Wetrnd goes straight at the middle lane. And this is a huge edge for the Filipino team. 2.7k gold lead for them. And it's really nice that they got Yulong at a time. It's really more in the focus fire right now for Wetrnd that is working out for the team. And because of that, the lead earlier, that was around 1,000 if I'm not mistaken. For the
it's now 3,000.
It's now even for both Arise and even Yulong. Pretty nice take for Wetrnd.
And then we take a look towards the kill score and goal lead as well. It is all in favor of Wetrnd Esports here. 5-1 in terms of kills. And also, with addition to that, a 3,000 goal lead. This is looking so healthy for the side of Wetrnd.
Yeah, that's true. And the thing now is I think we need to see the effectivity or efficiency of this Ming all throughout the game. It feels like they're a bit struggling to actually capitalize this hero. Overlord has been taken, by the way, by Wetrnd. And this is, again, the story of any Malaysian team. Even though the other team is on the lead, they find a way to somehow get other resources. We saw Siang trying to take down the turret at the bottom lane.
Aaron,
another formation for them.
getting slowed down. Might be the next target here with the Dream Roam. Dream Roam, nice disengage here coming in for the side of Arise. Arise with the magical play, saving his mid lane from danger here, getting pushed back into the team here. But Arise is still up and available. So, Gone tanking on that floorboard tank here with the remaining members of APG. Not long for the Gorge as JD is the final member here looking for a trade kill onto his Aaron, but it is not enough.
Syndicate with a double kill from the back, killing the players of APG at 9-1. Wetrnd 5.2k gold lead on this game, and it's now Wetrnd taking control for this game number 2. You also have to consider you have the Zia on the side of APG. If you are Wetrnd, you don't want to extend this game and have that Sanctify lead the Gorge.
On your point, Chantel, it is more on how APG slows down the game right now. With a 6,000 in favor of Wetrnd Esports, I gotta say, Wetrnd, you do not want to fumble this back because this is such a healthy condition you are at right now. This game is in your hands.
Yeah, that's true. Another Tyrant, by the way, taken by Wetrnd onto this game. It's all about positioning now. We could see a shift from the side of APG. So Maze is just there, giving vision for the team. You have the Universal Law. It's all about pokes right now. And we could see even Saber and even the Guan Yu Xiang at the top lane, trying to somehow minimize that, or somehow take that minion wave at the top lane.
Minion Wave Talon has been sent towards the tower as well, so that does give JD a bit of those farm that you really need here. But look at the timer here. We're slowly approaching that 10th minute mark where these shadow objectives start to spawn here. If Wetrnd could really lock APG away from these shadow objectives and force a team fight, that could be a game-winning moment coming in from the PKL fan favorites.
Indeed, indeed. And we can see another item, by the way, for JD. By the way, JD has been consistent all throughout KNC. So for Wetrnd, if they're able to keep him at bay, then they can actually win the game as long as they're able to sustain the lead that they have. So if they're able to take down this Overlord, even a Tyrant, I think they should probably go and take another resource against APG, to which they're doing, by the way, all throughout the game. A very effective rotation by Wetrnd.
I'm loving the rotation coming in from Wetrnd here. Game 1, it was more on the fumble in those team fights and allowing APG to form a death ball. Game number 2 is looking so darn good here as Maze finds a 3-man engage onto his JD here. The 4 members coming in from APG are running away from their opponents here. That was such a beautiful engage coming in from the Wetrnd roamer.
What a setup play from Wetrnd, pushing back the players of APG. They take down a high ground turret, actually 2 high ground turrets. for this one. 10-1. This might be it for the side of Wetrnd. FPG trying to defend their base. Xiang is down. Will they be able to defend this?
Two waves crashing in from mid and clash stage here. Wetrnd Esports, they are looking to recuperate. They are planning their next few steps here as Arise. Going in for the engager. JD does not step to the wall here as Syndicate has to back over towards safety here. Xiang has respawned from the fountain here, but this push has been mitigated here coming in from APG. They still have a bit of room to play around in this game number 2.
Yeah, that's right. I think for APG, the struggle now is how to go for counter set against Wetrnd, because Wetrnd has been surprisingly consistent all throughout this game. I mean, it feels like they have a system right now. They know how to play against APG, and the story again is, I think there's no efficiency on how APG uses the Saber right now. I mean, not the Saber, the Ming rather.
Yeah, the Ming and Lady Sun combination, once you get caught out by so much of these engages in the form of the Dharma, in the form of the floorborne tank, and also Maze with those crazy engages, you really limited approach here coming in from a single carry lineup. That is such a greedy one for the side of APG, as we see Yulong being set towards the wall, but with a beautiful Dreamlord does escape towards safety.
By the way, Arise is already at 4-0-4. I'm not just sure if APG is able to sustain, or actually, even though the floorboard tank is the sustain one, I'm not sure if in terms of late game later on, will they be able to soak enough damage to actually burst this hero. So we can see even that Aaron has the items to shred the HP of APG on this one. Still, the lead is on the side of Wetrnd. We have the Vanguards marching in on all sides of the lane, particularly the bottom lane. So a lot of pressure coming in from the Filipino team.
Ooh, Shuzan taking a bit of a damage, then more than he can chew here as this final Tier 3 tower falls in favor for the hands of Wetrnd Esports here. It is a Baron base with a big Overlord marching towards the bottom side here. Wetrnd Esports, is this your call? As Flash engage coming in from Maze, catches over JD, but there is no follow-up.
I could say that for Wetrnd, they're doing a slow burn against APG for this one. Taking down another tower. APG right now, they're pushed back at their base. This could be the final push for Wetrnd to tie the series 1-1. But again, for APG, they have the kit, they have the sustain with the Menki. They could go for a counter setup play. They have Zishan, who is currently at level 14. So just imagine that if ever Zishan is already at level 15, we'll expect the Sanctify later on. You've mentioned about JD being given that. So there is a lot of prowess in terms of late game on APG side. So the thing is, for Wetrnd, they want to end this game as early as possible.
Yulong taking a lot of damage from the flaming palms here on towards the backside. We see Xiang coming in from the flank on towards Aaron here, as Aaron needs to be backing off as the Infinite Vastus has been forced out by Wetrnd Esports here. But with the minion waves here, APG has to back towards their home. But look at Xiang. He's not allowed to escape in these situations here. This could just be a very good 4v5 coming in for Wetrnd.
Xiang from downtown trying to get those wheels running against the players of Wetrnd. By the way, that was a nice Zona play for Wetrnd. You know what's forced to back away because of the low HP. Look at Syndicate just finding Xiang. Okay, you are a clash lane. This might be a kill for him.
Yep, he does go down, and this is a 4v5 for the next 40 seconds here coming in from APG. If Wetrnd plays this well, this might just be the final push.
Syndicate is on fire. 401 on the Dharma. By the way, we have another item for Aaron that is more in the burst.
Right, going in, finding JD. JD, flash, but Aaron finds his marker here, catches JD with those purple swords with the final 2 kills on towards Yulong and JD. This game number 2, absolute dominance here coming in from the PKL fan favorites.
What a way to start the day number 2, match 1 of a KNC. First 1-1, and I gotta say, it was a huge adjustment for Wetrnd, but at the same time, I think APG wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the biggest one was the Flowborn tank Arise, right? And we were wondering about how they would deal with the Lady Sun Ming combination, and the Flowborn constantly was disruptive, ended up killing Ming multiple times throughout, and once JD's by himself, you're not the greatest with Lady Sun. You need a little bit more time to really farm because you're a late game hero.
And talking about the game 1 issues that for the side of Wetrnd they really had, they fixed it so quickly coming into game number 2, whereby at the last few moments, even though it was a Baron base coming in for APG, they played it so slow, they played the team fight so well, getting that Shadow Tyrant and then ending the game 4v5.
And I think the struggle for the side of APG was the range of the Ganonmo.
Yeah.
And Ganonmo had the best time of his life. I mean, Aaron, because of the range that he has, even with the huge gold lead and even a difference in terms of the levels. So definitely Wetrnd has the edge because of the kit that they had. They were able to pull off this type of hero composition. Again, a 118 for Darpin, but really have to commend Aaron's positioning at the same time, the Flowborn tank, as mentioned by Holler earlier.
Yeah, my only concern right now, if we're looking at the Wetrnd side, the only person that died was Darpin. He died a single time, so a small blemish on that team. Everyone else was almost undefeated. I mean, no one died a single time. They were playing their positioning game very well, right? And they were always letting Aaron, with this 140,000 damage, just wreck APG.
That is crazy amount of damage then coming in from a single hero here as Ganonmo. Magnificent performance coming in from Aaron on this hyper carry mid, but focus has to be given towards Arise and Maze. Without their setup here, this could not be even happening for the side of Wetrnd here. Definitely MVP between these two.
Yeah, I would agree because even Maze's ultimate was placed perfectly during a team fight, and it was the crucial factor as to why Wetrnd was able to take control for every team fight. And if we look at the graph, majority of the resources actually went to the side of Wetrnd, taking or securing 2 Tyrants, even Shadow Tyrants. So it was definitely Wetrnd's game, despite the fact that we all thought that APG would go for that run mid to late game.
Yeah, and it looked like, I mean, APG had to have played a much better early game. Really give JD that time to farm. They didn't really hit that mark. Wetrnd just made them pay, constantly harassing. Arise, to me, was the MVP. He was just incredibly disruptive.
He was just jumping into all these fights, engaging for these big plays. But MVP deserves to one person and one person only, as we did have to give it over to Aaron on that Ganonmo here. But it is a collaborative effort here, but definitely in those final few moments, Aaron with those swords find his marks.
Yeah, it's not the first time that production has been wrong, let's be honest. Okay.
We're always right, by the way. We're always right.
But Aaron here, okay, well-deserved in that sense. He did a lot of damage. If we're looking at it from that perspective, I get it. His poking and prodding was there. But again, for me, like, it is what it is. I think that you can be wrong, though, but and I'm not going to admit fault on this one, though.
Effort, because I think for Aaron, he won't be able to position himself in a way that he will be confident to deal those damages without the help of Syndicate, without the help of other players. But all in all, it was a collective team effort. We could see that for the side of Wetrnd, that they're really confident whenever Aaron has those burst heroes. And I gotta say, Aaron is one player that knows how to position himself rather.
Yeah, again, this is Arise. For me, these are the types of moments that, like, you die for as the jungler. You're constantly harassing. You take out the 2 members, and it's an all-out route at that point. If we're looking at this draft, there was a weakness. The Lady Soon Ming, all of your eggs were in that basket, essentially, and once that gets taken down, it's pretty much the entire team just crumbles.
And it crumbled very easily here, with Yulong being the first to taken down in all these team fights. It was all in favor for the side of Wetrnd here. Syndicate didn't really hit the marker here, but still, 4v4 up front, it all was for the side of Wetrnd to really close out this big of a lead.
By the way, Syndicate had played consistently all throughout game number 2. He was there every time, and again, this was the setup play from a Maze at a time. And pretty much for Wetrnd, everyone has their own piece of a highlight all throughout the game. Even Arise was consistent all throughout. And just imagine playing against APG 12-1 or even 13-1. Again, it's already a statement.
Yeah, definitely a statement. This is a bit of a flex. There's a huge confidence boost for this team, right?
Sorry.
Put your guns away.
Sorry.
Anyways, that was a little scary.
Okay,
because you were kind of flexing. I was a little intimidated at that point, and I was like, okay, all right, okay. Not 2 guns at the stadium, right? But look, going into this one, I think that if you're looking at Alpha Gaming, it didn't seem to, for me, it was like a draft that was so great. I think that they're going to bounce back going into Game 3.
I think the Protective President team composition with only a Lady Sun towards that single carry was very risky coming in from Alpha Gaming. They did have to bank in on 2 things. One, if JD were ever to fall in any of these team fights, it could go immediately in the favor for the side of Wetrnd.
To be fair, I like that they had the Lady Sun. It's just that it could have been a different story if it wasn't Ming. Because at that time, it feels like for them, they were just waiting for a counter setup play, more on the sustain, but they were a bit lacking, or they were too focused on having the Guan Yu do the initiation.
Yeah, and Xiang really never got to hit that mark. He was never able to have that perfect, Razor Cavalry from the back. It was a very defensive game, and that's kind of a losing game for them. But the biggest factor to me in this one were the Philippine fans, right? They were loud, they were boisterous, and they were cheering throughout. It's a little biased on the desk as well, but again, this is a moment where really the energy and the teams really feel it. Yes, I see some of the Alpha Gaming member fans, they're there, but they're a little bit on the quieter side right here. Game 2 really silenced them here.
I have to agree with you, but when it comes to one thing, let's all head over to esportsaward.com/vote to vote for Honor of Kings for the Esports Game of the Year and Mobile Esports Game of the Year. Here we need everyone, be it where you are from, be it any region you're from, we unite as one for this particular purpose.
Yeah,
Just imagine, after this, we'll have lots of tournaments coming in for 2027, so why not be the Mobile Esports Game of the Year?
Yeah, I think that we want to win every year at this point, and you're just seeing just the rise of Honor of Kings Esports, right? The teams are getting better, the players are really starting to gel with one another, and you're seeing that, hey, some of these MKL teams, they can draw some blood.
They could draw some blood, and they are proven to be someone who are able to capable of dropping games as well, because we are looking at a collective effort coming in from all these regions as they are progressively improving as time goes on.
Yeah, and it's all about that improvement here as we get into this one. It looks like the players are slowly starting to get ready as we get into the third game. This is the most pivotal one. Being up 2-1, potentially at match point, that's going to be a huge confidence shaker if you're in that, the losing side.
Yep, definitely. And I think for Wetrnd, what's the good thing for them in terms of drafting is that they don't really use majority of the heroes that they're really confident with. So it's a mixture, it's a flavor wherein they neutralize things. Alright, so for the side of MKL or for the side of APG, what I gotta say is that probably they don't wanna do and focus on specific heroes in terms of damage per second, because I think at that time, game number 2, they were heavily relying on the Lady Sun and a Ming combo at the farm lane. So if that happens again, then there will be an answer always, not just for PKL teams, but even for other teams playing for KNC.
To add to your point as well, Chantel, the early game so far has been magnificent coming in from Wetrnd Esports. They were the ones to really find those markers here, but APG, they're playing at the home crowd favorites here at the Quill City Mall in Kuala Lumpur here, so they definitely have to step up their game in this game 3.
Yeah, and stepping up is one thing, but also if you happen to be in the area, Quill City Mall, do head on down. There are a lot of games, a lot of prizes. They're giving away phones, they're giving away headsets, they're giving away a lot of different things. Please do show up and see exactly what Honor of Kings Esports is all about at the Kings Nations Clash.
Yep, we will be here until the next 2 days for the Grand Finals, and you might see some of the female players that we have since we will have the Honor of Queens 2 days from now. Anyway, I think red side is going to be APG and the blue side is going to be Wetrnd. It matters the most whichever hero the teams will pick. Come game number 3, no, it's going to be Wetrnd on the blue side. It's the same sides for
If it ain't
both.
broke, why fix it, right? I think they're going to be happy with this first pick. It basically puts a little bit of pressure onto APG, especially early. Wetrnd want that, again, they're looking to just, synergize their draft from that first pick on.
Synergize their draft from the first pick on here, so let's revisit what made Wetrnd so strong in Game 1's early game and Game 2's overall performance, right? We need more early game power here coming in for the side of the PKL fan favorites to really force these early game team fights against APG. For APG, if they falter in that early game, things could pretty much happen the same way again, just like in game number 2.
Yeah, that's true. So for Wetrnd, I think they can prioritize a hero for Arise. Because earlier APG backed out Agudo. I'm just not sure if it's advisable to pick that. Arlie, I forgot about Arlie. So for Arlie, they have a huge winning percentage on that, 16% all throughout PKL. So again, it's all about comfortability for Wetrnd all throughout this one. I really like that for the side of APG, they got the Dolia, even Bigetron for this one.
Yeah, Arlie, just a great first pick. You know, I mean, especially when Darfin's able to pilot that hero. I think that it's very mechanically difficult. You're able to do a lot of damage. Yes, everything's on a knife's edge throughout the game, but hey, if you're able to get going and you're able to outclass them, you're going to make the enemy team look stupid. But APG going with their own picks in the sense of the D-Renche and the Dolia, double Ds at the end of the day.
Yep. This combination here coming in for the first 3 picks for the side APG. This is going back to standard stuff here. Yeah, I'm done with playing that late game single carry composition. You're bringing out the big guns, and it is in the form of that Yangji and Dolia composition with that D-Renche to pair up for that smooth transition early game team fights.
Because for me, the Dolia and even the Yangjun combo has been a signature for Malaysian teams. So this is strength already for APG. And we've mentioned about Lady Zhen. So this is the most picked hero for Aaron all throughout the PKL. And you have the Fatih as well. So talk about control and at the same time trying to slow down the tempo, which is actually nice for Wetrnd because I think the strength, or they are revealing that they are a type of team that is more the slow burn, somehow limit the resources and go for that one big fight. So this is a pretty decent hero composition for Wetrnd.
Yeah, key for Aaron, right? Let him play to his strengths in that controlling Lady John. It's a lot of zones that's going to be difficult for them to kind of walk through. Now, APG need to figure out a way. I mean, right now you have the Yangjian, which is very linear in terms of how they want to approach, how they want to kind of take any sort of attack on. So now you need some sort of initiator, some way to get to the back line. They expended some of those heroes in the last game, but it's going to be interesting. They go with the Zha instead.
Yeah, Xiao Qiao here being picked up for the side of APG Shisan here. So this is a standard counter into the Arlie on the hands of Darfin here. Once the Arlie leaf steps up and try to look for damage here, Xiao Qiao pops the ultimate and immediately that Arlie will be disintegrated.
Yeah, that's true. And I really love the hero composition of APG. You have the sustain, you have the frontliner with the Yangjian, you have the burst damage, and it's as if they're giving Wetrnd that warning signal that it's not advisable for you to take those assassin heroes as your jungle, because next in line for Arise is gonna be Jing, it's gonna be Lam. Even Dern is an option for them, not unless they will go for a Luna, which I don't think they can because it was banned.
Looks like they want to go high flying. They're going with the Jing and the Zhang Fei to end out this draft. A lot of potential. Arise, a lot of pressure is going to be on his shoulders to really perform on this one. Is he able to get to that back line? There's a lot of weaknesses that could potentially go in. The Dachiao, the D-Renche are looking very delicious.
And this Jane here, you know that Arise is warmed up and is so confident coming into this game number 3. He had a phenomenal game 2 here. I want to see if Wetrnd is able to repeat that success they had last game.
To be fair, I had this conversation last night with a pro player from PKL and I asked whether why Aaron was using a Lady Shen a lot, and he said it's because they want to funnel most of the gold for Arise. So let's expect that the start of this game number 3 is going to be Arise.
Yeah, I mean, Arise and Darfin, both of those guys really need gold, but we're going to find out. This is going to be game 3, the pivotal one. Chantel and Sagi, please take it away.
Game number 3. Again, this is Wetrnd versus APG. We saw the full potential of the Filipino team earlier on that game number 2. Now for APG, what's going to be the answer in this? Now we see the hero composition. What do you think about the hero lineup?
I think it will be in the favor coming in for the side of Arise and Darfin to look for these big plays. But in this Clash Lane matchup here, Syndicate has been consistent in winning these 1v1s.
You know what, for APG, I really like that they actually answered the aggression of Wetrnd from game number 1 and even game number 2. They're now proactive around the map and somehow trying to find as to where their jungler of Wetrnd is rotating on this game.
Yep, the rotations coming in the early game will be quite pivotal for these two teams here. But so far, in this bottom lane, it is Aaron against JD in that 1v1 matchup here, unlocking Darfin on that Arlie to collect more resources as we talk about it. But this early game, pretty quiet so far.
Yeah, to be fair, for the lineup of ABG, I just expect this to be a bit slow. I early on because as much as possible you have that level, you need that level 4 for Saber's hero,
Yulong.
even for Yulong. But speaking of aggression, there will be a lot of pokes coming in at the bottom lane and almost close. So Wetrnd might be able to set up a play, but they will disengage as of the meantime.
Very good stuff here coming in from Wetrnd. They respect the play coming in from Yulong and they disengage it with a lot of smoothness as we talk about, and a rotation coming in for the side of Rise, getting more of these farms, but engage, drops towards Shisan. Shisan, no flasher, gets executed as the first blood here, but Syndicate with no flash, can he escape towards safety here as Aaron is a bit too low, coming in with the Hound, Yulong takes another kill coming in from APG, but a return kill for Darfin as we match the score with a 2-2 scoreline.
Okay, nice initiation by both, but we have to commend Siang at that time. He was on point with the teleportation. 2-2 again for Wetrnd. I really like the aggression out of the middle lane. Let's look at the instant replay. So at this moment, there was a setup play from the side of Wetrnd, but look at Siang, right on a point for that the backup damage for the side of APG, taking down another player for the side of Wetrnd.
And the timing coming in from Darfin as well to collect a beaten kill onto Saber was very much crucial as well here. But take a look at this top lane here. Aaron camping on towards Yang here, Destructive Deluge, catches onto two-man knockup from the side of APG's Xiao, getting back-to-back kills on the board for Alpha Gaming.
Masterful usage of the Honey Sweet Breeze for Shisan at the time. I think it was a miscommunication on the side of Wetrnd because it feels like for them, they wanted to set up a play at the top lane, but because of the skill usage that Xiao has, then APG had the edge. So 4-2 is the score, APG's on the lead, but not considered to be a huge lead for this game. It's just an early game, and this is a bit slow as compared to game number 1 and even game number 2. So things are being more systematic for both teams.
Yep, APG definitely amping up the tempo after that game 1, game 2 performance. For Shisan on that Honey Sweet Breeze, he definitely read that play super duper well.
Yeah, that's true. And if we look at the items, Sasagi, we could see, or even the gold leader rather for the junglers, we could see that the Yulong is actually on the lead. Not to consider to be that huge. It depends on the next team fight because in a few seconds now, we will have an objective that could be taken by both the teams. A lot of folks coming in at the top lane. We have Siang versus Aaron and even a Syndicate. This is
dodges
I'm not sure
into
if they're able
that
to take
Destructive Deluge. Aaron has the flash. Might have to force it here. Forcing out the flashes. Same goes for Siang. 1v2 exchanger in favor for the side of APG. Flash for flash, but take a look towards the bottom side here with more members coming in from APG. That's a free Tyrant.
Yeah, that was expected from APG because Siang was able to sustain all the damage. Could have been a trade for the side of Wetrnd. So we could see that for APG, they are on the lead on this game. By the way, Byron, one of the priority picks in terms of early laning, they will be on the lead.
Going in, but did not really find the mini route here coming in from the Mirror's domain. So Shisan did escape thanks to a sliver of rotation with no duration.
To be fair, I really like the change in the dynamics for both teams. I mean, for game number 1, it was really fast for the side of APG. Wait, speaking of fast, but
a bit of a danger here. Does get out alive, still has that heal here. Honey Sweet Breeze catches on to Maze. Maze missing that timing here, gets CC chain until the fact that he is unable to cast that Unbridled Outburst.
And you don't want to give JD those kills early this game, so could be an edge for APG all throughout. So we have the reverberation already for Shisan. So we're waiting for another item. This is 700 gold lead. By the way, in terms of the mages or mid laners for both teams. So as expected, we will see APG to be more aggressive because they are more on the first side. While for the Lady Shen, it is considered to be a utility one.
Correct, and Arise will be one of these key markers to really find those big engages here as Shisan pop in that ultimate here, forcing the movement for the side of Wetrnd to back away from that tier 1 here as Yulong using the Heaven and Earth form, forcing the team coming in from Wetrnd to back away. On towards the flip side here, Syndicate getting the ultimate pop here, but Unbridled Outburst here from Maze catches on to Saber and also Yulong here, but is the damage enough as we see a clean disengage here, but hang on a moment though as Syndicate gets decimated once again by that Honey Sweet Breeze.
Masterful play again from APG, and it feels like for Wetrnd, they're a bit lacking in terms of damage to actually burst even a Yulong. I mean, it's a Yangjan, okay, but still, if we have longer team fights and you have the Dolia, at that moment there was no Dolia. So for Wetrnd, they need to speed things up for Darfin. And speaking of Darfin, already 4.3k, already has the item. So it feels like for APG, the good thing is that they're continuously pressuring all the lanes of Wetrnd. And speaking of pressuring, Yulong is at the top lane, securing those minion waves. Could be a secure for them mid lane.
Arise, getting onto 2 here with that beautiful engage coming in from Aaron here. Does find Shisan and both Saber in that mid lane here. Aaron, he's been on point on that Lady Zone.
Definitely, but 6-4 Sagi for this game. Let's watch the replay wherein there's going to be a setup from the side of Wetrnd, but at the same time, we have the counter supposedly. For APG, it's all about the Lady Gen. It's all about the timings now for the mid lane.
It's very nice stuff here. This is why you mentioned that Aaron likes to funnel gold into Arise, but you can see the collaborative effort between Arise on the initial engage with Aaron immediately flashing in for his jungle.
And you know, it's all about the confidence in terms of the, mastery in terms of the hero usage. For APG, good thing is that they group up and somehow tell Wetrnd that we're here. There's a potential play at this part of the map. Wetrnd currently being pushed back at the bottom lane, but we have the space for Darfin at the top lane. So it's all about trades now.
4-mana Bridal Outburst here, forcing the disengager, buying time for Darfin in that clash lane here as towards the mid lane here. Aaron, Xiang, both critically low in their health bar here, but objective advantage fall towards Wetrnd Esports as Darfin, he was just getting a free turret up towards that clash lane.
And it is an early that's actually farming, so let's expect later on the damage will spike against APG, and I really like that for Wetrnd, and we have the trades now. You know, they're finding a way to somehow limit the possible threat from the side of APG. The lead earlier was around, what, 2,000? But it's now around 1,000. So it means that there is a progression around the map. And speaking of, they need to defend this tower at the middle lane, to which they are successful, and APG is still finding that rhythm to somehow be aggressive against Wetrnd.
This is what they need to do right now coming in from APG. They are playing against a timer here. Their late game falls in the hands of Shisan on that Xiao Xiao here. If they were to go towards a ultra late game and Arise were to find that one single assassination, things could go really ugly coming in from the side of Alpha Gaming.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I think for the rest of this game, or for most cases on this game, for APG, they shifted into a macro play style as compared to games 1 and 2 wherein they were already head-on 5v5. But I think the Ken, taking out the position of Mace, he could come from the back and give information to the rest of the players of Wetrnd.
Hang on a moment as we see Yulong going towards the back line here, forcing out the flash coming in from Aaron here, but Yulong to Dawn front here for the side of APG as Xiang might be the next member to fall, with Xiang being frozen by the Destructive Deluge. 4 members coming in for the side of Wetrnd as they trade coming in for APG with JD and Shisan's consistent damage output.
JD now a 3-0-1 for APG. Could have been a kill or could have been a win for Wetrnd on the team fight, but all boils down on a better execution in terms of the initiation. Bottom lane, there could be a poke from the side of APG. JD is still alive!
Nice golden token coming in from JD. Very good counter kill here, but Syndicate did try his best on that, but almost close, but not so there.
Okay,
hey, Shisan coming in the flank. Bloody Sweet Breeze does not land, but the return here does get another kill here. That's the 10-minute mark, and that is a free Shadow Tyrant going over to APG.
I think even at that time, even though Aaron has maybe the flash, I don't think he will be able to escape that threat from the side of APG. Okay, APG on the blue side. Arise is being zoned out. The Maze is there. Saber is trying to secure that one, and I think for this one, they're individually playing for the side of Wetrnd.
Things were looking really good coming in from both teams until this very marker, whereby you're giving all these objectives here, plus Xiang forcing out the position here, allowing Arise to catch our Shisan here, and Xiang also drops here. What a big catch here with the Unbridled Outburst on towards Yulong here. Yulong unable to heal up here as Wetrnd Esports are back at it again. They are so good in these team fights.
Definitely, definitely. Look at Darfin, 5-1-0 on this Arlie. And we talked about the prowess of an Arlie, right? Just imagine you already have the item, you're able to clear the minion waves. It means you have enough gold. And right after that, we mentioned about the macro plays or securing the objectives. Then we have Wetrnd securing the Shadow Overlord.
APG lost that fight even if they had that Shadow Tyrant here. So that is a very bad news if you're Alpha Gaming or Alpha MKL fan. But for Wetrnd and PKL fans, Darvin is still unstoppable on that early thus far.
From a 5-0-1-0, now 6-1-0. I think also for the lineup for APG, there's no potential threat like someone that could actually stop him in terms of the mobility and such, crowd control and all. So 9-12 is the score. Considering the fact
Right up, first cast on JD forced to flash away so on the side of Syndicate here as the disengage comes through from the side of Wetrnd. Wetrnd has to back away, but the tokens are sticking onto him like the mosquitoes.
Godlike already for JD. It's a battle between the farm laners now on this game. We're almost close onto the late game. 12 minutes into the game time. APG 3.2k. Let's watch the replay. It was on the middle lane around 11 minutes. There was a setup play. Actually, JD was doing all those free hits. And it's all about the damage now. It's all about the damage per second. Every hero on this map.
The two marksmen that you talk about, Wetrnd Esports Darvin on that early and APG's JD on that DRNJ. Whoever gets the first kill in these team fights on these marksmen will be the hero of this game. And so far, Arise has been doing a very darn decent job in catching Shisan on those attempts.
Now that we focus on the farm laners, aside from them securing those positions to do the free hits, we also have to consider how the support system of the teams will help this player. So it's all about confidence now, and even the positioning for both teams. What's really nice for APG is that they're able to sustain this lead. Despite Wetrnd's efforts to actually set up a play, they still can, and they continuously shred the players and even take the resources of Wetrnd. Speaking of resources and speaking of support system, you have players guarding the areas as to where JD is trying to take the tower.
It's protected JD here coming in for the side of Alpha Gaming here. Another tower goes in favor coming in from Alpha Gaming. That's all the outer towers being removed from the PKL fan favorites for now. 4,000 goalie, almost 5 for APG. We need to see how the team fight really unfolds. Can Arise once again find the key marker on towards the likes of Shisan or JD?
Somebody has to find Shisan. He is the burst player, or the hero that has to burst on this game, and we're almost close to the equilibrium of this game. Majority of the heroes or the players already has the items that they need to be considered as a threat. On the other side, so we can see right now for APG trying to take down the Tyrant. Will Wetrnd be able to contest this one?
Maze goes in with the Unbridled Outburst here, pushes away Shisan. Maze finds the steal on towards the Tyrant here, but Aaron going so low towards the backline here as Maze is the sacrificial lamb. She's a hero stealing away that objective.
In front of the players of APG, Maze was the hero on that. And we could say that for Wetrnd that they still can defend the threat coming in from APG. 14-9 on this game. APG marches in, although Xiang isn't part of this pressure given to Wetrnd.
Currently, we see a bit of a push coming in for the side of APG as Darvin going in for the aggressive pushback on towards the members here. But you can start to see damage coming in from the Xiao is starting to ramp up.
At this point, I want to ask the players what they had for breakfast because they're playing really well.
Yeah, they definitely took a lot of pointers and notes coming in for the roster here. But Arise going in for the assassination on towards Yulong. Syndicate is in the depths of the APG roster here. Can he run away? But Arise going in for another play, collecting the kill on towards Shisan here. But it is not over yet. JD against the world gets the first kill on towards the side of Darvin. Misses away the golden token here. It is 2v3. JD gets caught out by the knockup here. Has to back away. 2 for 2 so far coming in for both of these two teams, but it is looking so darn close.
JD's on fire. 8-0-1 on the Duranji. Just imagine, almost close on life, but still confident that he could kill players from Wetrnd. Again, 11-16 on this game. You have the Overlord. You have the players from APG. You both have 2 players down, although Yulong has been respawned already. So it's all about the positioning on taking this objective. You have Mace on the vision for the side of Wetrnd. You also have Arise, who is ready with additional item against APG. For APG, they need to take control. They have the Zolia, they have the Yulong, they have the sustain. We could see right now Mace is being poked. Okay, there's a breather. They respect each other. There's discipline. there's timers as to when and where they will start the fight.
Right up, Burst catches on to 2 once again as we see Arise dancing onto the battlefield. First victim, first side APG will be Saber on that Dolia here, but is there a follow-up engage coming in for any of these teams as we see both teams once again pull back here? If Wetrnd gets to get the wave, they could very much force a 4v5 on that Shadow Overlord.
Sagi, imagine this is already 6 minutes of the game, 16 rather. It's a very long game for both. The emotional pressure kicks in. We have Xiang in front, but Arise will secure that one for Wetrnd. Overlord Vanguards marching in onto the areas of APG. And for APG, it feels like they're just waiting for that perfect opportunity. The perfect setup play, the perfect burst coming in from Shizan.
But Wetrnd Esports, they are bringing the PKL energy to Quill City Mall in Malaysia. This is exactly the playstyle that we see from Boom Esports, from Blacklist International, and right now, we're seeing it from Wetrnd Esports.
That's true, and we consider Philippines as an emerging region in terms of HOK, and this is what they've been practicing. This is what they've prepared days before KNC. I mean, KNC is about nation's pride. Them bringing the Filipino pride. I mean, even for the viewers, I am sure that they're ready for it.
Once again, Maze catches onto Shizan here. Shizan, no flash, no Splendor, has to force it out right now here, but he's so darn close here, but Xiang finds over Darfin on towards the front side. Syndicate, one man against the world. Yulong going in with the Hound, catches over Syndicate. Syndicate, can you run away? Another Hound coming in from Yulong to catch the side laner here. Both the Clash and Farming are down. JD going in on the assassination attempt onto his Aaron here. Right now, it is looking a 4-2 in favor of the MKL fan favorites.
Now the story is about the decision making. APG finding that right moment to actually counter. We see Arise trying to somehow go for that contest, but it's gonna be APG securing that one. 18 minutes, almost close to the 20 minutes mark for this game, and I really love that APG is taking back that control on this game number 3. It's just game number 3.
It's just game number 3. It's not even game number 5. But look at the map right here, Chantel. Towards the bottom lane of APG, when that fight happened, the tier 3 fell in favor for Wetrnd here. If, we're talking about if, the Tempest Dragon were to spawn towards top side, that could be such a big minion lead for the side of Alpha Gaming.
That's true, that's true. So you have to take note of all areas around the map. 80 minutes again. Saber's finding the right spot with those possible face check around this area. So again, APG is taking control of the map. You have even Mace being forced to back away. As much as possible, if you are Wetrnd, you need to defend all high ground towers.
Another engage coming in from Wetrnd here as we see 1v1 between Darfin and also JD here. But Mace, can you look for a safety retreat here? He does back away. More damage onto his Yulong here as both of these teams are going dangerously low. 40 seconds on that Tempest Dragon here. Shizan, your position is so darn forward here as Arise goes for the assassination onto his Shizan. That is a big kill. But Arise, can you escape towards safety here? He gets taken down. 30 seconds on that Tempest Dragon as we are looking at more of these fights. Darfin goes in, gets taken down. JD with the Sage Sandwich block. He's up, he's available when you need him the most. JD, 10, 0, and 4 on that Demon Jet. He is the man of APG.
One player left, it's gonna be Syndicate. That's it, the fourth elimination team after a very long game. APG standing strong against Wetrnd.
What a back and forth game, Chantal. This is what we're looking for coming in from both PKL and MKL. Mind you, in a best of 5 setting, this is absolute peak.
Yup, absolute cinema, if I must say, for that game number 3. I mean, almost close by Wetrnd. It's just that in terms of late game decision making, it is expected that APG will win those moments.
Yeah, and they had a great time, right? In the sense that they were close. Wetrnd actually made it very close. There were opportunities where they were able to get in, but in the end, just a couple too many mistakes in the sense of like Arise going in for that last pick on the Shizan, got a little bit aggressive on that one, and when you're down a member, it's going to be a bit of an issue. Plus, they really had no answers for JD. He was free farming literally the enemy team, the entire Wetrnd team on this one.
He really had all the moments to shine, and he made 0 mistakes in that game here. Let's check out the entire goal lead here coming in from both of these teams. You can see 10-0 and 6 on JD, 17,000 on that Direnjie.
Yeah, that's true. And just imagine for the side of Wetrnd, they were very aggressive at that time. He could have been a target for Wetrnd, but because of the positioning, I mean, it's easy to say that positioning is easy, but at the same time, the individual moments we're in, you know when and where to position yourself is very crucial. And I think JD was the one, or JD was the guy for APG on that game number 3 as to why he doesn't have a depth for that game.
Yeah, and everything about Wetrnd was farming everyone else but JD, and they had no answers for them. And JD would even go aggressive, he would flash, get that Imperial Order, and just like mow everybody down. He did an insane amount of damage with 150,000, but Syndicate on the other end, doing whatever he could. Some of his teammates would get out of position. He would go in, try to get those flashes, and just do that damage.
The damage has been done, but APG were the victorious one in this game number 3 here. What an absolute cinema. What a way to open up our KNC Day 2 with this best of 5.
To be fair, I wasn't expecting this game number 3 to be this long because of the differences also in terms of dynamics in the hero composition that we had. But definitely for APG, again, masterful decision making in terms of late game. You have to commend also Saber, who had 92% in terms of team fight participation all throughout the game, sustaining all the damages. And here's the graph. We could say that for most parts of the game, it was the player, or it was APG dictating the game. It just so happened that for Wetrnd, they were kind of winning the team fights. But in terms of macro, it was APG winning those.
APG with the macro here, allowing them to have this smooth goalie here, but this is just on the goal chart here. In the game, it was such a back and forth attempts here coming in for the side of Wetrnd Esports in those team fights here. We were seeing Arise, Syndicate, and also Maze with those beautiful engages to really catch them off guard. But in the end, JD with a perfect game really allowed for that to happen.
Yeah, speaking of JD, I'm pretty sure he will be the MVP on this one. I think that there's going to be full agreement here. I mean, he was 10-0 and 6, 27% of the damage, but every single time the team fights was happening, JD was nearby, he was picking them off from afar, right? And he was playing the D-Ren-J perfectly. When you haven't died a single time in a very chaotic game, and Wetrnd was trying to draw a beat on him, but could never find him.
That's true, and I think it was the story of his stats is basically the same from game number 1, that for every goal that he has, he converts it into damage. That's why 26 versus 27 is pretty high. It means that the farm lane efficiency is very consistent all throughout the game. But of course, kudos to Wetrnd because they were able to shake things off, given the fact that the lineup of APG is more on the sustain side. They were able to take down Yulong most of the moments all throughout the game. But again, it's all about the positioning. But aside from the positioning, we could see at this moment as to why JD was very confident in that Saber was right behind him. It was Atolia right behind him.
Yeah, always supportive in that sense, right? And that's the perfect lane combination that you're looking for. Plus, Aaron, there were times where, I mean, like Syndicate just trying to run away from JD, he just gets mowed down every single time. And JD, like a maestro, like playing with his food, does the walls, his footwork is phenomenal, catching people out. Maze has to use that Umbrella Outburst. He used it quite a bit, and he set things up. A lot of good team fights, which is not easy to do, but then Darfin got picked off, and you saw this time and time again with those team fights. Once Darfin goes down, you're really going to struggle to really to take over that team fight.
Yeah. Losing out the DPS coming in from Darfin here, definitely not what you want to be expecting coming in from Wetrnd, but take a look at these offensive plays coming in from JD. He was just all over the place with that golden token flash.
Yeah, and this was the very end. Arise had gone in. Once he'd been picked off, it was literally just throwing it all in, trying to get some sort of pick off, trying to stay alive. Wasn't really going to happen. Syndicate was doing as much as he could, but once you're down numbers, impossible at that stage. Unfortunately, Wetrnd faltered in the end.
Yeah, and at that moment, I think for the final moments of the highlights, I think that is where the veterans and even the late game decision making comes in, because at that moment, when there was 2 players down for the side of Wetrnd, they kind of deteriorated on how to defend against the marching players of AP.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is that you need to be patient no matter what's going on, right? I think that just like
Even
calm down. Yeah, even in life, right? I mean, yeah, at certain times. I think that we need to kind of bring it up a level here and there, but there are definitely, you got to pick your moments, right? Because these are, again, situations when things get a little chaotic, you know what I mean? Anything can happen and you might get caught out. And that's kind of what you saw towards the very, very end.
That's the pressure that we talk about being a pro player. All these high pressure games, high level games, it boils down to those key moments in those final few moments whereby a split moment decides everything, and JD was that person to do so. But ladies and gentlemen, that was a very exciting game. We need to take a breather coming in for all of us and the players. We will catch you right after this short 5-minute break. See you later.
This world shrouded in darkest night will soon welcome Lord Dichen's return.
We must join forces to prevent the Dark Lord's revival. Answer the call of the token and follow me into battle.
Neither I nor my 5 Thunder Drums will permit the Dark Lord's return.
A mere mortal. Seeking to overcome the divine? How misguided.
Oh, have your saviors arrived? Is that the Dark Lord? Are we too late?
The Sky Lord. It might be our only chance.
Then let's take it.
Thunder.
Master Sekong? His power can wound the Dark Lord.
You truly consider yourself a threat to Lord Dichen? Only defeat awaits those who blaspheme my lord!
Can you get the Sky Orb?
It'll be hard, with this many people guarding it.
Don't count on getting lucky.
Out of the way! Help me!
Don't you have any new tricks? This is getting old!
Make some room! You're all too slow!
Guess it's my lucky day. I get to have a little chat with Levi.
I made it!
Where do you think you're going?
Your hero has arrived! Hero, more like zero!
Huh? My idol is here too!
Huh?
Lord Dichen. None shall stand in the way of your arrival.
What? Has the Dark Lord already regained his divine power?
The ritual isn't finished. We still have time. If we grab the Sky Orb now...
Forget that for now. Let's focus on getting through this shield.
We have to stop the Dark Lord's return, no matter what! If we can just find a weakness, we'll have a chance. The 5 Thunder Drums can wound the Dark Lord. We've just gotta hit him on the right spot. From death, from the...
Nail-biter of a game. Alpha Gaming with just enough to get themselves a lead. They're at match point up 2-1. But of course, Wetrnd fighting to the bitter end, almost taking that one away. That one was a much closer game than I expected.
It was really PKL's statement there, whereby they're saying like, okay, Game 2, it was not a fluke. We could really take on some of these best teams in the world, whereby APG, they are a team that went to KWC, went to S3, and right now they are on their tracks to go to KIC as well. So definitely, it's a feel-good moment for the PKL fans.
Definitely feel good. I mean, this is the situation. I mean, going in, they're not going to really, dare I say, make the KIC, but this is a moment to be able to take this to Alpha Gaming, who again, 3rd place in MKL. They are not small fishes at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's true. And it feels like for the Filipino teams, they're quite equipped coming to KNC. I mean, we've considered them again an emerging region. I'm from Philippines, by the way. I consider ours as an emerging region, but at the same time, them playing like that against the teams like APG, who's actually 3rd at MKL, and at the same time with Blacklist International winning against HBSE the other day with a single game tells a lot, is already a statement, I mean, for the side of the Philippines.
Yeah, and actually with that last game, Wetrnd really taking that one to the maximum fighting. You could see the fighting spirit. I think it's safe to say that we're all Filipino on the desk on that one, because they were willing to just lay it on the line, right?
Guys.
And
I love it.
Yeah, you definitely have my support. It's a little biased at this point, but
I was a Filipino fan from that point as well. You saw me how I supported Blacklist yesterday and today as well. I'm supporting Wetrnd as well. My boys Arise, Syndicate, they're all on the screen there. So for them, it is really down to those few key moments, the mental pressure that we talk about that they really need to withhold in those situations.
And
we're all in for progress here.
Yes, progress.
At the KNC, because we want to elevate the playstyle of every region. Well, thank you for the Malaysian teams, because you help us elevate that playstyle. But yep, for this one, a lot of progress. And we have supporters from Filipinos here at the venue. And speaking of those watching our live stream, you can gather around at the venue. Come join us at Quill City Mall. We have lots of activities for you, and even rewards if you come in.
Yep, and looking at the global ban pick, these are the picks that have been made thus far. They're not able to play it in Game 4, potentially Game 5 as well. So this is, again, we're trying to draw deep. How deep are our hero pools as we get to this level? Because it's starting to get a bit late.
Yeah, I can see you started there. You know why? Because that was just an insane amount of team fights that we saw just now. We were just like all waiting for that final few moments, and coming to this game number 4. Early game seems to be an important factor here. The team fighting power being generated by the PKL squad is something that MKL is trying to be matching in that department.
Yeah, that's right. And at the same time, the team that has a better way to punish the error of the other team actually wins the game. Because at that moment, I think for game number 3, it was APG leading that department. Because for most cases, it's as if they're pushing Wetrnd 8 errors all throughout the game by putting pressure for all lanes. That's why they were effective on that game number 3.
Yeah, and it also seemed like Wetrnd were trying to force the issue a bit. I mean, again, they like to fight. It's exciting, right? And you're constantly just like in the enemy team.
It's a trend.
Yeah, it's definitely a trend, right? And there are moments where they'll risk it. It's not the greatest of decisions at times. And I mean, hindsight is definitely 2020 and biased in that regard. But APG, on the other hand, playing a little bit more casual, right? Consistent, understanding that we need to stick to objectives here.
Objective of this game number 4 will be the start of the pick and bans here between both coaches. We have Coach Quinn and also Coach Exosen, the two masterminds going head at it, because we are in a global ban pick format here. You are generally being targeted down 15 bans already on both squads.
Yep, and right now we can see the sides being switched by both teams. APG is now on the blue side. Wetrnd is on the red side. The Luna has been picked. I really love that APG banned out the pay, because it's the next hero in line for a rise on this game. I'm expecting that this hero won't be opened all throughout the series, though.
It's going to be opening up, and they are going hot and heavy. APG, that is, picking up this Luna on the Yulong. You're going to see this high-flying hero. I mean, Wetrnd right now, Exosin really needs to make a decision. They need to have some sort of lockdown, ensure that this Luna doesn't pop off. They need to invade the enemy jungle, ensure that they have a great early start as well.
But they take another focus here towards the side laners that Darfin and Syndicate got their hands on the Marco Polo and Charlotte composition, whereby these two, they are a force to be reckoned with if they are allowed to scale towards that late game marker.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help them. Now, Marco Polo, though, again, this is more of a Darfin specialty. You know, I mean, it's something that he really likes to play. We've seen it consistently used, but he needs time, right? It's all about having some sort of space and ability to farm, and now you're seeing APG counterpicking with the Channel and the Diadea themselves.
Yep, and in terms of our early game, I think our early laning rather for these heroes in terms of farm lane, I think the more aggressive part will be on the side of APG. So with the Marco Polo on the Wetrnd side, I think they should be on the safety route for this. So again, for this one, Wetrnd will take Menki.
Okay.
Surprisingly for this, Menki is not the usual Arise hero. I mean, 66% out of 3
Yeah,
picks
but
is something.
yeah, it makes sense here, though. I mean, if you're looking at Luna, Chano, and the Diadea, all three of these guys are like ripe targets for the Menki to just jump on top of you. Plus, if you're able to just be tanky, you're not going to be target number 1. You're going to be the bouncer of your team, protecting this Darfin Marco Polo.
This Darfin Marco Polo, this is like what we saw in that match where JD and Darfin were just going head at it. But in those final few moments, Darfin really got caught out by Xiang in those particular team fights that we talk about here. So coming to game number 4, can we see that same performance that's being set up by Darfin in that farm lane?
Probably we could see that. So no has been banned, even the Lady Gen, surprising for the set of Wetrnd. I'm not sure if Lady Gen is the pick most of the time by APG, correct me if I'm wrong, gentlemen, but for APG, they need another hero that could act potentially burst, could be a utility one, so that Luna has that space to farm and roam around the map as much as possible early on the game. APG, another ban for them, probably another mage hero. They ban at Liang, it's gonna be Monster. So more on the crowd control and setting up the tempo for Wetrnd.
You can see that APG is putting a lot of focus in allowing Yulong on this Luna to play comfortably. So we see the 4 bans here. You have the Pei, direct jungle matchup here. You have the Liang and also Mozi that really counters this Luna in her tracks here. So APG, the key thing is simple. Early to mid game, give Yulong on that Luna a smooth gameplay to be really experiencing, and then late game, that's where JD jumps back in and starts carrying these games.
Yeah, if he's able to get that space and farm. Plus, they need a little bit of counter initiation on this team. They don't really have a whole lot of beef, so to speak. It looks like Wetrnd, they're going to go with the Zakir Maze. This is great in terms of that AoE stun, because you know roughly where that Luna's going to potentially jump in. Might not be the easiest thing, but you can kind of cycle that cooldown. Hopefully you hit him once, and that will be pretty much all you need.
The lineup now for Wetrnd is more about slow burn against APG. I mean, how does it stay on the jungle? Yes, with the Menki. And the only thing, or my biggest takeaway for this hero composition is that as much as possible, you want a Marco Polo to be as effective as possible early game. And wow, I like the lineup of APG. I'll be honest with this. You have the Dorman, even the Yijing. Just imagine the crowd control and at the same time the potential that you will stop the rest of the players to back away. It's It's as if you're embracing them. Stay here, stay at Malaysia. You're having fun here.
Exactly, right? You're putting down 4 walls and then you say, we're not letting you leave until you say Malaysian food is good.
We're not letting you eat not until you appreciate sambal.
Yeah. They're going to force feed it, but it looks like they're going to go the last pick, Wetrnd, Gia on this one. Aaron, kind of letting him go from afar. This is going to be an interesting one to watch because, again, the Yixing, you've already talked about the board, plus the Dharma, a lot of control when it comes to those team fights. It's going to be key. And now how does Wetrnd solve that issue here?
And what's interesting, again, with Azia, we will expect again that since it is not gold dependent or item dependent, definitely another Arise moment or another Dolphin moment for this game number 4. I'm expecting that for APG, they will be literally all over the place with the Luna pick.
Yeah, but here we go. Alpha Gaming up 2-1, match point. They have a potential to knock them out at this point. Let's see how it goes. Chantel, Sagi, please take it away.
And already at the start of the game here, we see an aggressive play between Saber and Maze towards that mid lane river here. For the side of Shizan and Aaron, both of them not really looking to give away that lead. On towards the top side here, JD and Dolphin here simultaneously swapping that lane, really fight for that control.
Yeah, as much as possible, if you have a Diadea on your lineup, you want to be on the aggressive side. So things are pretty good for the side of APG, but there's going to be pokes early game.
Yeah, Aaron here potentially has to force a wind flash. Misses the flash on towards the river pit here. That is such a painful play coming in for the Wetrnd mid lane.
Of course, very crucial one. And it's against Zia. As much as possible, we want Zia to level up continuously, not be the target as much as possible. So APG looking good on this game number 4. Again, match point for the team. 1-0 on this 1 minute game and 800 gold lead for an early game. I think that's pretty huge, and it's up against a mid lane.
And you're giving it to none other than JD in this matchup here as we see Maze
Yulong
gets caught out here. Yulong does arrive here, but it is a security we're talking about. Those ride the wins, he could really get out of danger very easily.
Yeah, I would agree for that. And right now, the pressure is really on the farm lane, and they know that Dolphin's confident with this Marco Polo. I think for most PKL teams, we're gonna be playing it well.
And we see an engage coming through from Saber here on towards Maze. Getting away to safety here. That was so close for comfort.
So close, so close. Good thing he has the flash for that one. And APG starting things really fast in terms of the resources because it is pretty huge. 1.5k gold lead. You have consistently having Shizan farm and even clear the minion wave. And remember, Shizan was the MVP. No, it was a Jihong. It's his Hing.
Yes, Jihong yesterday on that Yixing performance. Yes.
Anyway, they play really well on the mid lanes. Talk about precision and even the position around the team fight. So for Wetrnd right now, they need to do something, probably a trade.
Saber gets caught up by the Universal Law. It's so darn low. Saber with the last hit coming in from Dolphin. Beautiful stuff coming in from Wetrnd's mid lane here. Although a shaky early game, Aaron still makes this marker for that counterplay.
That is what Wetrnd needs for this game as much as possible. Limit the lead that APG has. And the focus really on the farm lane. I'm really looking forward as to how Syndicate and Siang will play on the objective that we will have a few minutes from now. Still, APG is able to sustain this goal lead, so it's very different from game number 1 because even though Wetrnd was effective early game, APG still has that momentum on having Yulong get those farms. That's the difference.
Yeah,
it's something that Wetrnd has to fix for this game number 4 for them to be able to secure game number 5.
And you can see all these farms falling to the pockets of Yulong. JD is also getting a lot of these attention coming in from the mid and roam for the side of Alpha Gaming here. You can see multiple members for the side of APG just funneling these resources, these vision to really protect this late game channel on this marksman.
Yeah, that's true. And I gotta say, we have to commend how Saber has been playing. So far, Syndicate is on the hands of Yulong. That is another initiation yet from APG.
And top side here, we see Dolphin going in with the Fever Barrage. Catches onto JD here, going extremely low. As Saber and JD both has to run away. Saber with no flash, with no mobility, gets decimated by Aaron on those attempts here. Very good counter kill once again, coming in from Wetrnd Esports as we are approaching this 4-minute mark. Jungle is in danger for the side of Arise.
Okay, good answer, but the side of Wetrnd, we see, okay, a steal from Yulong side. on APG, but I think the trade for Wetrnd is going to be on the top lane. So 2-2 still is the score. Okay, talk to me about this. You have 2-2, yes, but there's a huge lead in terms of gold.
So this is coming from two things. Laning phase, whereby Darfin is losing a lot of resources in that minion department, and then the jungle resources, whereby Arise, out of all that chaos, is also the losing factor here, losing all these buffs into the hands of Yulong.
It's probably because also on the difference of the jungle kits that we have. Again, Assassin versus a more sustainable jungle or utility hero. So 2-2 again, 3-1 for this. In terms of the difference, in terms of gold, you have 4.3k for the Luna and 3k. But there will be a lot of pokes, a lot of blocks that Saber has been doing all throughout the game. Very consistent. So it is very effective against Wetrnd. They could probably take down this tower at the top lane, to which they are able
catches
to.
onto 2. And we see some form of a follow-up coming in from Saber here, but this monkey is just so darn tanky in these exchanges here. So far, we see Xiang going a bit too low here. Damage does come through coming in from Arrow here, as we see Yulong going in for an aggressive play onto Syndicate here. Syndicate, too low for comfort here, has to back away towards safety.
You saw that damage coming in from the player, particularly Yulong.
So bad.
And it's so massive that the Syndicate wasn't able to sustain that one. So it's going to be a tall order for Wetrnd for the longer team fight.
Xiang going in, fails the flash, has to bail out. Universal Law catches onto him, does use the set on towards the monkey, towards the wall, as we see this buff is not long for long. For the side of APG, they do steal away this Azure Golem, but with blinking Hellfires here, Wetrnd Esports wants to really stop this retreat back towards the mid lane.
You know what, for APG, they've been playing really fast.
Yulong goes in, gets
fast.
the kill. That is a mechanical prowess of this Luna here as the port. Catches none. Syndicate in no man's land, goes towards the back line here. Diadea with the key heal here. Saber saving Shisan's life.
Okay, 2 players on the side of Wetrnd. At this moment, Wetrnd needs to regroup because APG is all over the place, even on the jungle camps. So it feels like for APG, they're really taking control of this game, and Yulong is all over the place. I mean, if you look at the hero composition of Wetrnd, there's no player that could actually stop a Luna that easily and that fast whenever they are in the middle of a team fight.
That is such a good point that you pointed out, Chantel, because in towards the banning phase coming in for the side of APG, they really ban out a lot of these jungle counters on the Luna. You ban away the Liang, Morton, and also the Pei. That gives so much room for Yulong on this Luna to just cruise around the gorge with no worries.
Yeah, that's true. Definitely, and it's very evident on this game. Just imagine 2-1 on this Luna. So for Wetrnd, they might want to take things slow, but I don't think APG is giving them the time. It's just APG. They know the strengths of their lineup and so the weakness.
Mage catches on the 2 with that Bowberry power here, immediately annihilates Saber here. Xiang trying to look for a re-engage here, but JD once again on that channel with a triple kill.
Somebody has to stop JD on this one. He's on the roll, triple kill. And Yulong against Arise at the middle lane.
Arise! You are not going at the same place here. Arise is no longer for the world, and he is sent to sleep.
Safe to say, APG definitely is winning this game. I mean, at this point, you only have Darfin and even a Maze available to defend the high ground tower, but I don't think they won't be able to. So a 9-4 is the score. 7.6k gold lead for APG. This is gonna be tough for Wetrnd.
This is exactly what we talk about, the Wetrnd playstyle coming in from game number 2. If you want to fight, PKL brings it to you. But APG and the coaching staff, they realize that they like to fight. Let's draft a strong early game composition around JD, Yulong, and then you have a fight.
I mean, they know their ways against.
And then we are going in again. Yulong finding on towards Aaron here as Arise is limping away. JD finding the kill on towards Arise. 5v3 in favor for the MKL fan favorites as the first kill tree falls at 8 minutes 30 seconds of the game.
Last triple play again from APG. Massive lead.
Massive lead.
10.7k for 8 minutes. I mean, you're more than a K or more than 1,000 for every
They're going
minute.
for the end as we see the board lays through. Maze getting caught in no man's land with the final few kills here. Darfin wants to save the game, but the game is going into the favor of Alpha Gaming as they close the series 3-1 for the MKL Nation.
Another win for a Malaysian team at KNC. Alpha Gaming winning 3-1 against the Wetrnd. Sagi, they're playing really well. I mean, I'm speechless, to be honest. If we compare all performances, game number 1 as compared to game number 2 and even game number 4, it's as if you're a player that you're leveling up. Are you familiar with the anime solo leveling?
I am familiar.
It's as if they are Jinwoo on this.
But solo leveling has the lineup of the same thing, whereby you're looking at a slow, progressive growth into the long-term growth that we talk about. For PKL, it is always about the slow baby steps here. From PKL Spring to PKL Fall to the Honor of Kings Nation Clash, to be able to get games out of APG, to be able to get games out of HBSC. This is the growth we want from PKL. But today, this series falls in favor of APG, evolving much faster in this best of 5.
I mean, at the end of the day, the team that has a better adaptation or how they adjust about their team wins the game. And I think at that moment, it was APG who is winning at that department. But I really like what you said. I mean, it's all about growth and progression. And I think with a short period of time, the Filipino teams or PKL teams had been progressing really well and playing fair against the Malaysian teams or stronger ones.
I mean, you saw them level up. I mean, they
Welcome
definitely
back.
got like, thank you so much. I mean, they were definitely playing much better, but I mean, just in the end, Alpha Gaming just too strong, able to close that series out when they needed to. Again, showing a little bit of bias, but of course,
I'm proud of the boys.
They showed up today.
I'll
They
raise
showed up
it.
today.
I'm proud of the boys.
It was a very tight series that we saw so far. Game 1 was absolute dominance coming in for the side of APG, but going into Game 2, Game 3, that's where the side of Wetrnd really started fighting back, and it was a darn well series that we actually witnessed in this best of 5.
You know what? If you will ask me today who my dark horse is, it's gonna be Blacklist or because of their performances.
Yeah.
From the previous day and today. I mean, they've surprised everyone and they've been playing really well. Probably for the next few days, they might win a game. Hopefully, not probably.
Hopefully,
It's
yeah.
hopefully.
You gotta manifest it. You gotta will it into your
Hopefully.
system. Not just a game, but a series. I think that they potentially could happen, right? We have still yet to go against the Indonesian squad, so we're gonna have to see that one. I think the rivalry will definitely be there because they do not want to be on the bottom. I know that I've been talking to a lot of the PKL casters as well as the IKL casters. Both of them, they think the other region is on the bottom here. So the rivalry is definitely there.
It's riding onto two things, right? Where Rookie is not here today, so you're in his place to fight against Chantel in that sense, right? So you have Bigetron by Vitality going against Blacklist International here. Both champions of their own region coming to combat for that regional pride. We're not just talking about, a few thousand US, we get more in that prize, but we're talking about the bragging rights.
Yeah, because all the points will be added up at the end of the day, and it's as if you're not given the opportunity to brag onto the other team, not until KIC.
Yeah.
Well, not until KIC. It's like a vibe check as to where you're placed before KIC.
But it's important because it's about that experience, right? Going up against the squad that, again, you could potentially see at the KIC. You want to get those reps in to see exactly what sort of strategies stick. Am I able to go in? I think if we're going into some of the drafts right now, we've seen the Yangjian kind of really play off, right? I think the teams are really been, dare I say, unprepared for it. They have, been basically rolled over by this one single hero come that draft.
I think Yangjin so far has been a fantastic hero coming in for most of these junglers to really catch people off guard in that draft that you mentioned here, especially the MKL has been practicing this pick since the playoffs, and we've seen how the BO7 really started this pick here. But we need Mara here to really check with the players, to check with the MVP on that interview. So let's pass it over to Mara.
A big round of applause to Alpha Gaming. Congratulations, Saber, JD, you guys have done amazing. Now, Saber, Malaysia has been undefeated so far. Against Philippines and Indonesia, how long do you think you can keep this win streak going?
I think we can win every game.
Win every game, so you can defeat them all.
Yes.
And from what you guys are doing, it looks very possible. Now, JD, you're always MVP. You are so spot on, so amazing. Now, what is the biggest reason for your dominance and for Malaysia's success?
Because my teammate trusts me.
So it's all about the trust.
Yes.
And that's why it's so worth trusting you, because we could see the great performance, always MVP. Now, the Malaysian fans are very happy right now. Look at them raising your names, screaming for your team. What would you like to say to everybody?
Thank you for support Alpha Gaming.
And thank you for putting up such a great fight. Now we've heard from the winning team. We're gonna take a look at the casters to break it down even more. Casters, lead the gorge.
All right, one thing I've learned from Saber, from that interview with Saber right there, was that he trusts his teammates. I wish I had that same level of trust on the English desk here.
Oh, you don't trust us?
Well, you know, I mean,
depending on the
there are definitely moments,
situational
right?
now.
It's still a bit early in that one, but we're going to check out the post games. I mean, JD, just like obviously MVP after MVP, when you're 6-0-4, constantly just taking the games down. They were very clinical in this one. Really, very quick game here.
Clinical, good point. I think at this point, for other teams that will be facing APG, they really need to stop. JD, 6-0-4 again. And also, I've kind of been for APG. They're very systematic in a way that everyone steps up in certain timers. You know, if the Clash lane should be doing all those jobs, and then he does it. They know when and where to pick.
Exactly right. Like, just what Shanta is trying to tell you guys is that, hey, a good team is not down to a single player. It is about 5 players together, and when one underperforms, the other 4 backs it up for their team. And then we see APG. JD has been really the star of this match coming into this entire series here. Every game he played has been wonderful and clinical, as mentioned by Holler.
I wish you could tell my ranked teammates exactly what you just said about the whole team play, and not everyone's like a single player, because that would be key for them. But if we're looking at the gold graph, I mean, completely skewed in APG, and this is why they were able to close the game out in about 8 minutes and 57 seconds. One of the faster games at the tournament thus far. But, you know, Wetrnd, while they fought a valiant fight, and you'll check out some of the series in this game, you know, especially games 2 and 3, they really struck back. And I think that was really what caught Alpha Gaming a little off guard here.
Yeah, I think also for Wetrnd, the strength is about skirmishes, about team fights. It's just that for APG, again, all throughout the series, it's all about macros. As to why for Wetrnd, they're always trying to lessen that gap that they had. But MVP out of that game, I won't be surprised. It's going to be JD again. All 3 games was JD, if I'm not mistaken.
The Dirigid, the Channel.
Oh, yeah,
and
it's JD.
I think has back-to-back JD so far, and he's had a phenomenal performance on these picks. I gotta say, 6-0-4, and then he was single-handedly going towards that back line, getting that triple kill that we may see later on that replay was just so darn juicy of a play coming in from a farm laner's perspective.
And he's very confident even without someone with him in the early phases of the game. So that alone tells a lot about the player. JD is just confident. As to why even the other players of APG was as confident as him. But it all boils down again on the first blood from the side of APG, and it was on JD's hands. That alone means that for Wetrnd, they struggled a bit to kind of lessen the lead that APG had during that game number 4.
Yeah, too fast, too furious. I mean, you're seeing even Yulong here just making some serious plays, just hunting them down. No avenue of attack was safe. They were constantly on you. And Wetrnd, again, they were willing to fight it out even when they were down in terms of net worth, but APG just making them pay. They just had too much. Aaron really no chance on this punch. I mean, JD was just running them down, getting all those kills.
And this is one of the faster games that we've seen so far. I think it was 8 minutes, 57 seconds. It was all in domination of the side of Alpha Gaming here. They adapt, they listen, and they bring the fighting style back to the PKL's favorite here. So right now, we have this series, and it has ended for match number 1. We will be looking at the next series so far.
Yeah, next series is going to be a banger. That one's going to be Blacklist International going up against Bigetron by Vitality. That one will be, dare I say, the match of the day. I think that they're, yeah, I got to represent Indonesia. Sorry, I got to get the flag near me because
so
I am the guy.
You're the neutral guy.
Yeah, you're neutral. I feel like, yes, you will be the UN in that regard.
bias today.
Yeah, the bias will continue on. This is going to be an all-Filipino team day, so you're going to be, I'm sure, very ecstatic seeing all of those teams that are straight out of the PKL continue to go on. Wetrnd will be back in match number 3. That one, again, will be interesting going up against Alter Ego.
Of course, and yeah, for Wetrnd, I think they had the warm-up already, but for BTR by Vitality versus Blacklist International, I mean, we saw the potential of Blacklist International yesterday, but for BTR, I know that they're also hungry for that win because they lost against HBSE.
Yeah, both of those teams that are coming up in this next match lost against HBSC, so this one is like, hey, they're looking at each other. It's going to be personal, and they definitely want to ensure that, hey, whoever has that edge going in will be key because it's all, again, about the bragging rights here at the Kings Nations Clash.
Kings Nation Clash at Quill City Mall here. Fans are happy. Players are happy as well. Everybody is just playing for the regional pride that we talk about. But it's been a blast of a first game. We need a breather. We need a bit of a rest. So we will go for a 15-minute break and we will just get some water, get some snacks, and we will see you right after this short break.
Caillou, do not run. I like that. Hey, you! Stop! Hey! Stop! You! Woo! Wow!
Cheers!
The cursed name, Kaiser.
Hello. I'm a spriteling. This world is so strange. Happy people are colorful. So beautiful. Are those their negative emotions? Ah, so scary! Huh? Oh, let me chase away the unhappiness! Sprite Lane strike! Ha! I'm a spriteling. With me around, you'll never be unhappy. Ow, that hurts.
Thank you. Let's be friends.
Get him! Get him! It's fine. Let's play another match. Charge! Welcome to the world of spritelings. I'll take you to our annual Spriteling Festival.
HOK and release your unhappiness. The world can't be without Spriteless. Dongwon, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess. Let me help you tidy things up. It's almost time. Hang in there. We'll protect everyone. Someone will come to help us. Who will come to help us? No. How interesting. Very interesting. You. Why do you always cling on to him? Hmm?
Wetrnd. It's been a long time.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Realme 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Why are you here?
In here, okay? No one can challenge Malaysia.
Philippines is the best country in the way.
I'm here to prove that Indonesian always on top. Always.
What makes your nation stronger?
We have our flag in our chest, and this is makes us stronger.
Of course, in Malaysia lah, because we are the strongest region. Malaysia boleh.
Who do you think will win nation clash?
You ask a very good question.
Of course, Malaysia.
Serious? Come on, bro. Of course.
You see this? Yeah.
I think we're gonna win.
Now our team is underdog, and no one see us, no one smell us, and when they see and smell us, it's already too late.
Because Wetrnd is very aggressive, rotations don't even matter. We're gonna everywhere.
Aggression? Cute leh. Because Malaysia, we got discipline. They call us the comeback king. Ultimate battle, it's nothing new, bro. We always do it all the time.
We play the game how it's supposed to be played.
We different level. We level so high.
Ah, so boring. Come on.
So high. So high.
Winning is not just part of the game. It's a style.
My team is handsomer than yours.
Indonesian smile is the best, bro. You want some proof? You see this?
Why is everyone talking about the game? No one's talking about the food. You can't call yourself the greatest nation without the greatest food.
Huh? You really asked me that question, ma? Of course, Indonesia food is the best, lah. Huh? Malaysian food is better because we got nasi lemak, roti canai.
Come on, bro. Nasi lemak. I got one word for you. Flavor. You bring the spice. Again.
Char kway teow, rojak.
Indonesian food, the best, bro.
We have Indomie. All the food is very good.
Indonesian rendang is the best, bro.
Have you even tried sinigang adobo? It's S tier, bro.
Adobo? Nice, man.
Filipino food is the best!
Maggie me! Our Malaysia is better!
Wait.
You are just better.
Caught you. Do not I like that.
Welcome back to the second day of Nation Clash. Now the battle is ready. Second day, teams are about to ignite. And once again, we see two clashes between champion nations. Two nations ready to defend their name. And now it's time to ignite the gorge. Introducing and entering the arena from Indonesia. A name that needs no introduction. Champions forged through adversities, defined by macro precision and fearless discipline. Let's welcome Bigetron Esports. Bigetron Esports, ready to defend their nation. Standing tall, standing proud. They are the pride of Indonesia. Many fear Bigetron Esports, and now they've come to show what Indonesia is all about. Get ready for an intense duel. They carry the pride of the region. And they will defend Indonesia with all their heart. And now, on the opposite side, rising from the heart of the Philippines, a team known for their unbreakable synergy and championship pedigree, the PKL Fall Season Champions. And they're here to prove why they are set the standards for discipline and dominance. Let's welcome Blacklist International. Let's bring the coaches to the stage to lead them to strategy. Bigetron Esports versus Blacklist International. Two of Southeast Asia's strongest lineups. Indonesia versus Philippines, each representing legacy and pride. This is a battle of strategy, discipline, and national glory. Starts now. Casters, lead the gorge.
And thank you, Mara. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at it again to the Quill City Mall where we have Bigetron by Vitality here.
Yeah, these are my boys. It's going to be Zan, Tubzy, Zanku, Neil, Ormston. This is a squad that has actually surprised winning the IKL and really just like rising to that next level ever since we saw them from KWC, and they've continued to get better and better throughout.
All for Bigetron by Vitality, lost against the homeboys Vector Esports yesterday. So it feels like for them, they're prepared for this game. I mean, they had overnight to change everything and fix things up. And who really stood out on that game was Zanku. The hero pool was there, but it's just that for Bigetron by Vitality, they are leaning towards him or relying on him too much. So somebody has to step up aside from him.
Yeah, and it looks, I mean, generally speaking, it's usually Zan. Tough Z, of course, making those plays as well. These are the two that really need to kind of ensure that they get that space. Neil and Ormston have generally been more support style. They've done a great job with the composition, but again, Zanku is front and center for a reason. The guy is an all-star.
The guy is indeed an all-star here, hailing as the Malaysian import going into the Bigetron by Vitality of the IKL lineup. He's often coined as Yono, as you talk about. He's one of the best junglers that we have in the IKL region. But on the opposite end here, Chantel, run me through Blacklist International here.
I mean, yesterday they played against Homeboys SE, and I gotta say that they made an impression for majority of the teams participating in KNC. They played really well. We've noticed that there were a lot of changes in terms of dynamics. They're not heavily relying on just Chi anymore, but at the same time, Chami1 played really well on that game. If you're a Filipino team, if you're able to win a game against a Malaysian team, that's a statement already. And at the same time, I really like that there was a variation in terms of dynamics on the hero pool that they placed all throughout the series. The control is there. Still known as a team that is great in terms of early game. It's just that the transition from mid to late game is what's lacking.
Yeah, and that's going to be a big issue, right? I mean, it's one thing to have a great early game, but it's all about ensuring that your guys have space and able to transition. But walk me through a little bit of this head-to-head here.
Head-to-head will be between the jungle department here. We have Bigetron, Zankyu into Blacklist International's Just G here. And I gotta say, so far in all of their games that we've seen, they are a very jungle-centric team. We've seen Zankyu being the primary focus here off the side of Bigetron or the side of Blacklist International. All these tempos are started by the hands of Just G, and then we see Chami with those crazy engages here. If you say Zankyu is the main carry here, then on the side of Blacklist, Just G is the main engine.
Yeah, that's true, and I would like to agree that for the side of, or actually, this applies for both teams. They both heavily rely on the jungle, so what matters most is how other lanes or how other roles will play fair against each other, because yesterday it was a Chami1 that stood out. But again, for those watching, these statistics are from their own respective leagues. Okay, so this is from IKL and this is from PKL. Of course, the win rate will be considered is expected to be higher for a Blacklist side because they were the champions of PKL.
I think going into this one, the biggest piece is that, you know, the letting Just G shine. I think that they were kind of setting him up for like a rough start, especially with that Lam. But going into this team head-to-head, I mean, it's pretty much a bit of a wash. Everything is so close. If there were going to be ever a matchup where the teams were incredibly close, this is pretty much it.
And to add to your point here, Holler, both of these teams, they are looking for the first series win coming in for their respective nations here. So it means a lot when you are having both Bigetron and also Blacklist, the two champions here coming in from both PKL and IKL going at it for their first series win.
Probably in terms of the hero pool, for both junglers, they pretty much play the same type of heroes. It's just that for Blacklist side, I think in terms of the rotation or in terms of the execution, BTR by Vitality has the upper hand in terms of that.
Yeah, so again, I think if we're looking at both of these matchups, this is pretty much it in terms of, you know, your stake. If you're Indonesian or from the Philippines, these are the two teams that you are your champions, right? You want them to do well, especially in this statement game. This one is going to be important, especially going into the second matchup here.
And let's check out how our players are actually looking. Are they feeling jitters? Are they feeling nervous? So you can see on your screen right now, they are just chilling right now, getting some cable management here coming in from Just G.
Yeah, and I think that if anything for these two teams, they had that experience. They've been on the international stage. They're not worried at all whatsoever. I think that we're in a state where things are good to go. Right now, it's about leveling up and beating that team that's sitting across from us.
And as much as possible, you want to get those points as early as now because it's already day 2 of the group stage. Tomorrow we'll be at the semifinals, so we get to determine who's gonna be standing at top and be at the grand finals. So definitely this is something that both Indonesia and the Philippines has to look forward for.
And it is also like a prerequisite towards the semifinals here. So with MKL, they have already secured that grand final slot here. So for this game alone, you're fighting for bragging rights and also the motivation and also the sort of things like the pride that you're going into that BO7 tomorrow with that semifinals here. So it makes it into a point whereby, yes, I win this, I wake up even better tomorrow.
It's all about that experience here, which is going to be key. But it looks like we're going to be going into the second match. Game number 1. Draft is underway.
Okay, so the one takeaway that I had on APG side, or particularly for most Malaysian teams, they tend to prioritize heroes for the jungle. I'm just not sure if they will do the same with the coach Onkers on this. So Blacklist International will be on the blue side. We have BTR on the red side. Dharma's been banned, and even U1 and even Arlie on the other side.
Yeah, and I think the Arlie ban is definitely a respect. I mean, they don't want to let Golden Kite get going on that one, especially because they tend to pick that one first. They've banned out the Dharma, which is something that they do like from Chammy 1, so it's an interesting one. But again, it's more of a lane matchup thing. They're going to look more towards the late game and letting maybe Chammy 1 getting that at a much later time.
I think this, as to your point here, Holler, Chammy 1 has been one of the star players here coming in from Blacklist International. More of these aggressive big moments all come from this Clash lane player here. But over to the Bigetron side, we see more of these consistent side lane laning prowess coming in from Zan and also Tough Z, which really allows him to place those mid-game big team fight scenarios.
And if we're looking at this one, Blacklist International just saying, hey, we're going to go Loom. This is the tried and true. Let Golden Kite play one of his signature heroes. Be very strong. And again, it doesn't show any of your draft, and it's very open at this stage.
Yep, and I think for that one, I thought for Blacklist International, they prioritize either Mayin, something like that, any hero for Chammy 1's side. But again, another combo that is hard to stop. We have Young Jan and even Dolia on BTR side. So this is one thing that Blacklist could potentially counter because they also use the same combo.
This is a good start coming in from Bigetron, right? Because this Yang Jian Dolia was the Game 7 composition, which really pushed them to that win against Kagendra in the IKL Fall Grand Finals here. But Blacklist, putting more focus into the jungle department, does drop that Luna on the hands of Just G with that Lianpo to protect that jungle.
Oh, I like it how they're going to go with fireworks in that regard. Going with that Luna for the Just G. Let's go into this one. Let's start things off hot and heavy in that sense. But the Yangjian has been almost like such a detriment. It's been so difficult for the other teams to really deal with. Is the Luna enough though?
I think this comes into the play whereby can Just G survive against Zankyu in that jungle 1v1 matchup here. We are seeing Blacklist as a unified one where they play the game really well when they get going in that early game here. Problem is, are they able to sustain that early game against Zankyu in that jungle department?
And speaking of sustain, I think that's a department wherein Blacklist International should be prepared for. Given the fact that BDR by Vitality now has the Yixing. And we saw the potential, actually full potential of Yixing the other day with the hands of the other players wherein there's a huge gap control. Many of the audiences and even players normally focus on the board, but at the same time, the territories could be one thing. So something that the Blacklist International could counter with a Lianpo pick, which is a pretty nice answer. Actually, it's not an answer because Lianpo was picked prior the Yixing, but I really like also that for the side of BTR, they're more on the slow burn type of a hero composition. They have the sustain, actually even for the support side. So right now, they need a hero on the farm lane that could potentially deal damage early game, transitioning to mid game, and has a decent one on the late game.
Yeah, so, but the thing though is that, again, it's all about that board. Yixing in that mid lane, setting things up, locking them down, ensuring that the back line is potentially protected because that Dolia's there and they all yet to pick the farm laner as well.
The farm lane will be an interesting pick here coming in for the side of BTR Zan. Things have been going down in that farm lane pool whereby BTR banned away the Arlie for Blacklist International. They removed the Channel and the DRJ. All the heroes that are decent in lane against the low has been removed. Potentially we might see the Marco Polo come into hand for the side of Zan.
Do you really like the Marco Polo here though? Like I think that, especially with like the Dolia, doesn't really, I mean the 2 Fever Barrages, okay, but is it really that play that you're looking for? It's such a late game hero. I don't really feel like it's an S tier farm laner to deal with like a Loom.
I think it's decent, right? Because the Dolia will be funneling all the ultimates in towards the Yang Jian and also the Yixing for those double healing or those double boards that we talk about. And then the Marco Polo gets to have this decent early game by lane swapping to a crossman. And in a 1v1 matchup, it is pretty 50-50 between the Long and also the Marco Polo.
Yeah, to be fair, I was thinking about a high note for BDR by Vitality just because they have the Dolia. on their lineup could be an option for them. It's gonna be Z and Byron for Blacklist International. Okay, more about the brawl for the lineup of Blacklist International. A mixture of early game. You have potential spike on this Ao Yin. Same goes with the Sia on the late game, early game, and Lady Sun to complete the lineup of BTR by Vitality. Pretty much basically the same in terms of the departments that they covered for the year composition that they had.
Yeah, and if we're looking at this one, also the Gia as the pick here, it hasn't had too much success throughout, but the wave clear is something that they were kind of lacking, and that kind of clears that one up. Plus, you are able to level up the potential Luna, so I see this more as a late game play.
And that Zia alone, with Paula's point of allowing you to go to that level 15 and post prior, is a good point. And one more thing, it shreds that front line with easier. So for that Yangjin on the hands of Zankyu, that could be a bit of a trouble coming in for the side of Bigetron by Vitality.
So definitely execution is going to be a problem for both teams. And this is game number 1, Blacklist International versus BTR by Vitality. Just looking at the hero composition, it feels like for BTR, they are on the upper hand in terms of early game with the Yangjin and even Adoya, as long as they continuously wreak havoc against the Blacklist International, probably do those rotations, then they can potentially win that area.
All right, for the sake of science, I just want to know who at the venue right now are fans of the Blacklist International, or the Philippines in this case. Can I hear some of those fans right now?
There you go.
Okay. All right, first blood is going to be given, and I feel like that energy you gave right there got that first blood for Dragon on that one. Now let's look at the other side. If you're from Indonesia or you're cheering for Bigetron by Vitality, can I hear some noise?
Okay, we have an answer.
All right,
so
you're not
fair enough.
Yeah, but you didn't get any kills out of that one, so I feel like the energy was a little bit lacking on that one. We'll work that one out. We have a long day ahead of us. Of course, this is a best of 5 going in. I think that there's more than bragging rights on this one, but now Chaz harassing Ormson at this one. It's all about those boards. It's all about the little farms to start things off. And now they're going to go in. Zankyu finding Dragon. It looks like they find Justy as well. And it looks like they've gotten 2 members down. So I guess the Indonesian fans have the energy.
Okay, it was just a late reaction in terms of the heroes with all the screams. But anyway, BTR definitely won a team fight, having Justy taken down during that moment. And it feels like for BTR, they know the pattern of Justy and the rest of Blacklist International so far. Things are looking good for both. We could say that for Blacklist International, despite those kills from BTR, they can potentially turn things around. They will continue on jungling around the map. And if we look at the lineup again, we've mentioned about control. We've mentioned about clearing out the minion wave for Blacklist International. They have the kit. They have the sustain also. It's just that as much as possible, they need to somehow lengthen the space for Golden Kites farming late phase.
Yeah, I'm not going to give an edge to any of these teams going in. I think that draft-wise, I think that it's a bit of a walk. It's all really coming down to execution. I mean, Chaz has to flash away. He's going to be fine. But this Yangjin, the Zankyu is going to be a problem. They need to solve that one. At the same time, Jushi's Luna. This is going to be a tough one, right? Is he able to constantly get those buffs in the early game?
That's true, because both heroes you've mentioned for Zankyu and even Justy, these heroes are like signatures for them. So a pretty huge thing for both. And yeah, for this one, Blacklist International again leaning towards the mid to late game with Dia and the Aoyin. I mean, it's all about the early rotation for both. But so far, things are pretty decent for the side of BDR.
Very close. I think that we're going to take a quick little tech pause in this one, just to kind of get everything, making sure that everything's smooth. Nobody wants a big edge here.
Yep, and for the side of, or actually for both teams, you could say that both teams really play well early game, so that could be a huge factor. There were answers for both sides in terms of the aggression, so something that we should look forward for.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be the big piece moving into this one, right? Okay, going in terms of predictions, like who has a bit of an edge here?
Based on that early game just now that we saw, it's actually very equal coming in for both of these teams. They are trading blows on the side of Zankyu's death, and after Zankyu were to revive in those plays, it is still going in favor of a 50-50 so far. I'm still waiting for the big moments that could really turn the tides of the game.
Good point, because I think for most cases, all throughout KNC, let's expect that there will be a lot of progress coming in from both or every team participating in the tournament. So we're just waiting for the players to be ready for this game. Again, it's just game number 1. It's all about taking momentum all throughout the series, and we've mentioned about the hero composition for both. We all agree that it's a mixture of everything. It's like you have the early game, you have the mid game, you have the late game. It all boils down to the execution.
Yeah, execution is going to be key, but going into this one, I think that you're talking about momentum. Game 1 is it. Right? Really setting the tone and putting the pressure on the enemy team. That is what you want to start. That's like the dream. So going in, and you know that these guys are all fired up. They want to fight right now.
And that applies to KNC because I don't think we had this series that went for a reverse sweep. So whoever wins the first game actually wins the match. So I can say that whoever wins the game number 1 could potentially win this match.
It's a good point, right? Whereby you set the tempo going into a best of 5. Winning game 1 always allows you to have that good mood, have that good mental pressure going into the rest of the BO5 that we talk about here. But so far, it's just the start of the game. They're having a bit of a jitter in terms of that tech pause, so they're still planning things through in their brain, how they want to play that early to mid game prop, especially in terms of that jungle control that we see Zankyu and Just going at it.
Of course, and the beauty in our game is that even though the other team is really on the lead early game, there's a huge potential for a comeback. It just depends on decision making. That's why we've been mentioning about it a lot all throughout the KNC. By the way, for those watching, do not forget that we're just at the Quill City Mall. So if you're near around the area, come join us and support the remaining games that we have. We're currently watching PTR by Vitality versus Blacklist International.
Come here not only to watch the esports live, watch these teams represent your nation, but also win some prizes.
Ooh.
We just saw in the last break somebody won a phone, right?
Oh, I want that.
And,
I've been wanting that since day 1.
Yeah, I know. You've been
I've been
eyeing the
wanting
one on the
this since
desk,
day 1.
which I'm still. I've been doing a great job
I need a gaming
in terms of
phone.
security, protecting that phone, making sure that you don't walk away with that one.
Yeah, so Holler, you will be not in for day 3 and day 4. So one of the phones, if it's gone, it might be
you.
Yeah.
No. Chantal has already admitted that she's going to steal it, right? Like the obvious suspect is there. Okay, after the interrogation, maybe I might be down the line because I was near the phone. But let's go with Chantal first.
Okay, with that, I think I might not be able to get it. Since you guys are pointing fingers at me.
Well, I mean, you can't talk about the crime before you do the crime, okay?
Okay, noted. I've learned from the best.
All right, but let's see exactly how these players are going to be able to react again. And we're going into this one again very early. This is still game 1, 3 minutes into this one, and a 2-1 scoreline for Bigetron by Vitality, and it's all been about Zankyu letting him get that fun.
Of course, and this pretty nice position for Manila actually. We're giving no information to Blacklist International as to where he is. We've mentioned about their composition of both. You have a nice lineup with the Lady Sun and even Augin on the farm lane. So expect their on the rotation will be mostly on the farm lanes. And for Blacklist International, they're just taking things slow for this. Okay, let's take things slow. Little by little.
Yeah, very
It's
slow.
the small things that matter.
Yeah. It's making sure, again, everything is smooth before we actually get into this one. Another quick pause just to make sure. It looks like, again, before we go into this one, everything has to be silky smooth, right? We're at that stage where, we can't make any mistakes. If you, falter at a moment's notice, you have a little bit of a stutter, that would be detrimental, especially early. You don't want to give up, any more kills.
Of course, we want to give them the best gaming experience as possible. And thank you so much to our Malaysian friends for the warm welcome, by the way. We had lots of foods already. Thank you, Sagi, for turning us with, having us test.
Yeah, you're welcome. I got
I
you
love
the duck rice.
And the purple rice.
The purple rice.
The purple rice.
The Nyonya purple rice. That was a bit of a delight as well because we had it at the mall, at Quill City Mall. So for those who are interested in watching a live event, if you are from Malaysia, at KL or Selangor, do drop by to the Quill City Mall to actually watch the full event in full live.
Yeah, because aside from the activities that we have, we also have rewards for you. We have phones. I see this poster and I see a motorcycle. I'm assuming that we're giving away motorcycles.
Yeah, I actually don't know. I saw the motorcycle
Okay,
as well,
just-
and I wasn't kind of.
I'm
I was
not
like,
putting words in
yeah,
your
yeah.
mouth. I'm sorry.
Actually, motorcycle might be actual size. So I don't know if it's an actual
Never mind
motorcycle.
what I said.
But they do have games. You're able to win that. And obviously the crowd, they have some cosplayers as well. And the ambiance, the environment of everybody has been kind of electric throughout. It's been giving us a lot of energies, the teams as well, and they've really shown up because of it.
This is Malaysia. Welcome to Malaysia,
Thank
Chantal
you,
and also
thank
Holler.
you.
We provide the best of the food, we provide the best of the hospitality, so we welcome you anytime back to KL Selangor.
I consider myself half Malaysian now.
Nice.
I don't know,
That
because I
quickly?
love the food.
That quickly? Just because of the
Because
food?
of the food. I love spicy food.
Okay, all right. Literally, you just ate you had like 3 meals, and then all of a sudden you
I was here like, this is my 4th time here.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Am I passable to be like
Yeah,
half-
passable. We
Thanks,
approve it, we allow it, and we welcome Chantal to the family.
Give me some
Well, what about me? Am I invited as well?
Can you handle spicy
You're,
food?
you're
Yes.
like multinational.
What's your spice level we're talking about? Can you handle nasi lemak with sambal?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Come at me, bro.
That's passable.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, sorry, what is sample? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. No, I know what it is. Of course, I've had it. Yes, it is delicious. I think I could tolerate quite a bit, but I don't want to be doing like the spiciest like challenge, like the spiciest chili or something like that. Let's not go that far.
I think for players, so now that we mentioned that, maybe they should try like the spicy salad.
Oh yeah, that could be
Malaysian.
interesting.
Yeah.
So could you share
Hopefully-
a bit on what's like the most spicy dish you have back in the Philippines?
Oh, okay. We have the Bicol Express. It's like a pork, maybe even a beef. It's your preference.
Okay.
That has coconut milk on it and has lots of chilies.
Lots of chilies, like grinded chili.
Yeah.
Oh.
Could be whole, depending on who cooks it.
Yeah, everybody has like
You're
their own
too timid
taste,
to like
right? Their own touch.
shred it and then place it whole.
Yeah.
All this food is making me hungry, but for our
Yeah,
players,
thanks,
they
guys,
are
for the food.
really just prepping up, checking their devices one last few times. As you can see their fingers, they might just be going back into the game in just a short few moments.
I think so.
Yeah, I think they're just making sure everything is in order before they go for this one. Obviously, again, it's all about having the best streamlined experience, no hiccups whatsoever. Everybody's got to be on the same page, so we have a fair playing field. But for me, it's funny because you're talking about food, and in the intro segment, they were talking about like whoever has the best food is going to be the one, is going to be the best here in terms of the Nations class. It's all about the food.
It's all about the food. You go to Philippines, you go to Indonesia, you go to Malaysia, it's always about the food and always about the culture here. That's why we promote Honor of Kings Nation Clash, because we want to be sharing more of these cultural heritages, these experiences with everyone across the globe.
I'm just really happy to be part of Nations Clash because I get to see lots of players. I got to work with you. I just saw you during a KWC and now we're here. So it's really an honor to be part of this event and to see a majority of the players play fair against each other.
Yeah, but okay. Vote for Honor of Kings at theesportsawards.com/vote for the Esports Game of the Year, as well as Mobile Esports Game of the Year. I believe you can vote every single day. So this is something that you want to constantly do. Ensure that you do that. We want to beat some of those other games, so to speak. I don't think it's going to be in question. We saw the in-game votes for the teams that were playing today at the Nations Clash. I know that the power of the players is at home, and you guys are able to do this as well.
I think for some teams it was around 20 million votes.
Wow, that's a lot.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was Blacklist International that had 20 million votes, but yeah, with all your help, well, then maybe we can win an award on that Esports award.
It will be interesting because Honor of Kings, we are, as a global scene, we've been out last year, and then right now we're looking at one of the largest awards in the esports environment to really win it all, if not with our entire audiences here. Our audiences, our players, everybody can chip in a bit of their strength to form a big family, to form a big award for us in this title.
Yeah, and to be fair, we also have other activations aside from KNC happening. We have the celebration for the decade anniversary, so it's one thing already. I mean, every tournament that we have, it's as if there's no break, because after this we go straight to KIC on November 14th, and I think for some KOLs they will also be experiencing the KPL from November 9, if not November 9, November 7,
November
8,
8.
9. November 8, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, there's leagues throughout. I mean, the world, the championship is obviously the next big target for all of these teams that are going to be there. And then after that, when you're going into Challengers Cup, which is going to be in China. So, there's just level after level after level in terms of these the esports leagues, right? And that's the amazing part. The fame, the fortune, all of these things and above is going to just set you up for a great 2026.
Yep. All these tournaments that we talk about for KNC right now, you're playing for regional pride. You're playing for the experience in front a live audience, and then we will slowly scale into KIC. That's where Chantel, Blacklist, and Boom Esports, and all these Philippine teams will have the home ground advantage. And bear in mind, I love the PKL fans as well.
Of course, and now that you've mentioned about KIC, now I remember we also have the Phoenix Reborn
exactly,
qualifier. So talk about non-stop HOK, right? So we have lots of opportunities for the players. I mean, everyone is welcome here. We say that in the Philippines. We have this phrase, lahat kayo welcome. It means everyone is welcome. Lahat kayo is all of you.
Yeah.
Is welcome here.
Lahat kayo.
It's like the language that we say now, or the voice that we say to everyone who wants to try HOK.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect time, right? I think that, the game is in such a great spot. Plus the potential, like the growth is definitely there. There's a lot of, the skill ceiling is so high, so you can constantly improve no matter what happens. I mean, the ranked games are great, dare I say, especially when you're winning.
My experience,
when you're winning,
if you're winning, then ranked games are great.
When you're losing, it's a little bit more than just learning. It's a lot of stress.
Well, let's save the talk and let's bring it right back into the game.
Okay, Tyron is taken for BTR by Vitality. Blacklist International finding that standing ground against BDR.
Yeah, Ormson, though, taking a decent amount. Blacklist International. I mean, starting with that Overlord, gonna be key at this point because it's, again, just about the early small wins. Golden Kite needs to be careful. He gets on his dragon, just barely gets on out of that one. That was way too close for me.
Good thing there were no other players from BTR around the area. If not, it's gonna be a secured kill for them. So right now for BTR, what's effective is that they are normally seen around the areas of a Blacklist International. Good thing for Blacklist, they still have that minimal lead on this game. Again, in terms of hero composition, it's a mixture of both. Zank is ready anytime to dive against Blacklist.
Yeah, at a moment's notice. The guy has got no fear. He will constantly be on the back line, harping it on. It's just a matter of time before he gets those items, though. And then he becomes super strong, especially on this Yangjian. It's going to be a very scary ride for Blacklist International.
The only thing that made the BTR falter on that game against Homeboys yesterday was that they haven't given Zanku the chance on the early game. Good thing for them on this game, at least they can do so on Zanku continuously farming around the camps. So expect that this game is going to be a bit slow early game because we all need those items as much as possible. There's not much of a lead in terms of gold on the jungles. So it means early game is as effective for both.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we were talking about in the pregame, right? A lot of the teams have been kind of arrowing in on Zanku, limiting the farm in that space that he's been given. So it's kind of one of those things where the other guys like Tufzy, Zan, Neil, all these guys really need to step up to kind of pick up the slack.
That's true, and what's effective right now for BTR is that they tend to stay on the bushes. As to why for Blacklist International, they don't have that much information. Bottom lane, you have 3 players from BTR. Almost all alive is the tower, so talk about aggression. BTR is doing it at the farming.
I mean, but they've got 4 members, right? And yes, they've, deflected Bigetron's assault on that bottom T1, but they didn't really get anything out of this. And now Chammy1, all the way in the bottom, is going to make his way to the mid lane. Joshi is taking the space in the top lane, so utilizing the space that's been given. But again, it's a lot of walking around, but again, no kills.
By the way, take note that for Neil, he already has the Venom Staff.
Oh, they're looking to go for this one. Chammy1's got the force field suppression, but Zanku at about half life, and it looks like they're going to end on that note.
I love the discipline coming in from both teams. I mean, it could have been a play, could have been a team fight for both, but they all know that they need more space, they need more time. But what's really nice is that for Blacklist International, they're up on gold, 1.6k versus BTR. Now is their time to set up a play, probably at the bottom lane as the Universal Law has been used. Take note that even the ultimate of the Yixing has been used
Oh,
already.
they're taking liberties right on the Chammy one. He eats this one. He's going to be picked off. Topsy making it in pay. He wants to go in, gets the pull in, gets onto serious mode, and not enough to kill Chaz. Oh, he gets sniped out with that rolling raid. Zod, but he might go down. Golden Kite revenges his friend.
Overtake for BTR, good trade for Blacklist International. Although at that moment, 2 players were down. On the side of Blacklist, BTR latest was very effective at the time, but he was taken down by Blacklist. 2-4 is our score. We could see Zanky now on the jungle camps of a Blacklist, finding a way to somehow spot Joshi's area and potentially take this one out.
Yeah, Zanky was actually going to steal that with the smite right under the noses of Joshi, and they tried to go for that smite battle, and he just barely ekes this one out. Chammy one looking for revenge, but Zanky a little too strong at this stage.
It's as if for Zanky, he is one step ahead in terms of positioning versus Joshi, because it's all about the timings now. As much as possible, you want to be ahead in terms of position prior those takes. And speaking of ahead, we could see a potential destroyed turret or tower at the bottom lane, which they actually did for BTR by Vitality. Tyrant has been taken by BTR.
Yeah, it's looking to go that way. I mean, they have that space, they're fortifying it. Ormston will take it for good measure, ensuring that they do. But the biggest thing about Bigetron by Vitality is the fact that they've taken the top T1 and the bottom one. That's hard resources going in their direction. That will help them out more so than the kills itself.
Yeah, I would agree. And also, that's the farm lanes area. So let's later on for Blacklist International, they will have a switch in terms of the laning for the farm lane and even the clash lane. And the only difference that we could see from Blacklist International from the previous day is that they're not as aggressive as they were now that they're up against BTR by Vitality.
I feel like they've just been like calmed down. I think that was the biggest thing. Game 1, they were hot and heavy. They were looking to fight. But come in this series, they were like, okay, actually, we can play a slower game. We can continue to just, out-resource them, out-macro them, and play our game.
Yeah, and they just know that they need as much as possible for this Zia to farm up, be at level 15, use the Sanctify. So things are a bit slow. In 25 seconds, we both have the Tyrant and even the Overlord. So 2-4 in this 9-minute game time. Blacklist International is grouping up. We have a potential invade or probably a turret destroyed at the middle lane. A board has been used.
Yeah, but they didn't catch anything. But Zanky up in front, finding Golden Kite. He's not able to get on his dragon, making them pay. Top Z is looking for that pullback on the Chammy, who gets pulled around, but he will survive. It looks like with Golden Kite down, Blacklist International again in his defensive position.
Clean play by BTR. Chaz up front against 2 players of BTR. Not enough damage on the spokes. So for Blacklist International, they need to regroup on this one. Good thing that they were able to take down the tower at the bottom lane. Same goes with the top lane. So it's all about trades. But for BTR, they will take down another objective against Blacklist.
Smart, right? No Golden Kite. The timing was perfect for that 10-minute Shadow Tyrant. Perfectly setting you up. You knew that Blacklist International were not going to be able to contest, especially down, 4 versus 5 in that situation. So again, Bigetron by Vitality making really good moves, especially early.
Oh, okay, that's true. And here's one thing. Let's focus on the gold of the Tia versus the Yixing. So 6K versus 4.8K, that is something for a Blacklist. Could be an edge for them if that game stretches out longer. And for BTR, they're ready for that counter engage as early as possible.
Zanky dives hard in, finding Dragon, but do they have enough? And they do, and they take down the old man. They set up the board, and they're going to continue this assault onto the mid T1.
You know what? It feels like for a Blacklist International, they're always caught off guard. Another play.
Nice little play right onto Chaz, who's just trying to use the Tremor Smash just to get back to safety. Bigetron by Vitality making it happen, taking the top T2 as well.
Masterful aggression by BTR by Vitality, pushing back the players of Blacklist International. They can potentially take down this tower at the middle lane because there's no one from Blacklist to defend that one out. Blacklist a bit struggling on how to regroup. There's no space for them to go for a split push.
Oh, they're going in.
Middle lane, a lot of pressure coming in. And even from Zanky finding Golden Kite at the bottom lane.
Oh, completely spaced out. Zanky doing a great job of just ensuring that they get another free to T2 to their name. Bigetron by Vitality. They're doing it by, the single kills. And those death timers are only like 15 seconds, but it's an eternity at this stage.
Yeah, that's true. And we've been mentioning about the late game potential of Blacklist International. But with the movements of BTR, it's as if that they've prepared just in case it's gonna be an early game or it's gonna be a late game. They're not giving this Blacklist International the opportunity.
They find it tough. He's gonna just look to go for this one with 3 members. The rest of Bigetron are gonna be there. But the biggest thing was just space created for the Shadow Overlord to be picked up by ZonQ here.
Okay, right now 1.6k goal lead for BTR by Vitality. They're over the place, taking control of the map. Blacklist International finding that perfect opportunity. Good thing that they were able to take down the tower at the middle lane. BDR, you have a Top C up front. By the way, he is currently at 1-0-2 at that Mayin, giving Neil the space on the Yixing.
And look at how Bigetron are just trying to prioritize that Azure Golem more than anything else. They find Chammy 1, but they don't have enough damage. And Bigetron, if anything, it looks like they didn't even get the blue buff. They've been attempting to take it away from Joshi, which hasn't been easy because, again, he really needs that blue buff.
And earlier we talked about the slow burn. I think that has been a story for BTR all throughout the game. Yes, there are no other skirmishes, no unnecessary errors. But it's just that for Blacklist International, they don't have a breather all throughout this game. It's just BDR pushing through, taking all the resources against them. Another item for Zan on this Lady Sun. So let's expect more damage later on the team fight. Good thing Dragon now has the Splendor.
Oh, they found ZonQ though. He's gonna just take most of this one. He's at half-life with that Universal Law pushing him away as well. But this is the thing between good teams and great teams. When you have that lead, this is how you take that map control. You suffocate them.
Yeah, that's true, and that's very evident on BTR's play now. No way for Blacklist to go for a counter
They
setup.
might want to go for this one, but Chaz decides to go with that burst ram, finding the Tremor Smash, but Zan is actually low. Chaz is going to be killed, but Neil gets killed in return, and it looks like they're going to take off Joshi, and that's a double kill going the way of ZonQ, who's in heaven and earth mode, making it barely surviving.
2 players down inside of Blacklist. Now we have Neil down on BTR. It's just 14 minutes of the game for BTR. They literally controlling the areas of the map, trying to take down this Tyrant, and almost goes Dragon.
Oh, they find Dragon. The pickoff. Zan is doing some serious work. Golden Cut has to get on the Dragon just to stay alive, but space created, taking another Shadow Tyrant for Bigetron.
I mean, this is pure domination now for BTR by Vitality. Actually, it's already an understatement, but if you look at the hero composition of Blacklist International, in terms of late game, they still can. They have Chaz on the crowd control. They just need more items. But for BTR by Vitality, they have the kit on this board for Neil's side. ZonQ up front against Justy and Chami. But here comes the rest of the players of
The board
BTR.
is not going to catch anybody, but Ormson is still up in front. Chami's going to be limping away Blacklist International. Again, they're trying to defend their Azure Golem, but at the same time, if they get caught on that board, it's going to be a bad time.
Yep, and you can see how fast the BTR reacts every time there's a potential setup play or potential team fight against the Blacklist International. So again, it's continuous pressure for BTR by Vitality against Blacklist International.
Oh, ZonQ not scared. He's going to be knocked around with that burst ram. But again, it's all about that space. They've taken the top T3. Justy just working on those minions, understanding that that might slow the game down, but they've already taken the mid T3 as well. Tufts decides to get a little bit serious on this one. Justy with that pullback. The Universal Law zoning them away. ZonQ is still up in front. They're not looking to run away. Tufts looking for that angle. Now they're going to retreat.
Absolute cinema by BTR by Vitality. 5.6k goal lead on this. You even have the Splendor already for Neil. Just imagine how protective the other players are for him. Even though they could actually set up a play against Blacklist.
They find him. The Storm Strike is unreal. Taking down Neil, though. That's going to be great. The first ram on top of this one. They have a lot of control. They've killed Zan as well. Double kill for them, but they traded away Dragon. Tufts is still there. ZonQ is looking to go down, but that's just going to be Stage's Sanctuary. He's constantly being focused. Can ZonQ survive? No, Joshi is just too much. It's got a double kill, and now with these numbers advantage, they have a chance at this mid T2 and more.
It's all about surprise attacks. So Blacklist International went for the surprise attack, and BTR wasn't just ready for it. We really have to commend that set of play coming in from Chaz. They could actually win this one, not unless Ormson is able to defend all those minion waves coming in from Blacklist. Ormson is the only one left.
The Stage's Sanctuary just to kind of potentially delay this one, but it looks like Blacklist International have come back off of the ace, and Blacklist International will take game 1.
I'm back here going in for the Blacklist International squad. That was one team fight initiated by none other than the FMVP coming in for the for the PKL squad.
And we've talked about the potential for a comeback at the HOK. I think at this point, that was what was prioritized by Blacklist International as to why they were effective on that game number 1. They just needed one team fight to win that game.
Oh, that's pretty much all you needed, right? You make one
team
mistake,
fight.
you get caught out, and then literally just a snowball and just end mid. GG, let's go.
Autoluz is smiling.
Autoluz is smiling there. He's like just like having the time of his life, just casually cruising, giving us those finger hugs. But definitely, everything looked very smooth and good for the side of Bigetron by Vitality. It was that one last team fight initiated at the start by the side of BTR, which Chami won. The one and only found that big play.
And I think for the lineup of BTR by Vitality, the kit for a crowd control isn't that efficient or evident on that game. Evident. Because if the players of Blacklist International are more on the aggressive stance, then the only way for them to escape is by backing away. But for Blacklist, they can push more and exert longer team fights against them.
It's all about that team fight here, Blacklist International, making them pay on that one. I mean, ZonQ was having a great game, but then once he got caught out, it was pretty much the rest of them. Like, again, we were talking about in the pregame is like, who's going to step up? If ZonQ goes down, doesn't have the greatest of games, and he actually had a good game with 13,000 net worth, but the rest of the team was not really there to help support.
Look at ZonQ's stat. 140,000 damage dealt, 124,000 damage taken. He was just across the gorge, but then it was that final few moments there. Chami won, finding that miracle of an engage, sealing the deal for a miracle comeback for Blacklist International.
I believe the difference that they had in terms of hero composition is that for Blacklist International, they had more layering of skills, particularly for crowd control. So the crowd control area has been covered by a majority of the heroes of Blacklist, hence the longer team fights, hence those layering of the skills. We have 88% both for Chami 1 in terms of the team fight participation, and they shared almost the same in terms of damage dealt. And this is the whole story of the game. There was a juggle in terms of gold. There were moments wherein Blacklist International was on the lead. There was a dip wherein for a BTR, they won that, but for most cases, or for that last team fight, it was Blacklist International having the upper hand.
Yeah, and having that upper hand was kind of at that moment where, you know, IKL team, Bigetron, was like, things were looking good, but you just cannot stumble. You cannot get to that point. You cannot just throw it where you get aced at the very end. Like, those are unforgivable mistakes, right? And Blacklist International, again, making them pay.
It is at the crystal. When the crystal don't fall, you always have a shot in making back into the game. There will be one MVP for this miracle of a comeback. We have to give it over to none other than Chami 1. That one play by Chami 1. That's why he's known as the one and only.
Yeah, and he is the PKL Finals MVP. 215 KDA. You have 20% gold all throughout the game. 19.9% damage dealt for the rest of the players of BTR. And I gotta say, the usage of the Byron was so on point that for the rest of the players of BTR, they were caught off guard on that initiation that he did on that final team fight.
Yeah, and you'll see it in the highlights here when Chami 1 makes that Storm Strike, that flash Storm Strike play with it, that major stun really changing things. But Bigetron doing a great job, especially, I mean, it started like giving up first blood on this one, but they were able to weather that storm, turn things around, and that's that Storm Strike where literally it just changed the dynamic of the game. And at that point, Blacklist International like, actually, we just won the game.
We just won the game, minion words are coming through, all that effort being generated by the side of Bigetron by Vitality, all washed away from one single team by mistake.
And the farming or the laning of majority of the players of Blacklist International was so continuous that even though the other team was on the lead, they were still able to take control over that game. And this is another discovery, you know, for KNC. As long as the other team, actually it's not a discovery anymore because it happened the other day, but it seems like even though the other team is really on the lead, there's a high chance for a comeback or probably more on the stretching of the game, to which the late decision gaming will be a huge factor. And at the same time, we could say that even for the skill sets that the hero has, because for this case, I think for the lineup of PTR, they don't really have that much of crowd control as compared to Blacklist side.
And if you're looking at Bigetron, when they were they had that 3K net worth lead, they were pushing down mid, things were looking gravy. You have to ask the question is like, how can we lose, right? And the thing is that if we group up, let Chammy1 get that Storm Strike, that is going to be it, right? So it's one of those things where the captain needs to make the call of, guys, spread out. We need to space ourselves, ensure that this one critical, play, the miraculous play from Chammy1 doesn't kill us.
You don't lose up until the final moment until your enemy's crystal explode. That is the #1 lesson you need to be learning when playing Honor of Kings, especially for these pro players. It is talking about multiple pressure moments here. So for Blacklist International, props to them. They handle pressure very well, and Chammy1 found that engage, putting them back onto the board.
Yeah, and it's all about punishing also the possible opportunities or the errors of the other team. At that moment, I think for BTR by Vitality, it's just that they were a bit mispositioned given the fact of the range that the hero of Blacklist International has. But again, it's just game #1. I mean, this is a best of 5, right? Big shoutouts, by the way, to our KOLs here at the venue. You will see them if you go here at the Close City Mall.
Yeah, and do show up as well, win some prizes, and check out the Honor of Kings Esports. Everything is going on live right now. If anything, if you're from the Philippines or you're from Indonesia, like, these teams need your energy. They need your support to really help them. And going into this one, where, it looked bad for Blacklist International, but again, just so resilient in the end.
They found the miracle team fight that we're talking about, right? But will Bigetron by Vitality really get scared by this situation, because they are a well-seasoned team? They went through the not the best spring season, went to KWC, got that 8th place finish, and then coming into fall, they were crowned the IKL Fall Champions by defeating Kagindra in that grand finals. Now, not all teams get to bounce back, but I believe in Bigetron, they have what it takes.
Are you saying that they're well-seasoned because you're making another food reference here? Because I feel like this has been the ongoing theme, like,
It's
for the
about
Nations
all about
Clash.
food.
Yeah, a lot of food and all these things. And having those players well-seasoned, that's definitely a good thing, right?
I'm thinking about dinner already, definitely thinking
What
about
time
what
is it
I want to
already?
eat. But still,
Almost
let's
time for dinner.
put our focus back into this series here, because definitely out of the 3 series today, all of them will be interesting, but this one is the match to look out for.
Of course, because both nations are eyeing for those points as early as now. I mean, this is the last stage or last day of the group stage. So as much as possible, you need to get that win. But I think in terms of the team that will go to the grand finals, it's there's a high chance that it's gonna be Malaysia, because Malaysia won the game earlier. For those new to KNC, it's all about nation's pride. All the points that they will gather all throughout the group stage will be combined, and that will determine which team will go to the grand finals. And then the remaining teams or remaining nations will play on the knockout stage.
Yeah, and as the representing Indonesian on this board, I'm going to have to give them a little bit of support in the sense that, like, hey, things were looking good. That's a great spot to be in. You just can't make those mistakes in the mid to late game, right? So this is something that you need to shrug off more than anything else. It's not the end of the world. It's better to be in a good situation where you're winning as opposed to getting completely stomped and choked out.
As we talk about it, it is the marathon, it's not a sprint. You need to play this game slow and steady here. Winning that game #1, we've seen teams win game #1 and just falter for the next few games here. But without further ado, let's hop into game #2 as we start off the pick and ban stage. Chantel, Holla, what are we looking at here?
Oh, okay. Definitely for BTR, they will be on the blue side, and Blacklist International will be on the red side. So I'm expecting a Dharma to be open for this. Probably if given by Blacklist International in a U1, possibly since Liang has been banned for this game. So they're opening up a lot of heroes with this type of bans that they had. U1 is going to be banned. There you go, KCP and Angel are KOLs for KNC, both from Indonesia and the Philippines. So we see a friendly rivalry, even though the teams are fighting for this match.
The viewers are happy, the fans are happy, and that's all that matters here. But looking at the bans coming in between BTR and also the side of Blacklist International, one might wonder here, banning out the Liang, does that put Zhangqiu on the hands of the things like the Luna or the Jing, all these assassin picks?
Yeah, it's a dead giveaway. I think that they're probably going to look to prioritize that, especially early. They're going to let just Zhangqiu fly, right? And once he gets going and one of those like power picks for himself, he's going to be very difficult. So again, it's all about Zhangqiu letting the man really get that space and farm to really shine.
Yeah, it's really important for Zhangqiu because they're having a hard time. When the loss against Homeboys yesterday, it was because he is trying to somehow limit the space. So we've mentioned about Dharma, and it's now opened for BTR. So I'm not sure if for Blacklist International they will go for the Direnji and even the Dolia. Dolia is open. Dolia Yangjan could be one. Could be an option. They've been using that during a PKL.
They have been picking it up. I don't think it's something that we've seen too much. Joshi playing on that one. They're going to go a little bit more tried and true with this pay. The D-Ren-J, of course, just another solid farm laner right now.
They're amping up the tempo here coming in for game number 2 here. After that comeback win, that definitely pushes the morale for South Blacklist International. With a severely faster early game draft come in for South Blacklist International, that could just push this game to a 2-0 if BTR is still worrying about that comeback of a lose.
Yeah, but Bigetron Vitality understanding that the counter pick to the pay has generally been the Yukio. They've actually had great success with this hero just throughout the Honor of Kings Esports scene. It just does a lot of damage. It counters pretty much what Pei was looking to do and as he invades the enemy jungle.
Definitely a massive damage coming in from the Ukyo, but nice answer by Blacklist International in this Swansea. So crowd control could be potentially countered by the side of Blacklist International. The BTR, they need a first hero at the middle lane. Could be a Nuwa actually, but Nuwa against Swansea, I'm not sure about that. So Arya has been banned for the side of Blacklist International. Other heroes that they could actually use is they banned up the Mai. They could potentially get sure and even Ganenmo. It's hard to use Ganenmo with the Dharma.
Yeah, I mean, the Ganenmo actually has some play. I could see it doing some damage to the Pei, assuming he doesn't just get pounced on. But as long as, in my opinion, I like this pick, right? There's a lot of stuns that you need to keep your Pei and your D-Ren-J alive. Yes, you have legal immunity, you have outs, but it's better to have that, get out of jail free card just in case.
Especially when we talk about Zhuangzi, it puts BTR in such a reactive space. You need Puff Z and also Ormston to layer that crowd control. The first crowd control cannot stack. You need it to be separate. One has to force out the butterfly effect from the Zhuangzi, and then the second one comes in catching the backline.
Yeah, but that's why for Blacklist International they banned out this Audi for this game. We're still waiting for that form a lane on the side of BTR by Vitality. We mentioned about Nuwa earlier, which is pretty nice for the lineup of BTR, but it was actually banned by them. So you're left with other heroes for Blacklist. They can use Lady Shen. They can even use Xiao Kao for this, just for the sake of having first, and it's gonna be Lady Shen on the team.
Yeah, just a little bit of more AoE to kind of deal, because you know that the Zhang Fei is looking to jump in, create that stone with that umbrella outburst, plus you have the Dharma for the counter initiation, and Lady Zhang kind of disrupts that quite a bit. You have the Destructive Deluge, you have the Ocean of Tears, you have options, right? Which is going to be something that they need, because team fight-wise, they really don't have that. They have the damage and that potential just clearing stuns, but you got to be able to fight at some point.
And Lady Zhang isn't item dependent, so True. It means that for Blacklist International, it is expected that for Dragon, he will just rotate all throughout the map and give support to the Pei so that everything could be funneled either for a Golden Kite or just Chi. So now we have another Garuda game that we could see from the side of BTR by Vitality. We saw Garuda yesterday, now paired with Erin. Okay, I'm surprised that we see an Erin for this.
I'm surprised too, especially Erin is one of the rare marksmen that is not so popular in towards the marksman pool that we talk about. The Garuda is an interesting one because it puts the Zhuangzi into such a reactive space whereby the Zhuangzi wants to pop that ultimate and then trick your spells like the Dharma ultimate, like the Zhang Fei ultimate here. But with the Garuda ultimate, the Wings of Judgment here, you can poke them down before you start to fight.
It's going to constantly just just lower them and make it very uncomfortable for them to really commit to a fight. So if we're going into this one, who are you going to give an edge to?
So far, if Blacklist International plays to their true bread and butter here, they have a much more comfortable draft because they can always react to all this engage. But Chantel and Holler, I leave the stage to you as you guys will be casting this game number 2 between Bigetron by Vitality and also Blacklist International.
Interesting here composition for both. Really looking forward as to how Garuda will be played by Bigetron by Vitality. A lot of pokes coming in at the middle lane, and it is as expected with the hero composition that they've got. And what's interesting is that we could see that for the side of Blacklist, they have this potential to go for an invade, but it was topped.
Oh, the flash away, Tough Z just barely surviving. Chammy 1 was looking to go as well, but with Neil showing up, he didn't really want to dive that tower. But the most interesting part about this game is that we have 3 brand new heroes that we have not seen in the Kings Nations Clash thus far, with Yukio and Aaron, and of course there's Wangzu.
Yeah, that's true. So right now for Blacklist, they're forcing a pressure, or they're giving pressure at the bottom lane. Now for BTR by Vitality, it's a typical pattern that we see from them, taking things slow, little by little, and more on somehow securing those resources. And for Blacklist right now, what's really nice is that we've mentioned about the dragon rotating around the area, right? And that's what's happening during this game. So it's a nice matchup between the Garuda and the Lady Shen later on. But it's just that for the Garuda, it's more on decent clearing of minion wave. Has the kid, has to sustain at the back lane because of the shield.
Yeah, Neil's got that damage. Think of it like a Ganon Mo in a way, with like the long range pokes and things like that. Dragon has more of like the Lady Jun has, you know, you have that Ocean of Tears, you have the Destruction Solution. You have areas of zoning that can be very helpful. Plus, you have Elsa on your side, and when you can let it go at a moment's notice, that's always going to be good. You can sing that song.
A lot of brawl fights from our Clash lanes, by the way, but a potential kill, probably no. Just folks, from the side of BTR, I think this has been the story of the series. Slower the game, more on point. Who team, or whichever team has an error in terms of using the skills and even the spells, could potentially be killed or punished by the other team.
And the biggest thing about that is that Chaz, right? With that butterfly effect, like when does he use it? Like when does he use it? Because if he clears all those stuns and your guys are cleansed, then you're going to have a great time in terms of fighting. But at what point he needs to ensure that he doesn't get baited out. The Wings of Judgment doing some serious work onto Chaz. He's trying to dodge his way around the shields, just barely enough, and somehow Chaz survives.
Good thing they have the shield, or if not, it's going to be a kill for BTR by Vitality. So with that, it means that the Blacklist International is able to stretch the possible play from a BTR. There's going to be a teleport, I think. Okay, it wasn't detected at the time. So BTR by Vitality, they're just finding that way to somehow limit the potential of Just Chi by going onto the camps around their area. But Blacklist International, the same story with game number 1. They are kind of dictating the pace in the jungle area. We've mentioned about them being really great in terms of early game. That's the story now, them dictating how BTR will react against them.
Yeah, Justin will have a good time early. I mean, especially on this pay, he will constantly be able to farm, and you're seeing a 1k advantage because of that spike that he has. And now Tough Z has to run away, completely zoned away, and it's pretty rough to be in that situation when you're Tough Z all by yourself.
And with a rotation for both teams, they're like giving space on the farm lanes. Although we have Garuda, we have Neil at the bottom lane to give pressure against Golden Knight.
The Wings of Judgment is going to do some serious work, just barely doing enough, and it was going to be first blood. Neil sniping him down with those swords.
First blood by BTR by Vitality. Now they have the edge to potentially secure this objective. There might be no contest coming in from Blacklist International as they successfully secure the Tyrant. And while this was happening, I think for Blacklist International, they went in for the trade, which is the Overlord, and this is what was lacking from the previous day. But you have the information from Ormston, but Just Chi will secure that one out.
Yeah, actually, Ormston, sometimes on the John Fay, you want to take a smite. He took heal on this one because it's about that sustain, being able to kind of just outlast the potential damage from this Blacklist lineup. But, you know, it's more of a consolation prize. Obviously, you want the Tyrant, especially at that 4 minutes. It just spikes your team up in that early game.
That's true. So for this one, again, for BTR, they're still finding that opportunity as to when and where they will capitalize on having the Dharma on their lineup. In terms of the junglers and their gold, pretty close. 3.9k versus 4k, but let's focus on the other lanes. Okay, I mean, I take it back. Everything's close in terms of gold. So we can call this an evil ball game for both teams. Whoever destroys a tower first could actually have an edge on this game. But if we look at things right now, it's almost the same rotation for both.
Yeah, counter movements, right? I mean, the bottom for the top in that sense. They'll happily trade that one out. I don't think anything is at too much of a risk. Right now, it's about playing it carefully, right? You don't want to give it anything away. You don't need to be super like aggressive at this point. I mean, Golden Kite dying at that one part, giving up first blood, actually just slows him down more than anything else.
By the way, Dragon has now the Mask of Agony because of ways of I'm just not sure what's going to be the first item for Neil on the Garuda. So for a Blacklist International, as long as they hit those kills against the BTR, then they could have an edge against them. So BTR right now is kind of pushed back. Not the usual BTR that we see. They're a bit of passive or proactive as to how Blacklist International reacts against them. And slowly but surely, Blacklist International is limiting the areas of control under BTR.
Yeah, taking that top P1 is going to be huge for Blacklist International. More space, more suffocation, so to speak, and more pressure, which is going to be a little bit difficult for Bigetron by Vitality here. Because, again, ZanQ, while he's keeping on pace in terms of that net worth, 5.1 to 5.4 from Justy, it's still a bit concerned because they're down overall net worth.
And this has been always a struggle for BTR by Vitality, especially if ZanQ is behind in terms of the control around the map. Probably as to why for BTR, they're forcing a team fight at the top lane.
Forcing it, the Wings of Judgment. Oh no, Ormson, excuse me, with that Umbrella Outburst. Here's the Wings of Judgment trying to do some work on the Chaz, but it's more zoning away. They've taken the top T1. Blacklist International, again, you want to be the aggressors. You do not want to be losing towers at the 7-minute mark.
So far for BTR by Vitality, everything is smooth in terms of rotation, in terms of how they take objectives against the Blacklist International. Good thing is that for Chami 1 and the rest of the Blacklist, at least they get to defend other areas of the map. I mean, they're tied in terms of tower push. Both top lane, even bottom lane, were both destroyed by the teams. So in terms of map control, they both have an equal edge on that. BTR right now, they're waiting for the perfect timing. And in terms of the items, Garuda went in for the Frozen Breath. So there will be a slow, probably the one that will help BTR by Vitality in longer team fights.
Yeah, Bigetron by Vitality, if anything, they kind of want to extend this game. They want to slow it down. They understand that, hey, Justy at some point on this pay will fall off. Yes, there will be a mark where he just like hits like a truck, but as long as you avoid that, you have your towers still alive, you're gonna be fine. You gotta get to the late game though.
Indeed. And I think for Top C, he knows that someone is there at that bush which Dragon was standing. And so far, what's really effective for BTR by Vitality is that ZanQ has been doing this since probably 6 minutes of the game. Clearing the minion wave on the sides, having a breather, and probably taking those resources, maybe the goal that he needs. We have another item for Justy. We have the objective. This could dictate the tempo of the game moving forward. It's 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Blacklist International is here for the position.
Yeah, and they're going to take a Tyrant here. I mean, it's not something that you really want to risk, especially since the 10-minute Tyrant, I mean, is probably the better target. If anything, this is creating space. You know exactly where Blacklist International are in terms of that movement.
I believe for BTR by Vitality, they're waiting for Zan.
Oh, they're going to go for this Umbrella Outburst, throwing him back into this one, but Cammy won. He cartwheels to safety. ZanQ looking for that angle. The Wings of Judgment not really doing too much at this point. Yes, it's all kind of scattered throughout, but now Tough Z's in a bad spot. He's going to be backing off, and they find Tough Z. They almost get the pick off. The Leaping Savior keeping him up for now, but now Bigetron, they're going to have to retreat.
You know what? A lot of linear skills coming in from Neil's hero. As well for Blacklist International, there's a push and pull struggle for every initiation, but still, Blacklist International winning those pressure points.
Jamie won, deciding to almost go in, but it looks like he's going to try to cartwheel away. Went too deep. ZanQ making him pay, and it looks like they're going to take Zan in return, but look at Justy on the backside getting a double.
It's Justy and ZanQ showdown, ladies and gents, for this game. Blacklist International with a 1.5k gold lead despite the double kill from ZanQ. So this is going to be an intense one for both. I believe for Blacklist International, they need to stop ZanQ at this point.
Easier said than done. Both of these guys kind of mobile, able to do their damage, and they know where their game sense is so good. They know where the enemy team is, and if there's any sort of risk, and they're looking to take the Shadow Tyrant here, and it looks like it's going to go the way for free for Bigetron here.
And for Blacklist International, it's going to be a trade. This has been the story of this game. Every time there is an objective, they go for it. You have Swang's up front to stop the players from contesting. Successfully, they will secure that Overlord. But BTR, man, by Vitality, they go straight on other areas of Blacklist International.
And that's going to stop the push. The Shadow Vanguard just completely clearing that mid lane. So they were potentially going for that mid T1. They had a chance for this one, but not able to get it because of that Shadow Vanguard. But now the enemy is looking to invade here by Blacklist International.
Again, continuous pressure from Blacklist International for BTR by Vitality. You have Zankyu on the sides. Again, caught in the minion wave. But look at Golden Kite just forcing that tower to be destroyed against BTR.
Oh, they get
by
the little
Vitality.
stun onto Ormson. He has to use the Umbrella Outburst just to defensively keep himself alive. But Blacklist International got what they wanted. That top T3 in 11 minutes, that's looking very good for them.
This is a very low-scoring game for both. I can say that they're really focused on the macro side of
Oh,
things.
Tough looking to go in for this one, but the dash away, keeping him alive. The cartwheel in by Chammy1. Needs to be a little bit careful. He's going to just go for that monkey instead. They didn't take the mid T2, so if anything, BTR right now, again, you're looking for that 14, 15-minute mark. You got to survive till then.
Now here's the thing, for BTR by Vitality, they're having a great time on clearing the minion wave as well for Blacklist International. Even though with lots of pressure they're giving, they can still, or for BTR rather, they can still act up on what Blacklist International has been giving them so far. So we have another item, we have other Frozen Breath on the Dragon's side on this. So even for the Aryan, he also has items that has damage.
Yeah, and I mean, it's only a 1K net worth lead at this stage for Blacklist International. It's not much. It's a bit of a 50-50 still, so it's still anybody's game. If anything, Bigetron right now, again, it's just keeping the towers alive. The T3s are key.
Yeah, that's true. So some of the Filipino words slipped there. Anyway, 1.5k gold lead again for Blacklist International. Bottom lane could be a huge potential for a team fight for both teams. So again, low scoring game. It's all about discipline for both BTR and Blacklist. We might see another team fight on the next objective that we have. Good thing for Blacklist International, they were able to take down majority of the towers against BTR. There's a change in Chammy1's boots, by the way. And yeah, for BTR, they're just waiting for the perfect moment. I think it could be the same story from game number 1. They just need one team fight. They need top
Oh, the Wings of Judgment. The Umbrella Outburst is going to zone them away. Gets on top of those minions, pushing them. But Chammy1 was doing a good job in that top lane. Again, he was trying to get all 3 lanes to push at the same time. So Bigetron have to go to like literally all sides of the house to protect themselves.
It was just like a diversion.
Yeah,
He
yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to divert the attention of the players. That's why for some of the players of Blacklist International, it was if they were going in for an engage. So it's more of a spike game now. It's more about the mind games now for Blacklist International. As much as possible, they don't want to give that information against the BTR by Vitality. Again, we've mentioned about the next objective. It's going to be up for the next 20 seconds. For BTR by Vitality, positioning is one thing. As much as possible, they need those skills from Nil, from the Garuda to land against the players of Blacklist. But look at Chammy1. It's the same story all throughout this game, that every time there's an opportunity to clear the minion wave, then he's there.
Yeah, they find it tough though. Justy with that pounce board, the Wings of Judgment should zone him away. But Chammy1 doing a great job. Somebody has to go and deal with the housekeeping. The lanes, the outside lanes have constantly been pushed. So again, you know that you have numbers elsewhere.
Because every time they see Chammy1, and then others will react.
Yes.
And because of the reaction, we see this action from the side of Blacklist International taking the Shadow Overlord. Blacklist International taking control of this game number 2. But for BTR by Vitality, they have the items, they have the kits. Zankyu is already at level 15. He wasn't really stopped in terms of the farming, it's just that he needs that buff as early as possible. But good thing is that they are trying to clear the minion wave on the sides. And we have the Overlord Vanguards marching in at the Gorge.
Yeah, it's going to be another one going the way of Blacklist International. Just again, the rich get a little bit richer in this one. It's only about a 2K net worth lead, but look at how Zankyu is split pushing. He's doing the work on that one. I mean, you see that, you know, Chammy1, or in this case, Justy was pushing the bottom lane. You're seeing that, you know, counterplay.
It's the same thing as to what Blacklist International has been doing all throughout the game. So right now for Blacklist, they could potentially push this bottom lane tower, hybrid tower, but the good thing is that they have the Garuda. We've mentioned about the clearing of minion waves. They have the kit, but those Fiends are landing.
Yeah, they're doing some, I mean, but they're doing a pretty good job of keeping that bottom T3 alive, or just trying to keep it as long as possible. And they made them work for this one, but they lose both T3s at the same time. We got super minions in this game.
Of course, 3.8k gold lead. 2-3, take note, in terms of the hero kills, it is actually BTR on the upper hand. But for Blacklist International, it's all about map control. It's all about the threat that they've given BTR by Vitality. Just taking all the damage from BTR. So the next push or next potential threat from Blacklist International should be defended by BTR.
And you're wondering why, oh, Bigetron, why they have the, you know, like you have Tough Z on that Chammy. Why isn't he able to make that play? Why isn't he able to go in? Because you know that you have Chaz with that butterfly effect. You have ways to kind of dodge that. Plus, their vision game is really next level, so it's really hard to find the perfect initiation for Bigetron.
And at the same time, it is complemented by Dragon's hero also. Despite him having a death on this game, you even have the Venomous Staff on this. Now, if you look at the lineup of a BTR by Vitality, we've said that they have the potential for a comeback. Again, they could set up a counter-attack against Blacklist International, but they need to find the right target in the middle of the team fight. Now we see the minions marching in from all sides. This could be it for Blacklist International. They will push forward, but we have Neil on the defensive stance.
Yeah, the super minions are going to be here, so the potential for the damage, but it looks like Chammy1 needs to be a little bit careful. They find Tuff, Sage's Sanctuary, and Tuff's trying to flash away. He's going to be killed, and it looks like they want to go for Zancu, who's going to get under tower. He looks to turn this one around. They don't really have the minions. Zancu needs to be careful, does not want to pop it. He does, in fact, Sage's Sanctuary for that, but the Wings of Judgment is going to do some work. They find Dragon, Golden Kite. He's going to pop his Sage's Sanctuary now. He's in a bad spot. He gets picked off. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Bigetron.
Bigetron by Vitality was able to defend that one out, and Blacklist International is forced to back away. So the base has been defended. BTR stretched this game. There's already 17 minutes, almost close, or actually we are already at a game equilibrium. We're in. The gold won't matter that much for this game. The items will be almost at full. We have 2 players at the Tome of Wisdom already for both Garuda and even Erin. And we've not talked about Erin. And we all know the potential of this hero at the late game. So we can see right now that for BTR, they're focused on trying to zone out the players of Blacklist International that will position on this objective. You have Chaz, Justy, and even Chammy1 trying to give information to Dragon, who will try to be part of this team fight.
Oh, if Justy gets the steal, that would be miraculous. And he does get the Overlord. Justy over the wall with a crucial kill theft. That was huge for Blacklist.
Just when you said that this might be it for Justy, there is a full clash on that. And don't forget to redeem tons of Arcana fragments and the precious Dragon crystals around the game. And away for this, the Blacklist International, a huge steal coming in from Justy. They have the lead. They have the Overlord Vanguards marching in all throughout the map, and they will try to secure this Tyrant for this game. And you have Zancu up front, and even Ormson. Could be a potential team fight, but if you're a BTR, I don't think it's the best idea right now.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, you don't want to risk it at this point. So, I mean, this is going to be taken up by Blacklist International. It's not the end of the world. The Tempest Dragon, obviously, is something they need to fight, but it's about those Vanguards. Without any T3s, those lanes are constantly put pressure on. You have very little time to get outside your base, potentially make a play, and before your base is under siege again.
Okay, but look at the spells of Blacklist. It's all available for the next team fight. But good thing for BTR by Vitality, they're able to defend everything that is being thrown to them by Blacklist International. But for the next wave, this is going to be the decision maker for a BTR Vitality stretch on this game, or is it going to be a 2-0 for the series on Blacklist? Another King of Minion wave coming in from Nil, which has been very effective for this game. Chammy1 on the side, you have the stuns.
Yeah, it has the stuns, but he's not actually going to go onto Tuff instead, who needs to be a little bit careful. Zan is going to actually use his passive. They've already found Dragon, and that's going to be a huge turn of events because, again, the Crystal is wide open, but with no lanes pushing, and you don't even have a full squad, you have to retreat.
Oh, wow. 19 minutes on this game. Almost close to the 20-minute game. That could be the final team fight for both. 201 is Garuda, so there's no really counter for the side of Blacklist International. Now for this one, positioning is one thing. Now next would be the available spells. So Flash isn't available for Dragon, even though he will spawn in 9 seconds. It is now being started by Blacklist International. You have players from BTR up there. This might be it for them.
Yeah, the Wings of Judgment looking to zone there, but Joshi waiting in the wings. He stole an Overlord before it. Can he make another miracle play? He actually has to dash away. He bounces to safety. He's at about half-life at this point. He does have Sage of Sanctuary, but they're looking to turn this around. They find Zan, and that's going to be a huge amount of damage that's taken away. Zaku is still there, but Joshi with another take. He takes the Tempest Dragon, and now Blacklist International on the aggressive. Cammy 1 looking to go in. He's going to pop his own Sage of Sanctuary. They're still up, but Golden Kite doing some work. They find Tubsy as well. 3 members down from Bigetron, but Zaku gets the return onto Cammy 1. Zaku trying to recall, probably not going to happen at this point. He uses his passive, gets the pick off on this Joshi, and Zaku dealing with the minion wave. Chaz is going to chase him out, providing that vision. The Wings of Judgment. You have Neil just trying to deal with the minion wave, trying to keep the base alive, but Dragon is looking to end. Golden Kite is doing some work on those crystals, and it looks like Blacklist International have taken game 2.
Match point for Blacklist International, winning that game against BTR by Vitality. What a win actually on the game number 2. I mean, even for Zankyu, he attempted to go for a fight or for those kills to potentially delay that win from Blacklist, but it's just Blacklist controlling the majority of the game.
Yeah, I mean, Blacklist International had to earn that one. I mean, nothing was easy in this one, and that series, just being able to get to that level with the Tempest Dragon, everything was looking good for them from the beginning, but it took them a Tempest Dragon to finally get them over the hump.
The last few hurdles that we saw for the Blacklist International, it was down to those team fights. It was down to those high-ground defense that's being portrayed by the side of BTS so darn well. But in the end, when we talk about Tempest, Bigetron is playing under the pressure of 3 waves smashing into their turrets here. If they fail the fight, if they fail the Tempest, that is what's waiting for them. Even though we see Zankyu getting back-to-back 2 kills, but it wasn't enough because those minion waves were crashing into the base of BTR.
And all throughout that game, it's as if for Blacklist International, they went super macro for that game number 2. Every time that the Tyrant is being taken by the other team, by BTR, by Vitality, they will go straight to the Overlord. And it has been a juggle all throughout the game. As for Blacklist International, there's not much of a gap that they need to seal against a BTR by Vitality. And let's focus on Swang's Chaz. He did a great job on that game. Negating the rest of the initiations from the side of BTR by Vitality. Yes, it was a nice early game by BTR, but for Blacklist International, it's about the slow burn. And if we look at the team fight rate or team fight participation, Chami won 100%. We have 3 players at 100%. So it was continuous rotation from Blacklist all throughout the game number 2.
And when you have that pay with that early game lead, and you're thinking, okay, at what point can Bigetron kind of stabilize? It was really difficult because you lost all your T3s, right? At that point, it's pretty much all hands on defense, just trying to stay alive, trying to stay afloat, and they did for quite some time. But again, this is the power of the pay. You cannot get those T3s all taken down, easier said than done, especially against Blacklist.
We also have to give some props to Coach TG for getting that Zhuangzi pick at the 3rd to really limit Tubsy and also the Zhangfei coming into this draft here, because it makes BTR from such a proactive squad into a reactive one, because they are always worried about Chaz on that Zhuangzi.
Yeah, that's true. And if we look at the graph now, you have around 14 minutes. There was a lead for the side of Blacklist International. And then right after that mark, when it's around 15 minutes, there was a huge team fight wherein Blacklist International actually won that one out. And for the side of BTR by Vitality, this is where the deterioration potential that they have whenever Zankyu is behind was shown for this entire game.
Zankyu doing whatever he could to give his team a chance, right? That was the biggest thing. And while he will not be MVP, on the other end, it will, of course, be Joshi.
Joshi with that secure on that Tempest Dragon the entire game. We see him cruising across the gorge. Had a phenomenal series. KDA 2-1-3 is not about the kills. It is about the progress that you made across the map. And it is about how he impacted the team for Blacklist International to get that steady early lead.
It's Blacklist International taking control of the jungle, or early game, and at the same time just dealing damage or sustainable damage against the players of BTR by Vitality. And if we look at the highlights, there was a juggle early game, right? This was around 9 minutes. We could see that. There was a nice AoE damage coming in from Neil's hero, the Garuda. It's just that for most cases, there were a lot of steals. Let's not forget that steal in front of the players of BTR by Vitality. Just imagine, you have 3 players there, but you're able to secure that, and right after that, you get more resources against BTR by Vitality.
Yeah, it just got messy in that very end, but Joshi being able to take that Overlord, that last one of the game, and then the Tempest Dragon, I mean, that's like, if those two go the way of Bigetron, we might have a different outcome on that one. That's how close things were.
That could really put Bigetron back on the proactive end if they really secured that Overlord. But in the end, it was just G with that miracle of a steal under 4 members coming in for the side of Bigetron by Vitality. So, you are BTR, you are a fan of IKL. I am pretty sure Rookie Cast right now, he's just sitting there like, man, how do we get back into the series?
Actually, I feel like I should be saying that. Hey, let me
channel the rookie cast.
Man,
this is
what
a simulation.
does Bigetron need to do here? Did I do it right?
Yeah, you did it pretty right. Yeah. Okay, so in Rookie's defense, so even if you lose the series, yes, it doesn't really impact the fact that both PKL and IKL has to play semifinals tomorrow. But it will put a very, very deep wound as a IKL enjoyer, because right now, you are at potential the last game against your opponents in PKL.
It's like the momentum both emotionally and physically, because of course before coming here, this team's prepared, right? And for you to be defeated by the other teams or other nations, it's like you're putting too much pressure on yourself that the next time I face them, I have to win, something like that.
Yeah, when I lose my ranked games, I'm emotionally damaged,
I do the same, but
damaged.
it ends up me losing more games.
Exactly. I'm on tilt. I don't even know who I am anymore. Yeah, things are not good. And so this is one where, again, if you're down 0-2, you're in that same situation. Things are not looking good. You have like literally a mountain to climb. You gotta be feeling bad at this point. But again, do you have enough, you know, for ZonQ in this next game to really bounce back here?
I sort of believe in BTR and also ZonQ, because back in the IKL Grand Finals of all season, they started off the BO7 against Kagendra 0-2, and then they pulled back the series to a 2-2. So in terms of a long series, that is what really makes a good team flourish. You need the mental capacity to really push on for BO5 or BO7.
And this is where the hero pool will matter. We're now game number 3. There will be probably changes on the dynamics. We saw that for most cases, we saw Luna and even a Pei, more on the assassin side for Blacklist International. For the side of BTR by Vitality, they can force Blacklist to go utility jungle if they see that the assassin jungles are effective.
I mean, if I'm looking at these, the picks that were done for the Global Ban pick, Game 1 and Game 2, from this side of Bigetron by Vitality, I'm kind of like, if they picked any other hero other than like the Aaron, like maybe, you know what I mean, like you had a Loong or some sort of, again, I don't remember the bans if it was available, but Aaron is digging deep into that hero pool. I'm wondering if they had something else that would really just do a much better job than this Aaron here.
I think I stand by my fact. I think that Aaron should have been a Marco Polo here. Marco Polo could have kited that game pretty darn decently, but it was down to the coaches, it was down to the players' agreement on what they really want to show the fans and the team on that marksman pick. But I don't think it's just only on that marksman. I think TG, the coach coming in from Blacklist International, the way he drafted a Zhuangzi to counter out both Zhangfei and Dharma really sees fire coming in for the side of BTR.
It's as if he was one step ahead prior to the Zhang Bei pick. He really went for that Zhuangzi, probably because they already have the information as to how BTR by Vitality actually drafts normally. So we could probably see a change in here. Again, biggest question is that whether or not BTR by Vitality will allow another assassin hero for Just G, because he played really well with that Luna, played really well with the Pei. So it's something that they should take note coming to game number 3, because man, Blacklist is already at match point.
And you put on a very good point here. So Blacklist International on the global ban pick, they have already used both Luna and both Pei. And we talk about Bigetron. Who's the #1 member you need to be targeting? It's definitely ZonQ, and locking those 2 picks away from him is what you exactly need to be doing.
Exactly. But ZonQ's hero pool is incredibly deep. He's able to play almost all junglers at the highest level, so it's like, it's more of a synergy or a play style that they want to avoid, especially with like the Pei and the Luna here.
And the first pick does go over to Yuan here. A very interesting pickup because this pick had, I think, one of the highest pick rates across all the pro leagues thus far because of how flexible it is.
MKL.
Exactly right, Chantel.
Because it's very flex, so we don't really know yet where it will go. But for most cases, it's on the roam. So let's expect that for Blacklist International. Now, we have Mai and Aoyin power picks for BTR by Vitality. I think for this one, you can get more sustained heroes for Blacklist just to be sure, and have that hero that could actually go at the back and find the Aoyin.
Well, Bigetron here going with that Loom, which is definitely top meta. Farm laner, you're going to be fine. Neil gets his Mai. And we haven't seen too much success with the Mai throughout the KNC thus far. It just seems like teams have really been able to figure it out and turn it into more of like a late game-ish, more of a weight down more than anything. It's just never really that good because it doesn't have that pressure that, you know, it normally has.
I think so far out of the first 3 picks, I am leaning more towards the side of Blacklist International because I love the fact that they drafted Yuan Dolia to really counteract against the Mai Shrunui and Low Factor here. You really can dodge away so much of this burst with that double Unlink Zoro.
Masterful drafting by Coach TG, and at the same time, they have someone up front with Agudo. A mixture of sustain and at the same time damage per second on this. You have the Guan Yu Do on the side of BTR. Yes, it has card control, but very skill dependent as long as it lands on the players of a Blacklist. So we have another ban on the side of a BTR. I'm waiting as to what is gonna be the farm lane for a Blacklist. We have a lot of options actually for the team. Yeah, we have a lot of options still. Were they the ones who used the Lady Sun?
Now, let's talk about options here, right? You look towards the side of Blacklist here. Take a look at the bans. What are they focused against? They're focusing a lot on Zankyu here. And they are permanently banning any assassins away from that man in the jungle.
Yeah, respect. I think that this is the right way to ban, especially if you're TG, you're looking at it as like, who is the one guy that will kill us? Who didn't even die a single time in a 20+ minute game, playing almost flawless on that one, almost carrying their team to victory? It's Zankyu. You gotta focus.
It's as if I think for Blacklist International, they're forcing a Zankyu to use a Menki, something like that. And something that we don't normally see that Zankyu uses. You have the Sakir. Again, talk about sustain and potential crowd control for BTR. Now they have that. Blacklist International, in terms of... now we have the Yuan as a mage, as their mid lane. Farm lane and even Clash lane. Fatty's still open. Charlotte is still open. Charlotte is good. And the Marco Polo for Blacklist International.
Very comfortable draft coming in for the side of Blacklist International. You have the trio in the mid, jungle, and roam to play that trio factor and playing those big game team fights. And then your sharpness comes in by the form of Marco Polo and Charlotte towards the mid game. But I'm loving this Musashi pick coming in for the side of Zankyu.
I love it more, okay? I think that the Musashi pick is so good right now. There are so many juicy targets. Getting to that back line, like, okay, maybe you sustain with the Unending Sorrow, maybe you're able to get on out, but I just duel of death you, I'm gonna chase you down to hell.
At this point, in terms of the hero composition, I'm leaning towards the BTR by Vitality's hero composition because of the fact that they have more crowd control. In terms of longer team fights, for Blacklist International, it's more skill dependent, but it depends. They also have the sustain. We have the Yuan and Dolia combo. It's all up to Chami One Tradition.
Are you giving them a gimme in the sense that, like, oh yeah, we're up 2-0, we can let them win a game, we can play with our food?
Just kidding. This is game 3 of the best of 5 series between Blacklist International and Bigetron by Vitality here. Chantel, Holler, take the stage.
Game number 3, a potential win for Blacklist International. This could be it against the Indonesian team. BDR by Vitality. A lot of folks coming in. We saw Zankyu taking the camp against Blacklist just cheat. So this is how the story will go for this game. It depends on how they will kind of negate each other's jungling pattern.
Yeah, it will be huge, right? Joshi will, again, just constantly be in his own jungle. And this is where Neil really needs to make that impact. Not only does he need to be invading, taking things away, contesting from Joshi, but those outside lanes, he needs to be on point because, again, if they lose the early game, Bigetron will really struggle.
Indeed, and it's not normal that we see my Shiranui to be somehow having a hard time early game. So as much as possible, you want to be aggressors for this game. Blacklist International just taking it slow, which is very effective. Game number 1. Game number 2 now for BTR. They want to set up a play out of top lane.
Oh, they're deciding to go for that. The duel is death right at level 4, and it looks like they're going to get first blood, finding Justy. What a juicy target.
Yup, but definitely, and it is Just G. So for BTR, as long as they continue that aggression against Just G and the rest of Blacklist International, they can potentially stretch this game. Because for Blacklist International, if sometimes Just G is being delayed in the early game, they are having a hard time to kind of stretch the game. So that is what's happening. For this, Zankyo's been consistent. We call this the Peppa Pigs, consistent on that area.
Yeah, and they'll take all of those one Bigetron right now with a nice little rotation, and it's all about the farm, all about Zankyo. Let this man get going. Neil putting that pressure on. This is what he needs to do as well. And now Golden Kite, look at how low he is. He's got to feel a little uncomfortable.
Yep, definitely very different dynamics from game number 1, game number 2. And the good thing is that for Blacklist International, at least there is a support at the bottom lane, and take note that Daniel is already at level 4. Same goes with Dragon, so they need backup damage here at the bottom lane because most cases or most parts, it is BDR trying to push them back.
As they should, right? It's all about that early game, taking things away from Joshi, right? He really made them pay. Obviously, he's a much slower style. The Agudo, he's going to be looking to slow siege, and it's pretty much all about the space for Golden Kite to get that farm because he is, again, your late game hero.
And for BTR, they know that he is the threat for Blacklist International, so the focus is really on his side. Now, things are getting a bit slow. It is expected since we have a different dynamics in terms of the hero composition. What's really nice is that for Neil, he's not really giving that much of information in terms of the positioning, but gives that pressure that maybe there is a buy around the area.
Yeah, and if he's not in the mid lane, all the side lanes have to be worried. Like, they need to play defensively, ensure that he doesn't get that jump in. But it's more about clearing this wave, making your way downtown into the bottom lane, putting pressure there because it opens it up for the Tyrant potentially.
But if we talk about now the range or area of effect the skills has for both a Golden Kite's hero and even Zan's hero, I think for this, it is a lot easier for Zan to land those skills during a team fight. Again, the position of Neil is on point. So just imagine if you have a squishy player, a squishy hero that will be walking around the area, that is a potential kill already for this Mai. And again, for the side of BTR by Vitality, they're just continuously farming. They are just continuously looking forward to other possible threat from Blacklist.
Yeah, and Bigetron right there, clearly taking that Tyrant with that space and that vision that was provided by Neil. You're feeling and you're seeing exactly how much impact he's had. He's waiting in the wings, looking to ambush, again, just contesting. This is what you want to do on a mine.
Yup, and for Blacklist International at this moment, you have the timers. This type of lineup is effective for a specific moment. So they're just waiting for those items. Speaking of items, Golden Knight has one. So BTR by Vitality, they're just keeping them at bay as much as possible, taking that Reaver side and giving not enough information against Blacklist. I'm really looking forward on that matchup between Tough Z and even Chami1 because this is a very different hero composition or hero skill set that they're using.
Yeah, Chami1's looking to be jumping the back line, finding potentially Neil, Zan, Ormson, any of those guys will be great for him. While on the other end, you're looking for Tough Z, where, again, Blacklist International group up, have that perfect Razor Cavalry like he's looking to do, finding Golden Kite, the heroic charge, pushing him away, and Zan will take Golden Kite down.
What a play for the side of BTR by Vitality at the bottom lane. So it all started with a knock-up coming in from the Sakir, and from Ormson, and Dragon could be a kill, or could be killed by BTR at the bottom lane. Anyway, Blacklist International a bit struggling on how to kind of find a groove against the aggression of
they find him the ruins and with that pushback and the damage, but Chami1 with the flash and Zankyo not letting him go, and Chami1 duel the death. Zankyo says, I will take that one to go.
You know what? BTR at this moment is just all over the place. Having a Blacklist International caught off guard for every moment, and they're just maximizing any bush that is around the map. after every kill that they get another objective. So they're just continuously limiting the resources. Hence the lead. 1.5k gold lead for BTR by Vitality. For Blacklist International, they've been this from game number 1. They could have a comeback as long as those crowd controls.
Tough. Looking for the Razor Cavalry, not able to get the pushback though, and not able to find some sort of catch. Bigetron attempted, they shot their shot, but they missed.
I'm just not... Okay, here's the items. Okay, there is a huge lead for the farm laners. We have 3.9k for the Marco Polo and you have 4.5k for Zan. So this is kind of huge. So for Blacklist International, the action that they will do is to group up and
Although
forward
Mulberry Power, Neil with that pushback, finding Joshi in a bad spot. The furball used defensively. He has the shields, but here comes Tough, taking him down. But Zanku has already been killed as well. Tough with a nice 3-man push, finding Chaz, and Tough now running for his life. He's got a double. He's gonna look to just go, but it looks like Zan finding Dragon as well. 3 members down, trading away Zanku.
BDR with a counter push against Blacklist International. All along we thought that Blacklist International was winning the team fight, but for BDR, again, it's all about longer layering of skills in team fights, and at that moment, it was just them. For Blacklist International, it was a Golden Kite that was taken down, so there was no one that can do those damage per second against them. So they're just waiting for another item to have Golden Kite as much as possible be the lead damage dealer for the next team fight. A huge lead for a 7-minute game time, 2.9k for BTR by Vitality.
Yeah, but Golden Kite on the Marco Polo, it just takes so much time and farm, and you know, he's
Probably
really
around
not
10.
online. He really cannot be fighting. So Blacklist International, if anything, they need to kind of create a little bit more space elsewhere, because he's died twice already, further slowing him down. If you're looking at this lineup, he is the guy that needs to stay alive to do that damage.
And because of the dynamics, I would say for Blacklist International's lineup, a lot of areas around the map is being opened. We could see Zanku around the top lane. So this is where the story, again, we're in as much as possible. If you want to limit the threat from the other team, you need to cover all areas. But for Blacklist side, the sides aren't really that much covered.
Yeah, like how do you cover them? You need that vision. You
You
need
need
to provide.
5v5.
I mean, look at how Bigetron have just kind of pushed people ahead. It's like somebody wants to go, no way, I'm going to take a Tyrant.
And there's no initiative yet from Blacklist International, probably because for BTR, they're not giving that opportunity for them. So Blacklist International a bit struggling on how to go for, again, a counter initiation against BTR. And talk about the vision. We have Ormson there, and the rest of the players of BTR just hiding around the bush. So if you're Blacklist International, your vision is limited, but at the same time, you don't know where the players of BTR are.
And that's why Blacklist International cannot really attempt an initiation, because the map is so dark for them, and now this Crimson Golem is looking to potentially be taken away as well. Zanku with that steal, he's just going to smite it and walk away.
3.2k gold lead. So far, this is a clean execution for BTR by Vitality all throughout the game. Blacklist International, they're grouping up for that one big fight that they need, but the Guanyu is always at the back. So Jazz is also ready just in case there is a team fight for them. But the Chami one is being stopped by a Top Z, by the way. They're trying to defend this mid lane turret as much as possible. The minion wave at the bottom lane has been flowing all throughout this season.
Yeah, but that mid T1 is probably a better, more key strategic one. Obviously, the bottom T3 is definitely higher, but keeping that one alive is going to slow this game down even more. I mean, it's not even 10 minutes. You do not want to lose that T1 mid.
So 10 seconds before another objective is up for both teams. We have Neil again using this bush as efficiently as possible. So for Blacklist International, finding that standing ground against them. So just she with a furball, finding enough area for them.
Yeah, I mean, that Mulberry Power with more of zoning, but this is the first Shadow Tyrant. Again, Justy waiting in the wings. Does he have enough gall to potentially go for yet another steal? He's been getting steal after steal in the series, but now the duel that they decide to turn, they find it onto Justy, and Tusk not able to find the right avenue, but they find Cammy one, and more importantly, they take the Shadow Tyrant. But now it looks like they're going to be continue sieging onto this mid T1. They're still doing a little bit of damage, finding Furball, but they're sticking around. They want to go for the Crimson Golem as well.
Blacklist International being totally shut down by the players of BTR by Vitality, securing that objective as well. So mid lane is still standing for a Blacklist, but for BTR, man, they are on a roll on this game. Even having Neil at 1-0-4, and there's no real player from Blacklist International that could stop Amai.
Oh, they're going in. Zaku with the Eagle, that's finding the furball with a nice 3-man stop, but Neil limping away. Bigetron right now continuing on. They've got the chase and they've gotten Justy.
We've mentioned about Neil being unstoppable for this game. We almost forgot about Zan. I mean, there's Augin at 3-0-3, and I think for Blacklist International, they're a bit struggling in longer team fights. Yes, they have the sustain, but the initiation isn't there, or even a counter initiate against a BTR. So with a 4.9k gold lead around 11 minutes, this is massive for BTR by Vitality. And if you look at the items, you have the reverberation, the usual or typical items, but you have 3 core items for the long. Take note, you also have the items for the Musashi. So Topsy and the rest of the players are expected to just wreak havoc against Blacklist.
Just way too much at this point. That lead is starting to grow even further. I mean, the top T3 potentially under siege. I mean, Chaz is just pushing them away as the rest of Blacklist International just trying to hold on. Have that wave clear again. We need to extend the game because Golden Kite is not online.
Of course, Golden Kite is a 1-1, but at the same time, there was an early limitation or early restriction already in terms of a laning phase. So safe to say for BTR, they are in the lead because of the laning phase. And again, the usage of the positioning. Look at Ormson and the rest. Even Neil, just in case one player from Blacklist International would try to somehow farm on the camps. So BTR right now just controlling the map against Blacklist.
Look at this is such a tough situation for Blacklist International. Literally fighting for like whatever scraps they can find in the jungle, seeing what Bigetron has not taken away from them. So this is the lead is gonna go further in favor of Bigetron and make it worse for them.
There's no breather for
at
Blacklist
all.
International all throughout the game. I think this no breather started around 5 minutes of the game, probably around 7 minutes. So for BTR by Vitality, they're doing a great job stopping the potential of a Blacklist International. We have the Vanguards marching in on all the areas of the map, particularly the bottom lane. So for Blacklist International, they could replicate the same defense that BTR by Vitality did on game number 2. I mean, they're just waiting for those items. It's just that it's really hard for an engage knowing that their position is going to be predictable given the fact that they only have this high ground towers.
Zaku being a little bit cheeky, still up in front, trying to bait somebody to get out of position because Tufts was waiting in the wings, but they find Dragon, they get the pick, and Zan with these flaming palms and his ability to get back to safety, and now they want to go for more, they're going to try to go on to Champion 1, the duel is that's on to 2 with that nice little pushback and the 3-man stun, and just like that, Bigetron taking 4 members down. Golden Kite is the only man standing. Can he somehow hold?
That's it. I think that's it for the side of a BTR.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be it. Bigetron just shutting him down. I mean, yes, they got stopped, but more importantly, the Crystal go in the way of Bigetron here, and they take game number 3.
BTR by Vitality stretching this series into a game number 4. What a convincing win on this game number 3. I gotta say the discipline was there. The timings was there. Everything was on point.
Everything on point. I mean, this is the type of game they needed to really bounce back with. Obviously, in game 2 it would have been better, but having it in game 3, where Zaku is able to take his Musashi, and you see why this guy is an absolute assassin on this hero.
He was setting up a tempo really darn well in towards the early game, and in the end, it was a very clean and dominating performance coming in from BTR. That's why we say we can never count them out in these situations. They've been into a 0-2 against the IPL Grand Finals, and then coming into this series now, you can see they are unwavered. Aside from really giving the spotlight to Zaku, let's put our focus towards Tough Z and also Ormson. I bet as well, they had a fantastic performance. Tough Z was just finding flanks after flanks.
And even for Neil, the position was there. I mean, those 3 players, that, aside from those you've mentioned, I believe did a great job on this game. Take note that during the draft, it was actually 4 years, if I'm not mistaken, that was banned on Zaku's hero pool. So with the Musashi pick, I think it was a BTR by Vitality who benefited on that supposed strategy by Coach TG and Blacklist International. And you've mentioned about positioning. Yes, the top C and Ormson was so on point that it was almost like they're sandwiching the players of Blacklist. It was always a flank. There's a potential flank. So for Blacklist International, they were kind of scared to somehow roam around the areas of the jungle and even the map.
Yeah, I was waiting for the rest of, Bigetron here to really step up. It's taken some time. We've been seeing ZonQ trying to do what he could, but finally Zon stepping up. Tough ZZ is just stepping up as well. I mean, a lot of these guys are finally getting to the point where we're a team in this one. We need to fight back together.
It's a collaborative effort coming in from the boys, Bigetron by Vitality there. Getting that win is really important because you're potentially looking to push the series into that game fight, into that one match to really put your score to that 1-0.
The collective team effort was very evident of this. You have 3 players at 70+% in terms of team fight participation, and this is where the downward slope went in for IKL team, which is BTR by Vitality. There was a team fight around, I think, during the... this was an objective take. Okay, during this objective take, there was a team fight wherein BTR by Vitality won that, and they just went straight against the Blacklist International. So it feels like for Blacklist International, they were kind of pressured to go for a counter, or pressured in a way to somehow stretch the game into a later portion. But BTR didn't give them the chance.
Didn't give him any chances. And it looks like we're going to look at the MVP on this one. It's got to be Tough Z. Just the way that he was able to control it. Sagi, you rightly pointed out, his Razor Cavalries, every time they would take a good team fight, he was always there. If he didn't hit it, the rest of the team were like, hey, let's disengage. This is not safe.
But that's the problem. He never not hit in those team fights. He was going from Clash lane to farm lane, directing the fight against the side of Golden Kite and also Chaz, getting the lead for the side of Zon and also the likes of ZonQ. And then when team fights were to come in, that's where you see Tough Z finding those big moments here, as we can see from the highlights.
And that's why he's also our MVP for that game. I mean, very high team fight participation, even goal conversion. So it all started with the first blood, as you can see in this highlights, that the BTR was able to dictate that game and stretch into a game at number 4, and they didn't stop pressuring Chami1 early parts of the game. And it seems to me, or it kind of feel like for Blacklist International, if Chami1 isn't having a great game, then they will deteriorate.
Yeah, and he is definitely one of those targets here. And the same way, it's like ZonQ's not having a good game, but when does he have a bad game, right? Like, it seems like he's always on point, able to, just put his team on his back, so to speak. But even in some of these highlights here, when you're seeing ZonQ, look at how patient he was with the duel of death, using it at the absolute last limit, understanding when that, the enemy is like flashing away, and then he'll decide to go in.
His timing is just impeccable coming in on this Musashi here. He's, like you mentioned, right, jumping in, not just at the start, but at the timing of the flash, at the time of the mobility spell, really spells them for these multi-man knockups here. And you can see Tux immediately jumping in for his jungler, finding that success of the team fight.
Yeah, I think this was the third time that we saw the crucial crowd control thing. And it goes to show that for Tough Z, he did what he is needed to do on that game. They wanted crowd control, and he gave BTR by Vitality the crowd control. And the crowd control that he gave wasn't as predictable as compared to the crowd control that Blacklist International has for that game.
Just really well played game. I mean, we kind of expected it from Bigetron by Vitality to bounce back. There was no way that they were going to get 3-0'd. So this was a very personal game. It seemed like everything was on the line, and they were like, we are not making any mistakes. Nobody's going to get out of position. We're not going to really die and not give Blacklist International anything.
This goes back to game number 1, whereby we see for the side of Bigetron by Vitality, it was actually a very clean game until Chami1 made that play. It was much more of a misstep coming in by BTR, whereby they start strong, but the few steps that you take on to really close out that game just wasn't really there. But in game number 3, where the exact same steps do happen, the game itself is so much more cleaner coming in by BTR. BTR, right? Exactly, right?
Yeah, we're going to have to find out, of course. I mean, it's 2-1 at this point. Blacklist International still at match points. But first, let's take a little bit of a break. We'll be right back.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party. And add disco balls. Realme 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Why are you here?
In here's okay, no one can challenge Malaysia.
Philippines is the best country leading the way.
I'm here to prove that Indonesian always on top. Always.
What makes your nation stronger?
We have our flag in our chest, and this is makes us stronger. Of course, Malaysia lah, because we are the strongest region. Malaysia boleh.
Who do you think will win nation clash?
You ask a very good question. Of course, Malaysia.
Serious? Come on, bro. Of course.
You see this? Yeah.
I think we're gonna win.
Now our team is underdog, and no one see us, no one smell us, and when they see and smell us, it's already too late.
Because Wetrnd is very aggressive, rotations don't even matter. We're gonna everywhere.
Aggression? Cute leh. Because Malaysia, we got discipline.
They call us the comeback king. Ultimate battle, it's nothing new, bro. We always do it all the time.
We play the game how it's supposed to be played.
We different level. We level so high.
Ah, so boring. Come on.
So high. So high.
Winning is not just part of the game. It's a style.
My team is handsomer than yours.
Indonesian smile is the best, bro. You want some proof? You see this?
Why is everyone talking about the game? No one's talking about the food. You can't call yourself the greatest nation without the greatest food.
Huh? You really ask me that question lah? Of course, Indonesia food is the best lah. Huh? Malaysia food is better because we got nasi lemak, roti canai.
Come on, bro. Nasi lemak. Got one word for you. Flavor. You bring the spice. Again.
Chai kway teow, rojak.
Indonesian food, the best, bro.
We have Indomie. All the food is very good.
Indonesian rendang is the best, bro.
Have you even tried sinigang, adobo? It's S tier, bro.
Adobo? Nice, man.
Filipino food is the best!
Make me! Our Malaysia is better!
Wait.
You are just better.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Nation Clash, where we are at the Quill City Mall. My name is Sagi, alongside me is Holler and also Chantel. Talk to me, what are your thoughts after that game?
After that game with the performance of BTR by Vitality, this could potentially be the first 5-game series that we will have for KNC.
I don't want to get ahead of myself because it's still match
Possibly.
points, but that was a momentum shift, right? You
course.
could definitely feel it. Bigetron were like, we're not giving this one up 3-0. We're going to consistently fight. And with that momentum going into Game 4, this could be pivotal. I don't want to say that this is going to go to a Game 5 yet. It definitely has that potential. I want it to go to Game 5, but to see it there, we're going to have to find out because both of these squads really want it.
Yeah, and with this one, again, there will be changes in the dynamics because of the heroes that were used. So we will not be seeing the Marco Polos, even the U1s. And these are power picks actually for Blacklist International from PKL. So I will be expecting that for the next banning phase, there might be another ban series wherein the assassin heroes won't be available for both junglers. But I don't think that there's a way to stop Zankyu because he can basically use all heroes in HOK.
He's very well-rounded of a jungler
course.
here. That's why when you really do these bans and you are specifically targeting towards him, are you banning him or are you limiting yourself from the bigger picture?
Yeah, that's a good point actually for the drafting for both teams, or particularly for Zankyu. So I was kind of thinking maybe they can change the sequence and focus on the clash lanes this time around because we've seen the usual or priority picks for most heroes for the players that we have for the clash.
Yeah, I think that if we saw what happened in that last game, Chammy 1 really didn't get going, right? On that Charlotte, he didn't really have too much of an impact. They were playing more of a defensive game. He needs that kind of frontliner. Like if you're looking on the opposite end, just like Tough Z with that like Guan Yu, he was just making so much of an impact come team fights.
And this puts into perspective as well, Chaz, when he's more on those engaged heroes like the Lianpo, like the Zhang Fei, you can see Blacklist International be elevated to a different level of aggression here. So coming into the game number 4 here, Blacklist International on towards the blue side, Bigetron by Vitality towards the red side here. As we see by Black TG, he is going for those Luna and also Pei picks.
They will stick to the same strategy that they did, I think, for the previous games. It's just that they could change, or probably they could change it depending on the next heroes that BTR by Vitality will use. So for this one, Blacklist International, they will get the Arlie, so securing that farm lane is their top priority. Now for BTR by Vitality, they can actually secure now the hero for Zankyu just because there is the potential threat of having other heroes being banned by Coach TG.
A lot of options still. This is still very open. I mean, yeah, we're in Game 4, but the hero pools that both of these teams have are very deep and diverse, right? I think that this is not going to be too much of a factor, but they're going to go with the Flowborn tank and the Diadea. We saw the Flowborn tank have some success earlier today. It's a very disruptive hero.
It's like the flavor pick today. I mean, we saw that earlier in the previous series, and this is a counter pick, the Diadea. We all know that Blacklist International, if they got it, then you already have a combo for that. Yangjin is available, although, it's going to be Menki, so it's more than the sustain, plus the hero for Chaz. This is one of his favorite heroes, so again, it's all about comfortability for Blacklist International. Now for BTR, they need a high damage per second hero in terms of the farm lane, probably the mid lane also. I won't be surprised if they get Yixing, Garenmo, something like that.
That will be interesting pickup here coming in from Global T squads here. For Bigetron, if you don't lock your marksman or clash lane here, you won't be facing 2 more bans on those picks here. But fortunately, they do draft in that Chano here. So Chano and Diadea traditionally does super well against Arlie in a 2v2 matchup.
Oh, interesting. So in terms of farm lane phase or laning, then BTR by Vitality has the upper hand. Now, Noah has been banned. They don't want any hero that can push them back, deal damage with the Annihilation, and instantly go into team fights. And Dacha has been banned here for Blacklist International, by the way. Now, another ban for BTR by Vitality could be another mage hero, since that's what's lacking on Blacklist side.
Yeah, and I think the Nua ban is actually a good one because if Dragon was able to get that, plus you have the boats on your lineup as well. You have stuns for days at a really long range. Then the Menki could fly in and literally clean up at that point. But the Ganemo going to be banned here by Bigetron. A little bit of respect more towards Dragon. Gotta let it in.
So this put Blacklist into a position whereby they are putting sole focus onto Golden Kite to be the primary carry here. If you have only one carry and that this Arlie doesn't really thrive in that early to mid-game department, you will be outskilled by that channel later on.
What if, I was just thinking, for Blacklist International, what if they are the ones to use the Peruda for this game?
That could be possible. Could be possible.
That could be a good option for them, knowing that they need a hero that could deal damage mid to late game, has fast ping of minion wave, has the shield. But aside from that, they can even use a Kong Ming for this one. Although it's just hard against the channel, but it could be an option for them.
I'm not a huge fan of the Kong Ming. It's a high flying, like high risk, high reward type of hero. Definitely very squishy, and especially when you're seeing something like a Charlotte who could just like literally dash on top of you, might be a rough spot. Obviously, it's a good thought going into the second phase, but I think at this stage you gotta pivot a bit.
You gotta pivot, and Blacklist International, they're being locked away from the Guan Yu because all Esport picks, they do exceptionally well against Chammy if he wants to go for that Guan Yu here. So it's definitely not something they should venture into because it will be a super tough game for the side of the Guan Yu potential pick.
It feels like for Blacklist International, they could go also for a Zia pick, honestly. But it's gonna be Angela, wow. Angela and Fatih to complete the lineup of Blacklist International now for BTR by Vitality. We're waiting for that mage.
Yeah, so this Angela motes is like a combination, right? You just like literally get the stuns and then motes, and Angela will just Burning Brilliance, you're just gonna die, right? I think that if they're able to find you from a brush, you gotta be careful in terms of how you just like move about the map. Every single brush needs to be, not, dare I say, not face checked, but cautiously, approached.
It needs to be voided out. It needs to be carefully paced every brush you go because coming in for the side of BTR, you are really relying on a single tank lineup on the side of ZhangQ here. Yes, Xiao Xiao, perfect pick here. Really good against the early in that late game department, but jumping back into the topic Holler suggested. Okay, so you have the Angel, you have the Mozi, so it's very good against ZhangQ on a singular floorboard tank.
Yeah, that would agree. So I believe for both teams, they just went in for a mage or mid lane that could potentially kill threats that will come from both teams. So these are high burst damage heroes. And we have players from Wetrnd supporting Blacklist International on the series. But all in all, in terms of drafting, both has their own strengths and weaknesses. And it's all about execution.
All about execution. I mean, it's going to be key here.
And this is game number 4 between Bigetron by Vitality and Blacklist International. One game steps apart, but who will go on for the win?
And going into this one, I think that, again, you're looking at the jungle matchup. The Menki, Joshi versus the ZhangQ Flowborn tank. This is going to be the most interesting one because generally they like the assassin style. They want to be aggressive. They want to be attacking and all that stuff. But now they're going to simmer down a bit and play something a little bit more beefy and just provide support to the team.
And the good thing is that for the side of BTR by Vitality, given the fact that they have the Flowborn for ZhangQ, it means that things might be a little slow for them, but it gives a lot of space on other lanes to focus on the aggressiveness. And speaking of aggressiveness...
Oh, they're looking to do some damage on the Golden Kite. The Bitter Farewell very deep, and he's not able to get it. Armson went way too deep. He's going to give up first blood, but they did find Golden Kite, so that's a small reprieve.
A trade for a trade for both teams, but good thing for Chaz, there was a stun under the tower despite the mobility this idea has. So 1-1 is our score. Chaz and Sun is not done yet.
Chaz with the flex. He's like, nah, I'm just a roamer? Okay, yeah, I'm going to take you down. You're a little too low. The Peaceburger and the Cannon Blast to the face, and that's going to be a kill going the way of Chaz.
Now I know why people say that Chaz's one's favorite hero is the Maltsu. It's very evident on this game, and now Blacklist International is on the lead. They're setting up the tempo, but again, the continuous farming of both ZhangQ and Jusky will be one issue for both. So as much as possible, you want to have those information as to where these junglers will be, and probably we might see a Fatih and a Charlotte matchup even prior to objective taking.
Yeah, gotta keep tabs on all the junglers. That's gonna be not the easiest of things, especially when those boars are being contested. Justy wants to just be left alone. He wants to be farming. But Blacklist International, again, if we're looking at this early game lead, they have a 400 gold lead, negligible at this stage. But Bigetron right now, what do they need to do a little bit better here?
you know, for Bigetron by Vitality, as much as possible, they want to put pressure on other lanes and have Blacklist International focus on that area. I mean, if you put pressure at the farm lane, then Blacklist will be forced to go there.
Oh, Zanku dashes over the wall. That was actually close, but now Tubzy is looking to make this happen, but there's 4 members. Where are the reinforcements? They get a nice little honey sweet breeze, but now Chammy1 has trying to go for this one to potentially goes, but Justy's going to be picked off first. Chammy1 goes down as well, and Zan with the double, and it looks like they've got Chaz as well. 4 members down from Blacklist.
What a counterplay by Bigetron by Vitality. Triple kill by Zan, and it is a channel this early game. We could potentially see a snowball for the farm lane of BTR by Vitality. At that moment, Golden Kite wanted to come in for the team fight, but he went just straight. Okay, I'll be late. Anyway, out of team fight. I just focused on my lane. So for BTR by Vitality, they are on the lead on this one. It's very crucial for them that they got Zan those triple kills and the Golden Kite.
Golden Kite, another couple more shots, and it looks like it's just going to be enough. Neil hits him with the fan, and now he's just trying to run to safety. Justy goes for the Dream Realm. That's very close to the tower. Needs to be careful. Cannon Blast is not going to hit anything of real value, and it looks like Blacklist International disengaging yet again.
Neil knew that they need to kill a Golden Kite as much as possible, even just a flash.
Finding Chammy1 right onto the tower, but Zan is looking to just maybe gone too far. Chammy1 with those shots, and the storing signal to the face.
Zan is now on the rampage, 5-1-1 on this channel. Just imagine this is just almost 4 minutes of the game, and we don't normally see this for a farm lane having all those kills. It was because of the fast reaction again on the prior team fight. BTR by Vitality dictating the tempo of the game. But for Blacklist International, good thing again is that for Justy, he's continuously farming for this match, and even for Golden Kite, he has the opportunity to somehow stretch the pressure given by BTR.
Yeah, it's a lot about tempo here. Zanku securing that turret, ensuring that the rich get a little bit richer. They're up about 1.1. They've been making some good moves. Zanku is actually going in for potentially Golden Kite, but it's a nice little honey sweet breeze onto 2. And now Chaz with the think inside the box, blocking him in. Armson is going to flash away, but now Zanku, he gets Dream Roam to the face. He's taking a decent amount, but he's tanky enough. They disengage.
Okay, after all those strokes given by both teams, there was no casualty from both. I gotta say for Blacklist International, the struggle that they have is that there's not enough burst, even though they focused fire on a specific player. And at that moment, we see that for BTR, they have the upper hand again for longer team fights. So looking at the gold, there is a little gold lead for some of the players on particular roles, but bottom lane.
Oh, Chammy1 fighting 1 versus 2, and he's actually gonna get the pickup on a Neil, and he's just gonna walk away. Tubzy cannot make him pay. Chaz has showed up, but it looks like he's got all the value in the world. Chammy1 making plays.
Of course, and Chammy1 from top lane is there at the bottom lane. So right now for Blacklist International, they're doing possibilities wherein they could stretch this lead, or minimize the lead that BTR has. So Reverberation is available already for both the mages. So let's expect later on that in terms of positioning, Tubzy and Chammy1 will be on front.
Yeah, the Blazing Brilliance right onto Zanku. Chammy1 getting a little low himself. Needs to be careful, but it looks like they're going to take the bottom T1. Bigetron doing good moves in terms of objective takes.
Okay, 987 gold lead, or 900 gold lead for BTR, and you've mentioned about the objective takes. I think that is the focus now of BTR by Vitality. But the good thing for Blacklist International, there is a mirror take at the top lane. So Zanku finds Justy at the top. A lot of folks coming in at the middle lane, and this has been continuously happening all throughout the game. BTR has been keeping Blacklist International at bay, and even Justy is pushed back at the jungle camp.
He's had to play a little bit more defensively. Zanku's been aggressive, trying to look to invade the enemy jungle, but look at how, they're trying to secure the buff, right? Zanku just walking on the wrong side of town, potentially looking for some thievery, but he's not able to find anything, especially with Justy there. They have the Honey Sweet Breeze onto this one, but it looks like it's just not enough control.
And speaking of control, the difference that we have for the mages, I think as to why BTR is on the upper hand is because of the Honey Sweet Breeze. So it literally stops majority of the players of Blacklist International just in case we're gonna go for that setup play. So items again, we have the Reaper ready for Zan, but we're still waiting for those items for Golden Kite. So later on, we might see that stretch from Blacklist International, but for BTR, they're maintaining. They're actually giving more lead against the gold for Blacklist.
It seems like the game has slowed down quite a bit. I mean,
Yep.
for like the past 3 minutes, we haven't seen any kills. It looks like Bigetron are playing more of the macro game, deciding, hey, we actually have a bit of a lead. We're going to take towers and slow siege things down. We don't really need to take the fight. Now, this puts a little bit more pressure on the Blacklist International. They need to get back in, maybe find some sort of pickoff, or again, be aggressive themselves.
But speaking of when we say like team fight initiation for Blacklist International, I think of the strength now, given the fact that there is a bit of a delay, it's not a good idea for them to initiate themselves. So Blacklist International might want to go for that counter push instead. But again, it's all about being proactive around the map, and it feels like for Blacklist they're just reacting on BTR's aggression against them. So BTR is just all over the place, having this blue, probably a contest.
Yeah, it's going to be contested here. I mean, it's going to be taken away by Zancu with that fight, but it's on a timer, right? You know that things are going to be contested, and Joshi, again, he's got to be frustrated because he's losing these buffs, he's losing those smite battles, and it's slowing his farm down.
And speaking of macro, we could see Charlotte, or Top C, on the other sides of the map.
Zancu looking to go for this one, but Golden Kai taking the Tyrants, and Blacklist International are going to be happy. No reason to continue fighting. We're going to disengage.
Okay, that is going to be the story of Blacklist International in this game. Little by little, they want to minimize that goal lead that the BTR has. But the thing is that it's the same story with game number 4, right? For BTR by Vitality, they had the chance to stretch the game by doing the split pushes, and that has been what the BTR has been doing all throughout.
Yeah, taking everything, contesting all of the buffs. It's so uncomfortable for them. I mean, they're not able to make them pay. So again, Blacklist International further pushed in. They don't even have some T2s at this stage. This is looking very rough for Blacklist.
And every minion wave for BTR has been flowing all throughout the game for Blacklist International. So at this point, it could be Zancu doing a split push. It could be Zan doing the split push. So they have a lot of space to have other heroes or other players farm against the Blacklist.
Yeah, and about 40 more seconds before this Shadow Tyrant variant spawns. So this is something that's key at this point. Maybe they go for the Overlord here, but I mean, they're invading the enemy jungle. Bigetron right now putting the pressure on Blacklist International, fighting for scraps, even in the mid lane.
Okay, 7-4 is the score. We have 1.8k gold lead for BTR by Vitality. Again, a lot of pressure on their side, and we have a head-on team fight.
Yeah, Zancu is going to go, but the Dream Roam finding him. Zancu is very low, somehow still alive. Chami1 is actually going to be the first to fall, and Zancu, through all of that, did not die. Tufts is going to be killed, though, and now Justy is a little bit low. It's a 1-for-1. It's just Clash Laners at the end of the day.
Again, another counter play for both teams, but I gotta say it was BTR by Vitality who won that team fight. Chami1 is down, and we can see half life on.
The mid T1.
Again and again.
That's Zancu looking to go fight. Now this, they're trying to secure.
Or, minimize the lead that BTR has. So Reverberation is available already for both the mages. So let's expect later on that in terms of positioning, Z and Chami1 will be on front.
Yeah, the Blazing Brilliance right onto Zancu. Chami1 getting a little low himself. Needs to be careful, but it looks like they're going to take the bottom T1. Bigetron doing good moves in terms of objective takes.
Okay, 987 gold lead, or 900 gold lead for BTR, and you've mentioned about the objective takes. I think that is the focus now of BTR by Vitality. But the good thing for Blacklist International, there is a mirror take at the top lane. So Zancu finds Justy at the top. A lot of folks coming in at the middle lane, and this has been continuously happening all throughout the game. BTR has been keeping Blacklist International at bay, and even Justy is pushed back at the jungle camp.
He's had to play a little bit more defensively. Zankyu's been aggressive, trying to look to invade the enemy jungle, but look at how, they're trying to secure the buff, right? Zankyu just walking on the wrong side of town, potentially looking for some thievery, but he's not able to find anything, especially with Justy there. They have the Honey Sweet Breeze onto this one, but it looks like, it's just not enough control.
And speaking of control, the difference that we have for the mages, I think as to why BTR is on the upper hand is because of we're gonna go for that setup play. So items again, we have the Reaper already for Zan, but we're still waiting for those items for Golden Kite. So later on, we might see that stretch from Blacklist International, but for BTR, they're maintaining. They're actually almost giving more lead against the gold for Blacklist.
It seems like the game has slowed down quite a bit. I mean, for like the past 3 minutes, we haven't seen any kills. It looks like Bigetron are playing more of the macro game, deciding, hey, we actually have a bit of a lead. We're going to take towers and slow siege things down. We don't really need to take the fight. Now, this puts a little bit more pressure on the Blacklist International. They need to get back in, maybe find some sort of pick-off, or again, be aggressive themselves.
But speaking of, when we say like team fight initiation for Blacklist International, I think of the strength now, given the fact that there is a bit of a delay, it's not a good idea for them to initiate themselves. So Blacklist International might want to go for that counter push instead. But again, it's all about being proactive around the map, and it feels like for Blacklist they're just reacting on BTR's aggression against them. So BTR is just all over the place, having this blue, probably a contest.
Yeah, it's going to be contested here. I mean, it's going to be taken away by Zankyu with that fight, but it's on a timer, right? You know that things are going to be contested, and Justy, again, he's got to be frustrated because he's losing these buffs, he's losing those smite battles, and it's slowing his farm down.
And speaking of macro, we could see Charlotte or Top Z on the other sides of the map.
Zankyu looking to go for this one, but Golden Kai taking the Tyrants, and Blacklist International are going to be happy. No reason to continue fighting. We're going to disengage.
Okay, that is going to be the story of Blacklist International in this game. Little by little, they want to minimize that goal lead that the BTR has. But the thing is that it's the same story with game number 4, right? For BTR by Vitality, they have the chance to stretch the game by doing the split pushes, and that has been what the BTR has been doing all throughout.
Yeah, taking everything, contesting all of the buffs. It's so uncomfortable for them. I mean, they're not able to make them pay. So again, Blacklist International further pushed in. They don't even have some T2s at this stage. This is looking very rough for Blacklist.
And every minion wave for BTR has been flowing all throughout the game for Blacklist International. So at this point, it could be Zankyu doing a split push. It could be Zan doing the split push. So they have a lot of space to have other heroes or other players farm against the Blacklist.
Yeah, and about 40 more seconds before this Shadow Tyrant variant spawns. So this is something that's key at this point. Maybe they go for the Overlord here, but I mean, they're invading the enemy jungle. Bigetron right now putting the pressure on Blacklist International, fighting for scraps, even in the mid lane.
Okay, 7-4 is the score. We have 1.8k gold lead for BTR by Vitality. Again, a lot of pressure on their side, and we have a head-on team fight.
Yeah, Zankyu is gonna go, but the Dream Roam finding him. Zankyu is very low, somehow still alive. Kami1 is actually gonna be the first to fall, and Zankyu, through all of that, did not die. Tufts is gonna be killed though, and now Justy is a little bit low. It's a 1-for-1. It's just Clash Landers at the end of the day.
Again, another counter play for both teams, but I gotta say it was BTR by Vitality who won that team fight. Kami1 is down, and we can see half life on this. So again, BTR, they need to finish this game and not give Blacklist International the chance.
I mean, they're trying their best at this point. The Honey Sweet Breeze looking to do damage onto Justy. The Blazing Brilliance onto Zankyu. He's like scorching him down, but they're not able to take the mid T1.
Again and again, BTR by Vitality. I think they've been really trying their best to defend the mid-lane turret because it opens up everything for them. So Blacklist International slowly and surely getting there. Now we are trying to regroup. They're still on the lead. 5.6k on this game. 16 minutes holler for this one. I'm expecting probably that we might reach Tempest Dragon for this.
It's looking that way, right? Just the way that they're slowly moving around. And the wave clear from Blacklist International is just fine. They have Kami1 with the damage dragon, Golden Kite. You have a lot of guys that deal with the minion waves, so they could potentially extend the game. The problem is if they get caught out right now, that just might end the game.
Yeah, because even the bot lane, mid lane, bottom lane high ground turret has been destroyed already by BTR as the wife for Kami1. He is required for any player from Blacklist International to somehow clear first that minion wave because it will be a headache early. I mean, later on, if ever there will be a back replay for a Bigetron by Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you want to go. Like, you can slow siege. You have that lead. You can continue on. But taking the mid T1 by Blacklist International, that's a great start to a comeback.
Okay, they have that information that Dubsy is at the bottom lane. For Blacklist International, they could force a team fight at the middle lane, but Chammy1 reacted on that. It's the best thing that they could do right now.
Oh, they got the numbers, but they know exactly where Joshi is, who is very tanky. He has that shield as well, and that cannon blast just like stopping them from going. Is Zan not really able to hit his mark? He's not doing the damage, so they know that they can't really continue. But ZonQ continuing to poke and prod.
At this point for BTR by Vitality, they're not pushing for a team fight because they're finding where a Golden Kite is. They don't have information, and if you look at the Neil also is waiting for the perfect target. So now that the already has been revealed at the top lane, there should be a movement from BTR side.
Oh, the Blazing Brilliance. Tough D just looking to dive in. The Tri-Slash is doing some work. He's dashing around. ZonQ, though, looking to go potentially for Chaz, but they're not able to find their marks. They don't have any sort of catch. The top lane is completely wide open, so Bigetron have to retreat and deal with the housekeeping.
Okay, macro versus macro is the story of the game now. For Blacklist International, they were able to take down a high ground return at the top lane. That's why they have the space now to take this Tyrant, and the reaction of BTR by Vitality is to guard or take the Overlord.
The movements by Blacklist International, so smart. They were baiting it out in the mid lane, but actually the real point, Golden Kite was off the map because it was pushing in the top lane, taking the top T3. The space that was given, all because you didn't commit on anything, and they've opened it up even more.
And now that we are reaching almost a 20-minute game, it is expected again that you have the items for both teams. It's all about the setup plays now.
Finding Neil though, and ZonQ is gonna make him pay, at least for now. Chammy1 with those flashes. The Cannon Blast is covering the retreat on this one. They're not able to find the mark. Zan shows up and the Blacklist International is like, hey, we cannot deal with him. Let's get out of here.
Now for Blacklist International, they need to capitalize on the lords that they had, or vanguards that they have. Oh, no, it's actually BTR right myself. So for this one, BTR by Vitality, they can force a team fight, or probably take another turret, or push more on the Blacklist area side. So again, what matters most is the positioning now, and then just keep blocking the formation of BTR.
Oh, Joshi is just providing so much vision, but he's going to be focused. Yes, he's tanky, but when all 5 of them are focus firing on the Death Star, it's going to do some damage here. He's at half-life. He's starting to limp away. They need to be careful about the Vanguard pushing on the outside lane. Tempest Dragon up at about 7.
Okay, this is going to be hard for Blacklist.
Finding Joshi, they're going to look to go. ZonQ, though, potentially looking to go, but Tough Z is going to be picked off instead. This is not great. Now Blacklist International, nice little dream roam, finding Neil, but he's going to have to use the passage, but Joshi gets picked off. He had gone too far. ZonQ just trying to fight, but that's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. They have the Fox and Golden Kite doing some work, and he's going to be picked off. The Sage's Sanctuary for him. Chammy1 has been picked off, and Neil is going to get killed as well. Golden Kite is turning it up as he gets the double.
But the Vanguard at the bottom lane, someone has to defend this one out. We have players down for the side of BTR. You only have ZonQ left. Nice defense by Blacklist International. All along we thought it was BTR winning that team fight, but you have to commend the positioning of Golden Kite around the time. Same goes with the damage coming in from Dragon, and even that ultimate from Chaz. So things are getting good for Blacklist International on this game. Now BTR by Vitality, as much as possible, they need to find the perfect target before a team fight.
I mean, it's getting close. I mean, ZonQ was going all in, understanding that
owning everyone.
Was owning everyone, but also Golden Kite is really the only guy that can kill him. He had Sage's Sanctuary, but he actually light steps back and starts killing the rest of his team, and once he's by himself, it's going to be a bit of a problem. And now the Tempest Dragon at about half-life. Chaz over the wall, finds it, locks in the box, tries to go on to ZonQ to push him back, the Cannon Blast, and it looks like Joshi takes the Tempest Dragon, and ZonQ is still there, the Dream Roam, finding Tufts. He's going to be picked off, and now Bigetron, all-out retreat. They have to stay alive. Blacklist International have the Tempest Dragon, all 5 members.
39 seconds because Tubsy is going to be up for that defense. Tempest Dragon has been secured by Blacklist International. Is this going to be it? Is this the first win that Blacklist International will have in this tournament? One final defense for BTR by Vitality.
They're going to look to go for this one, but it looks like he's gone a little too far. Chammy1 is going to be picked off. Joshi's getting bounced around. The Sage's Sanctuary on him. They're not able to get a kill. ZonQ with that Blood Rage. They're continuing on, but those minions have been taken away. Blacklist International only one down, but they don't really have enough to continue pushing.
Hanging by a thread is a BTR by Vitality. Good thing for them. It was just a mid lane high ground tower that was actually taken down by Blacklist International. This is another stretch 22 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, on this game. This is just game number 4 between Blacklist International and BTR by Vitality. No one wants to end the series yet. Blacklist International stretching the game despite the fact that for BTR, they were on the lead for most of the time in this match.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you who wants to end this series, and it's going to be Blacklist International because they're definitely trying. They are so close. They understand that victory is within their grasp. They need to make a couple more good decisions. They need a really good team fight, and they could potentially end the game then.
We'll see if Blacklist International will be able to do that. Nice defense by BTR by Vitality at the bottom lane. So we can see right now for BTR, they are doing their best to rapidly clear all those minions and everything flowing on a Blacklist side.
This is like a very difficult situation for Bigetron right now. They're constantly have to shift from lane to lane, just dealing with these Tempest Vanguards. Not the easiest thing to do. It's gonna slow them down. But if they're able to withstand this storm, this potential assault, and it looks like they're gonna look to take this bottom team 3, they have a chance.
We can see that, the bottom lane has been destroyed by Blacklist International for BTR. One final stretch again. There is going to be a jump.
Josh, he's at about half life. The Dream Roam just back. He does have the shields, and it looks like they're going to disengage, but they found Zan. That's the second time he's died, and that's a huge win for Blacklist International. Again, another opportunity, but 40 seconds for the next Tempest Dragon, or are you looking to end this?
I think for Blacklist International, they want to force this push. One final push against BTR. This could probably
They're going in. Tammy 1 finally doing the work, and they're trying to get the crystal, but it looks like Blacklist International will take game 4.
Blacklist International with that stretch and not giving BTR by Vitality to have that game number 5 on this series. 3-1 for the PKL team of Blacklist International.
I thought you were going to trash talk a little bit more, like GG easy, like
it's not easy. It wasn't,
go next.
It wasn't easy.
It's definitely not easy in this one. But this one came down to the wire. We knew it was going to be close, especially in a best of 5, going to that distance. This was almost anyone's game, and the fact that we had the Tempest Dragon, it went as late as it did. Blacklist International somehow finding a comeback.
We saw that a crucial decision making. What's really nice is that for Blacklist International, they were able to take down Zan on that last final push. If it weren't for it,
that was it.
I think it could have been stretched for another Tempest Dragon.
Yeah. I think it really came back to finding Zan. That was only the second time he died, so he made very little mistakes. But that one moment when he gets picked off, and that's pretty much all that damage is gone.
The resilience coming in for the side of Blacklist International. We were talking about smooth early game transition for them. We saw how Zan actually got multi-kills in that early game. Although he did got solo kill by Chaz, we do not talk about that. But his roam towards the mid lane and then picking up that triple kill already setting him so far up. But it was down to those key moments whereby Just G on that smite was just so darn crucial.
Yeah.
Multiple objectives.
I believe that was the turning point because it was in front of the players of BTR by Vitality. All along we thought it was BTR winning that area because they were literally on the lead for this game.
Yeah, and he just had such an impact. I mean, he might not have been MVP in all the games, but just those steals, that impact of just being able to constantly be there. Nothing was free for ZonQ in terms of those neutrals. He just kind of, it was an epic head-to-head going into the jungle matchup, and we saw exactly why in this one.
Just G really played a much better jungle efficiency in this best of 5 series here. It was so darn close in that final game whereby you had no idea how it would really end up until the very last moment. It was until where we received that Tempest Dragon buff on the side of Blacklist International. That's where the nails has been smashed into that coffin.
Yeah, at the end of the day, whoever team has a better execution would definitely win a game.
Yeah, definitely win a game on that one. But let's exactly see in the winner's interview. Let's go to Mara right now.
Congratulations to Blacklist International! Chami MVP Game 1, Just G MVP Game 2. You know, this isn't just any win. It's the first victory for Philippines. So how does it feel to carry that flag and have the first win on record tonight?
Ayun, syempre first of all, madam, parang it's an honor na nirepresent namin yung country. Tapos, and then, ayun, nung nanalo kami, syempre, parang good momentum din para sa mga upcoming days. So, yeah.
Of course, it's an honor to represent the country, and having this win is a good momentum for the next games ahead. Now, Chami, My goodness, it was such a phenomenal fight. We saw great coordination from your team. So what part of the preparation paid off the most in today's game?
I think we prepare the discipline because we always need to be composed. Kasi yung late game, yung mga composition po kasi namin is like for late game only. So, kailangan talaga namin maging madisiplina and patagalin yung laro. Ayun.
The composition is mostly late game, so they needed to be disciplined so they could lengthen the game. So it's all about discipline for Blacklist International. Now, Chami Justri, you gave a lot of Filipinos something huge to cheer for with that match. What would you like to say to everybody?
Thank you for all the fans that's supporting Philippines, pati yung mga nasa Pilipinas na nagsusupport sa amin. Thank you sa inyo lahat.
Thank you to all the fans supporting Philippines, especially those in the Philippines cheering for them. Thank you to you all. Justri?
Ayun, thank you guys sa pag-support sa amin. Especially yung mga nasa Pilipinas, yun, nanonood sila ng live. And ayun, sana supportahan niyo pa rin kami tomorrow.
Thank you to everybody watching, especially the Philippines, and they hope that you still support them for their matchup tomorrow. Once again, congratulations to you both, and we hope to continue seeing your success. And now we're gonna break it down even more, so we're gonna head to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you, Mara. That was a wonderful interview coming in from both the jungle and clash trainers, both Chami Won and also Just G. I gotta say, it was a very down-to-earth interview. They said one few things that really resonate with me, whereby please support them up until the very end.
Yeah, I think for all players from the Philippines, they're just very hopeful that we get a win, and finally we get a win on this tournament. So everyone is happy right now. I'm smiling while I'm saying that. Anyway, for that game, I think for Blacklist International, they've shown everyone the full potential that they can give. They've adjusted their play style as to how BTR by Vitality plays. And it's a huge thing. It's a pivotal factor as to why they won that game.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of that reason why they won was that Golden Kite play, right? That Harley, that first pick, there's a reason why they love it on him, because he was just kind of styling, but the amount of damage he had, plus the fact that he had like 19,000 net worth, keeping on pace with Zahn, who was 11-3, 7-9-0 and 3 at one point. The guy was just like really on fire, and it's to not be discouraged, understanding that you're still the win condition. I just gotta stay in there.
And we talk about win condition as well. You can really look back into the damage dealt here on towards the side of PKL, Blacklist International. You're looking at 100,000 across the charts here for multiple members here. Yes, we have Bigetron by Vitality, you have Zahn and Neo here, but damage isn't as sufficient compared to the Blacklist squad.
Yeah, that's true. And even with the damage that BTR has, if you look at the sustain that Blacklist International is giving all throughout the game, that it's not really enough for BTR by Vitality. But all in all, BTR Vitality, it's just that they had lost control for that game. For Blacklist International, they know their winning condition, went their way around it, and was able to have that shift in terms of the gold lead, in terms of the positioning. They just went straight after the Tempest Dragon. They minimized every potential that BTR by Vitality had.
This was the emotional roller coaster that I was on in this game, right? I was up and down all over the place, and I think I died at one point, but whatever. This whole crap was actually insane. Yeah, I think that moment was not great. But Blacklist International, like, look, when you're down and things are looking rough, it's those moments when you're truly tested as a team. How good are you? Are we able to be resilient?